essence flows that they don't yet understand, the mage will need to practice with the spell form until it activates on its own. There is, of course, an element of trial and error involved, as the understanding of essence flows is not a simple matter. Finally, the spell form becomes ingrained in their mind, allowing the mage to fully comprehend and apply the spell form, and subsequently cast the spell. Nick eagerly took up the next step of the explanation. For Tier 2 spells, it's a much more complicated process.
Typically, mages learn them in sections before ultimately combining them into a workable spell form. It's not easy, and I myself have only learned a few. Academian Quincy voiced his admiration for the budding mage beside him.
That's more than most mages at your level. You should be proud that you've been able to incorporate that tier of spells into your understanding of the ether, especially considering the environment you've been living in.
Nero just barely stopped himself from mocking his good friend for blushing at Academian Quincy's praise.
Perhaps I really am growing as a person, he sarcastically congratulated himself.
Coughing lightly to move the conversation along, Nick continued.
Well, regardless, Tier 2 spells require a great deal more effort than Tier 1s. While they are still written out in spell tomes in 2 dimensions, there are annotations on the page that show you the rotational angle that needs to be applied when carving them out in the ether.
A lot more guesswork is involved, along with a great deal more danger. Mishandled Tier 2 spell forms can cause a significant backlash during training if you aren't careful. Learning them is not something a low-level mage should attempt. Nero nodded, as he could tell they wouldn't be as easy as just writing out what he was seeing. However, he also didn't think it would be all that difficult to learn how to do it. When it came down to it, they were just 3-dimensional models. As far as he was concerned, rather than trying to learn how to read the blueprints, he should just study the completed product and copy that directly.
All right, I get it. Tier 2 spells are tricky. How about you show it to me again, and this time carve it slowly, he said, while crossing his arms and concentrating on the area in front of Nick with every bit of his focus.
During the fighting, Nero had seen the kind of destruction Specialist Howie had wrought among the kobolds, and that was without the benefit of his cheat-like ability to borrow power from the soul stuff in the ether. If he were to be able to learn a few Tier 2 spells, and then fuel them with souls, Nero was sure to raise his combat level further into the realms of absurdity. Of course, stable spell forms would also probably be much less likely to cause damage to the essence flows in the ether, so Jennings wouldn't have to clean up after him again. Hopefully. Possibly. Chapter 219. Not One of Us. Academian Quincy stood off to the side, carefully observing as Lord Verena struggled to teach Lord Walker magic. While both student and teacher were enthusiastic and engaged in the process, it didn't seem to make their progress any easier. Rubbing his chin in thought, Academian Quincy tried to analyze the situation objectively. Unfortunately, his efforts weren't amounting to much. Using the connection he was maintaining through the communication orb in his pocket, he said, "Everyone, I'm going to need to disconnect for a while." Scholar Idrius, who was currently relaying the situation going on with House Walker's adherents, replied, "Why? What's wrong?" He could feel the bundled memory feeds he was receiving from the evaluators all pause as they stopped transmitting and turned their full attention to him. "Nothing's wrong. I just want to pay a little more attention to Lord Walker's training. I'm having a little trouble understanding what I'm looking at. I don't want any distractions at the moment," he replied. Their interest and desire for more information was clear to him through the connection they currently shared, but he didn't know how to explain what he was feeling, so he changed the subject. "Idrius, you can continue to monitor the social aspects of Lord Walker's growing influence. The rest of you, continue to follow Yarbarrow's lead. We can't allow for local interests to interfere in Lord Walker's growth. When I figure this out, I'll reinstate the connection. Although if you need me, don't hesitate to contact me," he ordered tersely before cutting off his connection. Feeling the parts of his mind that had been set aside for the connection return to his main consciousness, he rolled his shoulders in relief. While it wasn't necessarily difficult to maintain such a deep connection, doing it for prolonged periods of time was annoying. Turning his full attention back to Lords Walker and Verena, Academian Quincy narrowed his eyes and focused. For some reason, he felt that he needed to understand what was wrong with what he was seeing. Looking at the situation logically, Lord Verena was following the standard model for teaching a young mage spell forms. Granted, the speed at which they were covering spells was drastically sped up, but that didn't feel like the main issue. It was definitely something else. Lord Walker wasn't struggling to understand or connect with the essence flows. He wasn't having trouble remembering or conceptualizing the essence structures that made up the spell forms. He wasn't even having trouble with his ethereal connection. So what was it? Watching carefully as Lord Walker fired off an uneven ground spell, he had to admit the young man was a once-in-a-millennium talent. With such little center being provided, the entire training circle was affected. The ground rose and sank randomly, turning the terrain into divots and eddies that would make any soldier groan in annoyance. Okay, I guess I can understand what you're saying, but why do I have to mentally connect with the ground in the area before I cast it? Can't I just think about where I want it to be and let her rip? Lord Walker asked, his tone full of questions. Waving his arms widely, Lord Verena responded, "Because that's how you ensure that your spell works as intended."
If you don't carefully target your spell, then the ambient essence fields of whomever you're targeting will interfere with your construct creation. Lord Walker replied quickly, "Okay, but why? I mean, I'm not actually targeting them, so their essence fields shouldn't get in the way, right? It's not like their essence fields are mingling with the ground under their feet. Or at least, I don't think they are. Wait, are they?" Abruptly rounding on Lord Verena, Lord Walker continued, "Hold up. If I can arbitrarily designate what I'm targeting, then why can't I just use a spell to create an odorless but deadly gas in a bubble around people's heads? Like, if interacting with physical objects works the way you say it does, then it should be possible, shouldn't it?" Lord Verena's face was contorted into a frown, his patience warring with his professionalism. The man's emotions seemed to vacillate between pride at how quickly Lord Walker was learning, annoyance at how difficult it was to get the points he was trying to make across, and intrigue at how Lord Walker's mind seemed to work. Academian Quincy had never seen a teacher struggling so much to get through to their student. Typically, a learning mage may have trouble with certain aspects of a spell, but never had he seen someone so naturally gifted have so much difficulty understanding the very spells they were successfully casting. His brain suddenly stuttered to a stop, and he realized what he'd been missing. Lord Walker was successfully casting these spells. That shouldn't be possible if he didn't thoroughly understand them. It was a fundamental aspect of nature. You couldn't create a representation of reality without first understanding it. That was not a matter of debate, or even something that had ever been questioned. Stepping forward to interject himself into the conversation, Academian Quincy eagerly asked, "Lord Walker, a moment, if you will. When you cast a spell, what exactly are you thinking about?" Both Lord Verena and Lord Walker turned in surprise, each with a questioning look on their face. Having gotten used to answering and doing things he didn't fully understand, Lord Walker replied without hesitation. "Well, first I think about connecting my center to where I want to put the spell form. Then I think about what the spell form is supposed to look like when it's completed. Then I think about letting it suck in whatever essence it needs, before finally thinking about where I want the spell to go off. You know, the standard spell creation process." "On to something," Academian Quincy replied. "You don't consider the resulting construct you are intending to make, or the specific types of essence your spell form is collecting?" Lord Walker shook his head. Not really.
Usually I just focus on the spell form and let the rest of that stuff take care of itself. I used to do all that when I was manually moving the essence around to get the effect I wanted. But with spell forms, it's much simpler. Why? Academian Quincy didn't know how to respond. That's not how magic works, he thought to himself, helplessly. Nero returned to the ridiculously large tent that had been set aside for him and his wackos. He'd left Nick and Quincy back at the training field. When he'd left, they had been in a deep discussion about the intricacies of magic. He needed a break. He'd been practicing magic since he'd woken up, and he needed some time to think through what he had learned, or unlearned, or been told. Too much of what Nick had said didn't make any sense to him. Nodding politely to the guards, who snapped to attention as he walked through the front entrance, Nero made sure to keep the frown off his face. It was both weird and kinda nice being able to feel how much they respected him. While he didn't doubt there was some kind of essence technique that allowed for people to hide their feelings, he doubted it would be any easier than the one he'd learned to hide his essence trail. This world was different in so many little ways that it added up to a completely different social structure. Just imagining what it would have been like in his old world if the employees couldn't hide their disdain for their superiors was enough to blow his mind. He knew not everyone necessarily senses things the way he does, but the subconscious effect was still there even if people didn't realize it. The better in tune he got with his essence field, the more he was able to see the subtle differences he had been missing. Fundamentally, people here weren't all that different from the ones back home, but they'd developed in a completely different environment, and as a result, they thought differently. They were a lot more socially conscious, and therefore more concerned with the greater good. They weren't exactly kinder or more moral, but they were more aware. That really was the only way he could explain it. Even he'd caught himself considering the consequences of his actions more, since he'd started feeling everyone's state of mind projecting itself out into the world. It was like when he'd been a kid, and an adult had asked him how he would feel if someone else did what he did to him. Back in his old world, he'd had to think about it. But here, it was right there for him to see. He couldn't ignore it. When he acted like a dick, he could feel the other person's essence field recoiling. There was simply no way he could miss it, now that he could see it. Walking through the common room toward the buffet table, which had been permanently set up, Nero started filling up a plate with his late lunch. Along the way, he let his senses flow out around him, tasting the sea of personalities that were present in the room. The few people who were paying attention, or talking about him, were all radiating a feeling of emotional warmth and acceptance. It was like being surrounded by Care Bears or something. Taking a seat at one of the empty tables, Nero absently started eating while glancing around the room. These were his people, and the fact that he could no longer go about his day without being confronted by that fact was just weird. Shaking his head in defeat, he set that train of thought aside for the moment and went back to thinking about magic. While he hadn't exactly understood everything that Quincy and Nick had been going on about, he'd understood enough to know that how they looked at the world was entirely different than how he did. They saw magic as a type of personal creation, like they were gods or something. To cast magic, they used their center like it was their very being. For them, it required dedication and study. Years of it. He'd read about how mages learned magic and had mistakenly thought they were just idiots. Now he knew differently. It was him. He was the weird one. Where they had to painstakingly connect with the essence flows, learning all about them through meditation and effort, he could just guide them to where he wanted them to go. It was no wonder they found his ability to manipulate the essence flows so interesting. It was entirely outside of their abilities. It was like that old story about the guy with eyes in a land without sight.
He was just built differently. Academian Quincy had chalked it up to his unusual soul, while Nick thought it was some kind of inherent ability. Either way, they had both agreed it was exciting. Nero, however, didn't feel all that pleased about it. Earlier in the day, when Quincy had hinted at him being something other than human, that had hit Nero right in the feels. It had really stuck with him.
Despite Nick's assurance and referenced data which proved his identity, Nero was unable to forget that he was still body-jacking a corpse. He hadn't wanted to say anything for fear of what they would think of him, but he honestly thought his ability was due to him not being part of the local essence cycle. Apparently, they'd both forgotten about the fact that everything here was connected. But he hadn't. In a very real way, he was a third-party player interjecting himself into their lives. While he could feel like he was connected to them through their essence fields and their emotions, he wasn't really one of them. While he may not have realized it, on some level he'd probably always known that's how it was. Chewing on his food, he looked around at the 10 or so wackos chattering away on their break, feeling a sense of disconnect with them. In many ways, he was like one of the magic constructs that was both part of the world and not. His presence was fueled by his desire to be here, and it was overriding the will of the world. It was a heavy responsibility, and one he'd been ignoring. How had the story of Dorchester supposed to have gone if he hadn't been here to interfere? Would the Dorchan Noble War have turned out differently? Were the Cosgrave heirs always supposed to have died? Was there some kind of ethereal force of fate he'd been disrupting? Had him being here caused the essence density to change and the kobolds to climb out of their holes? Was it all his fault? Or had he saved everyone from their fate? Was it possible for him to ever know? Scowling at the heavy thoughts he was having, Nero angrily picked up his plate and tossed it in the pile with the dirty dishes. Taking along the canteen he'd filled up with some fruit juice, he went off to find a place without anyone around so he could think. This isn't me. I'm not some emo-obsessed teenager obsessed with contemplating his place in the world. So I'm different, so what? I'm still me. I'm still awesome. Now I've got people placing their faith in me, big deal. I ran a moderately successful cell phone store for years, I can handle that, he told himself stubbornly. Stomping through the encampment, he ignored the feeling of people's attention on him. The last thing he wanted to deal with right now was people thanking him for what he'd done during the battle. Eventually, he arrived at an area currently filled with people watching some fights. The general sense of attention was on the training circle, which they'd turned into an arena. The crowd even had shields set up to contain the chaos. His presence went entirely unnoticed. Taking a deep breath, he luxuriated in the blessed anonymity. Suddenly, he felt an odd ripple through the ether, which had him instinctively turning around to see what was happening. Almost like he was peeking behind a curtain, he saw a flash of gold light resolving itself into a person. It was likely hidden under an illusion, and therefore invisible to most people, but he had no trouble seeing it. Locking eyes with Jennings, he almost couldn't contain his urge to laugh at the surprised look on the old man's face. Apparently, he hadn't thought Nero would notice him. With a smirk, Nero asked, "Are you here for a thank you? 'Cause seriously, I do owe you one for fixing the essence flows that I screwed up. I may have gotten a little carried away with that last spell of mine. Admittedly, I didn't really think that one through. So, sorry about that." Archmage Jennings' presence seemed to shift, becoming more fully real and now visible to everyone around him. Noticing everyone stepping back, along with the looks of recognition on their faces, he said, "Let's go for a walk, Nero." Just like that, Nero felt the man's essence reach out to surround him. Stifling the urge to interfere with the process, Nero let it happen. The world twisted and turned, before reassembling itself back into something he could comprehend. Finding himself now inside a tastefully appointed room, Nero looked around in appreciation of being back inside Dorchester. Or what he assumed was Dorchester, based on the ambiance. Wooden walls, along with some paintings, familiar overhead essence lighting, and ornate rug-like carpets. If he weren't in Dorchester, he'd be surprised. Not bothering with being polite, Nero jumped into one of the chairs, sighing in relief at having the chance to enjoy cushioned seats again. Glancing up at Jennings, he said, "Thanks, man. Seriously, I needed this." Chuckling, Archmage Jennings walked over to sit opposite Nero on another chair. "So, you've finally discovered what makes you different from those around you." The Archmage's tone wasn't in the least bit judgmental or accusatory, and what he said certainly wasn't in the form of a question. Nodding, Nero replied with a weak smile. "Yeah. I don't think Nick or the others have figured it out yet." Leaning back comfortably in his chair, Archmage Jennings replied, "Just to put your mind at ease, I can tell you that you are, in fact, a human. You are not a sociopath, mentally unstable, or in any way outside of the norm. Well, not when it comes to who you are while you're here, that is." Curious, Nero asked, "Okay, but what do you mean by that?" Smiling gently, the Archmage replied, "I mean that for all intents and purposes, you are a perfectly normal and average 14-year-old human being. Nothing more, nothing less. However, that is not all that you are. I have always referred to you as an anomaly for a reason. You aren't supposed to be here. Therefore, you have a unique and valuable perspective from which you view the plane around you." Utterly confused, while somewhat mollified, Nero asked, "So, I'm like an outsider looking in?" That's a perfectly understandable way of interpreting what I just said, but nonetheless entirely accurate. You're more accurately both here and not here. Your soul isn't a product of this reality, or at least, I don't think it is. Therefore, you'll never be fully in tune with the essence around you. As a result, you can understand it, recognize it, and use it, but you can never truly join with it. That is both a boon and a curse. For example, you will never be able to achieve godhood. When you reach level 100, reality will reject you. You'll have to move up the dimensions and leave these planes behind," he said gently, as if he were delivering Nero terrible news. Nero looked over at the man in confusion. What?" Sighing in exasperation, Archmage Jennings replied, "I honestly didn't plan on telling you any of this anytime soon, both because you wouldn't understand it and because it wasn't currently relevant, but I don't want you misunderstanding what that academian mistakenly concluded. When a person reaches level 100, they attain unity. While you can't possibly understand what that means right now, you can just think about it as being perfectly in tune with your body, mind, and soul. For people who are a product of this level of existence, that would mean also being perfectly in tune with the universe, all planes of the universe. As a result, they could become gods, merging with reality to create their own plane of existence and influencing those around them. However, it also means that a person could transcend this plane of existence and move up to a higher dimension, being reborn into a higher state of being." Nero listened closely to what the old man was saying, relying heavily on the translation magic to read into what little subtext he could understand. "Okay, so it's like a game where you reach max level and then start the new game plus." Stunned, Archmage Jennings' eyes practically rolled back in his head as his brain struggled to comprehend the concept of what New Game Plus meant to Nero. After barely a moment, his glare focused on the young man like a laser. "That is an incredibly interesting way to interpret what I've just said," Has your previous world mastered dimensional travel? Nero met Archmage Jennings' stare for a few seconds before he could no longer contain himself. Bursting into laughter, he said, "Oh man, fuck it.
Let me tell you about video games, and how your world could be described in the context of what I'm familiar with." Chapter 220. The Science of Gaming. In the common room of House Walker's tent, Kathleen Averett stood at the head of the table, her steady gaze sweeping across the assembled warriors seated before her. Behind her hung House Walker's colors, the symbol of their lord watching over the proceedings, as if he were there, grinning down on them himself. Seated to her right, former Captain Angleton, now referred to as simply Knight Angleton, met her stare with a confident one of his own from his seat. On her left, Natalie Keening, now titled Group Leader Keening, sat stoically in her seat as well. Former assassin and convict Michael Herring was on Group Leader Keening's right, his smile wide and infectious. Across from him, on Knight Angleton's left, was Sholar Idris, the evaluator team's representative and demonstration of the Crown's interest in their lord.
Further down the table, there were Oscar Hudgins and Nora Faulkner, among others. Each one was handpicked by her and the other leaders of House Walker for their dedication and resolve. As a group, they were shaping up nicely. Breaking the silence, Kathleen said, "As you all know, we'll be returning to Dorchester tomorrow. While our tasks may be many, we are more than equal to them. Each of you has been briefed on what you will need to do, and I have every confidence that you will succeed in your missions. Trust in yourselves and those around you, and together we shall ensure that House Walker's name echoes throughout history, immortalizing our deeds into legend and earning our place in the halls of power." The looks of determination on their faces she received in response to her words lit a fire in Kathleen's heart. While she would never admit it out loud, some of these weak-willed Southerners had some potential. Knight Angleton's firm voice interrupted her thoughts.
"You can count on us. We will not fail in our duties to our lord." Group Leader Keening offered a nod of her own in agreement with him before asking, "How have the arrangements gone with Lady Verena?" Still standing, Kathleen glanced over at the woman before pulling out the communication orb she'd borrowed from Lord Verena. "Yes, everything has been arranged. Even if there is no settlement to be had with the Council of Leadership, House Walker's finances are enough to support us indefinitely. Our lord's stake in the arena, along with his various businesses, are doing quite well, and his estates are being prepared for us." Chiming in, Michael Herring said, "I've heard that since the army has pulled out of the wilds, the hunters have been incredibly active. House Walker's trading posts have been doing a brisk business, and the general consensus among those fighting out of the Hunter's Hall is that Lord Walker is personally discounting supplies in an effort to aid the city's protectors." Several people spoke up in agreement, making it clear that they'd heard something similar. Kathleen knew that the rumors weren't technically true, as the essence crystals being funneled through the trading posts were making the young lord rich. However, there was no reason for her to clarify anything. Besides, it was the young lord's clever business practices that allowed for such goods to be distributed at the lower prices the hunters were seeing. Looking around the table, she nodded in appreciation at the sight of such dedicated warriors. Folding her arms across her chest, she almost smiled. House Walker now had money, soldiers, an estate, and a quest. Things really were looking up. Having spent the last few hours trying to explain common themes, accepted practices, cultural references, and tropes in general to Archmage Jennings, Nero was exhausted. It wasn't so much the topics or the content they were discussing that had been sapping his strength. It was Jennings' absurd, logical parallels he continually spouted on and on about. They were what was making Nero's head hurt. Archmage Jennings stood before two giant holographic chalkboards he'd whipped up, madly connecting different informational boxes into a complex web with various colored lines. So, in the arena of tactical games, a singular player is in charge of his troop dispositions only on the macro scale? That makes sense, I suppose. But what I don't understand is how your society came up with the idea to copy the game. Nero was sprawled out in his chair, rubbing his temples as he tried to follow what Jennings was saying.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Game designers and writers just theorized worlds like yours and then ran with it. They needed some way to represent concepts like magic and stuff so that the games could be balanced. I'm pretty sure you guys have a game or whatever that is pretty similar to the tactical RPGs I used to play. I'm almost positive I saw some stuff on the Thought Hub about it. Dismissively waving his hand at Nero's rambling, Jennings replied, "Yes, of course we do, but that's not the point." Turning to gesture at a particular section of the board behind him, he continued, "This particular concept you spoke of, heroic units, our games don't have such a clever feature, not to mention your description of morale values and unit health. Our games are merely logical representations of the real world that, before today, I thought were relatively accurate. But now, I have to admit that we've been neglecting several important aspects of warfare." Nero frowned, dropping his hands lazily to the armrests.
You guys included magic and stuff, right? How could you forget something so simple as troop morale? How do you calculate when a unit breaks up or stops fighting? Do you just assume everyone is going to fight to the death? That's idiotic. Archmage Jennings replied quickly. No, not at all. We simply use a loyalty function to predict what percentage of casualties it would take for a force to give up and retreat. Admittedly, it is merely an analytical representation of historical datasets collected from various battles, but we couldn't do any better. Until now, that is. We never factored into the equation the commanders and their effects on their soldiers' morale. As you pointed out, the essence field combinatorial effect can easily influence large units of soldiers during a battle. Also, this concept of heroic units casting buffs has some interesting implications concerning troop loyalty and battle prowess. Nero watched helplessly as the Archmage continued to write haphazardly across the holograms with his glowing finger. Since Nero had introduced the old man to the concept of gaming, and subsequently mentioned some parallels he'd noticed, Jennings hadn't stopped bouncing around like a toddler on a sugar high. For a ridiculously old man, he was surprisingly spry. Of particular interest to Jennings was the concept of unit designations. Nero had pointed out that in most games, melee units were limited to fighting in melee, ranged units at range, etc. While Nero had offhandedly mentioned that it was weird to see such a concept being explained away by how this world's essence worked, Jennings had taken it as a challenge to then try and find more similarities between Nero's gaming knowledge and the world around them. The Archmage equated center with mana, somehow concluding that competent resource management could explain rising mana reserves in regards to center recollection. Gaming conventions concerning XP had obviously been equated to experiences being integrated into a person's soul. That one even Nero hadn't disagreed with. However, he had to spend half an hour explaining in detail how there was no way a game back home would give a player XP for anything other than combat. Unfortunately, as the conversation progressed, Jennings forced him through thorough questioning to remember games like Dungeons & Dragons, which had encounter experience, and numerous other gaming systems that awarded XP for completing quests like deliveries and successful missions. Nero had been forced to admit that when looked at in the right way, experience in this world did work a lot like the XP systems he was familiar with back home. Annoyingly, the longer their talk went on, the more abstract Jennings's interpretations became. He'd likened zones and maps to areas of differing density, adamantly ignoring Nero's repeated attempts at explaining that the comparison was, at best, only partially correct. Over and over, Nero was forcibly backed into a corner, having to reluctantly admit how similar some of the concepts were. It became oddly surreal, as he'd spent most of his time since coming to this world reorganizing what he'd learned into terms he could understand, which had been gaming terms. Now, faced with Jennings doing the same thing, he found himself focusing on all the small ways in which the concepts he was familiar with didn't apply. Nero tried and failed to explain how dungeons weren't supposed to be places where enemies continuously spawned. To be clear, while they did functionally continually restock themselves, they were created to be story centers that multiple groups could challenge to progress the individual stories they were following. However, words failed him when he tried to explain story progression and what terms like main character actually meant. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't explain to Jennings that in his world, there was supposed to be a sense of permanence. Games were merely intended to represent things. They were not, and had never been, intended to accurately describe anything. They were just stories that were supposed to be enjoyed, not simulations. The Archmage, however, couldn't care less about Nero's objections. For him, there were simply too many coincidences for him to ignore. Despite Nero's continued denials, the old man refused to let up. He used his centuries of experience to question Nero about every facet of gaming culture, along with fantasy tropes and intellectual properties Nero was familiar with. Nero hadn't realized how much he actually remembered. Now, as he watched Jennings muttering to himself, slowly trying to work out an accurate mathematical model of an army's morale, Nero felt nothing but shame and confusion. How in the hell did I end up having to be the one defending the idea that this world is not a game? He wondered to himself. Needing this to be over, Nero said, "Listen, man, I get it. Games are cool, and you want to crib what you can and apply it to this world's favorite pastime. But seriously, it's been like hours. Haven't you had enough? Can't we discuss magic or something?" The Archmage turned around, an incredulous look on his face. "Nero, don't you see? It's like you've been training your entire previous life to come to this world. Don't you realize how incomprehensible and extraordinary that is? Haven't you wondered whether or not your soul, which had been floating through the spatial layers, specifically chose this world, due to your familiarity with these concepts? How have you not at least considered the possibility that all of this, you coming here, your effect on this world, could it not all be for a reason?" Nero, still slouched on the couch with his feet propped up on the coffee table, returned the Archmage's intense and excited stare with an unamused glare of his own. "No, I haven't. Those types of stories are stupid. Even if I chose this world, so what? Would you expect my disembodied soul to go somewhere it didn't recognize? As for the whole fate thing, who cares? Maybe I was completely outside of the time-space continuum and chose this particular time and place carefully so that I could make my mark. Or maybe it was just dumb luck. Either way, worrying about it is pointless. Besides, I have bigger things to worry about. Don't you think Nick and the others are freaking out by now due to my absence? I need to get back," he said with a tone of helplessness. Unfortunately, the Archmage didn't agree. "No, you really don't. I've already contacted your house and alerted them as to your whereabouts. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on them. You'll be pleased to know that they have successfully organized your growing army of mercenaries into quite the little force. I believe you've chosen your subordinates well," he said, his tone weirdly proud for some reason. Continuing to glare at the clueless old mage, Nero replied, "So, you're intent on keeping me captive here?
Are you going to squeeze every bit of knowledge out of my head like I'm some sort of interdimensional content creator?
That's not cool, man. Bit a dick move, to be honest.
Rolling his eyes, Jennings turned around to return to his board, saying over his shoulder,
"Stop being so dramatic."
While Nero stewed in silence, Jennings' hands occasionally flew across the hologram, altering equations and adding notations left and right. As far as Nero could tell, the man was completely and totally absorbed in the process, feeling a profound sense of unhappiness about how his intentions to mock this world and all of its inhabitants by comparing them to games had turned out. Nero resigned himself to enjoying some snacks while doing a little light reading. For the next few hours, Nero was forced to occasionally answer Jennings' questions as he tried and failed to understand the subject of planes. With having to constantly think about games and fantasy novels from back home, he found himself unable to stop himself from interpreting everything he was learning through the lens of what he was familiar with. It was both helpful and incredibly annoying. He was constantly coming to conclusions that were immediately disproven by the following paragraph he read. Eventually, he noticed an odd peculiarity that he decided to ask Jennings about. "Hey, old man, have you ever told me the name of this planet? I honestly can't remember if you did," he asked curiously, somewhat amazed he didn't already know. The Archmage, now having multiplied the number of holograms he was dealing with, turned around to look at Nero with confusion. "What do you mean by name? Why would we name the planet?" Nero's mouth gaped, successfully expressing his confusion. "Well, why wouldn't you? You named the kingdom, the continent you live on. It only seems natural to name the planet." Archmage Jennings placed his hands on his hips and looked up at the ceiling, seemingly deep in thought. "It's sometimes hard to imagine how you see the world around you. You really do have an odd and interesting perspective. Perhaps some context would help." Waving his hand, Jennings moved all the holograms off to the side of the room, stacking them neatly in rows to preserve what he'd written. In their place, he conjured a new hologram, one Nero had seen before, a slowly spinning globe that represented the planet on which he now lived. "This is our planet. We don't necessarily have a name for it, as we aren't all that interested in it. Travel to other areas is difficult, and our concerns limit us to the immediate areas around us. We refer to our place in the universe as the material plane. Alongside us, at various other spiritual frequencies, are the other planes of existence. In many ways, it's easier to travel to the other planes than it is to travel to the other continents or surrounding planets in our solar system," he lectured matter-of-factly. Looking Nero in the eye, he made it clear how serious he was when said, "What you need to concern yourself with is the planes corresponding to our little slice of the material plane." With another wave of his hand, Jennings conjured a pillar of stratified light right next to the globe. From the glaring bright white at the top, the pillar slowly transitioned through gold, green, and brown, until finally ending in a deep and angry red. Highlighting a thin section of green, Jennings said, "This is a rough representation of the upper to lower planes. See this region here? This represents all the material planes that are capable of stabilizing essence enough to create matter. Each one has a world of its own, and that world exists in the same time and space as the own we are currently living on. Now, when there are so many planes so close to us, why would we concern ourselves with naming the planet?" Nero sat up in interest, trying to wrap his head around this new information. "So what you're saying is, there are a ton of alternate dimensions that are easier to explore than the world around us? That seems unlikely." Raising an eyebrow imperiously at Nero, Jennings replied, "Oh, really? Have you not realized that the kobolds currently invading come from one of these other material planes? Well,
technically one from the elemental sections of the planar map, but nonetheless my point stands. Pointing harshly at the section of the pillar which was still highlighted, Jennings said, "Within this narrow band of reality, there are an infinite number of planes that are filled with dangers. Every time an essence disturbance materializes, a connection to another plane is made. Dungeons and rifts are commonplace, and not all of them lead to fully realized material planes. There are demi-planes, isolated pockets of temporary reality, and even hidden sanctuaries filled with ruins that are constantly popping up all over the kingdom."
It takes every bit of humanity's attention to keep them from overtaking us. As a citizen of Oglavark, not to mention a member of the human race, you have a responsibility to help us fight for our place in this universe. This is not a reality that is kind to the weak. Nero stared at the ominously glowing pillar in thought. He'd known about the dangers and read about the various threats that could come knocking, but he hadn't truly understood it until now. Those kobold sons of bitches really did come here to expand their plane, he said to himself. Looking up at the Archmage from his cushy position on the oversized chair, he said, "I get it. You don't have to worry that I'll fuck off and go exploring. There is plenty of adventure to be had right here." Stealing one of his favorite quotes, he added, "Besides, all my stuff is here. I won't let anyone mess with Dorchester." Frowning at Nero, Jennings replied, "Not to mention your house and the nearly 150 people who have left their lives behind to follow you." Nero's grin faded a little before he shrugged and said, "Yeah, of course. Them too." Chapter 221. Self-Deception as a Coping Mechanism. After having a rather interesting discussion with Academian Quincy concerning Nero's background and its likely effect on his personality, Nick retired to his room to check in with Vera. Leaning back into his chair, he reached out to Dorchester through his communication orb and waited patiently for his wife to use her twinned communication orb to accept the connection. When he finally felt the connection activate, he let himself get lost momentarily in the familiar feelings of his love's presence. "Hello, my dear. How did your conversation with Ms. Averett go?" he asked with a smile. He could feel Vera mentally sighing as she replied, "Everything has been arranged for your return. That woman is both frightfully capable and utterly irrational. If it weren't for young Nero's surprisingly strong economic position, she'd be ruining him." Nick had expected some conflict between the two women as to who was actually in control of House Walker, but he hadn't thought Ms. Averett was the type of person who would be considered wasteful. "Oh? What did she do?" Vera replied, "Technically nothing yet, but from what I can tell, she's planning on expanding Nero's house further by capitalizing on his recent notoriety." Even more confused, he asked hesitantly, "What notoriety?" Over the connection, Nick could feel Vera's irritation quite clearly. "I think it was the Blackwoods that started it, but with how the council is acting, I can't be entirely sure." Sitting up in his seat, Nick panicked for a moment at what the Blackwoods' involvement could mean. His tone cold as ice, he asked, "What did they do?" Obviously intending to calm him down, her voice became soothing and eerily calm as she began explaining. "I'm sure you remember, Nero has been a topic of conversation for some time. Between his part in the Noble War, his eye-catching appearance in the arena, and his not-so-secret conflict with the nobles, many people have been following his story. I think we were just beginning to see the nobles' response to his growing popularity, with the recent opinions being distributed through the Thought Hub. Many prominent figures have begun openly questioning whether or not Nero is as impressive as some of the stories people are hearing make him sound. Whoever is behind it was careful enough to begin slowly shifting public opinion rather than outright confronting it. It was very well done, and if they had more time, their plan probably would have worked. To be honest, I only really noticed the pattern when that researcher, Madeline York, began voicing concerns about House Walker's exploitation of density shift. Other respected city leaders publicly responded, either partially agreeing with her or reframing the issue while taking Nero's exploitation of Dorchester's plight as a given. Taken together, it was clear that a subtle campaign to discredit the usage of our trading houses had begun. I didn't even oppose it at first, as it worked to advertise our new enterprise. But looking at it now, in the long run, I fear it could have done a great deal of harm to House Walker's name. In the coming months, when our competitors opened their own trading houses, people looking for an alternative would jump at the opportunity to boycott us. However, I no longer see that happening, since this morning the Thought Hub was overrun by memory engrams from returning soldiers who made a point of highlighting Nero's contributions, she said in amusement. Baffled, he asked, "Okay, but what does any of that have to do with Kathleen? And how can you be sure it was the Blackwoods behind it? The Yorks and the Blackwoods aren't in any alliance that I've ever heard about. In fact, if I remember correctly, Lord York and Lord Blackwood used to hate each other. I would have thought Lord York would be grateful to House Walker for exposing his actions, leading to both his disgrace and execution." Vera's reply was swift and sharp. "There isn't a noble in Dorchester who doesn't fear House Walker's rise. Even after being raised to a unique, he's made it clear he'll be leaving a presence in this city through House Verena. You should consider what will happen to us after Nero moves on to another city." Nick had to admit that she had a point. It only made sense that the nobles would already be preparing to counter Nero's influence. Planning for the future was just good sense. A long-term public relations campaign against House Walker's interests should have been something he'd expected. Vera continued, "Regardless, Kathleen had already anticipated the nobles spreading word about Nero's war crimes and had one of the WAC's new members create an informative memory engram that she intended to have me distribute in order to counter their claims. When I told her about what was going on across the Thought Hub, she had me distribute it immediately. She also requested Nero's estate to be restaffed and supplies arranged for her growing forces. I've also sent out 2 wagon loads of armor, gear, and weapons, which should be reaching you by tonight. The Army's engineers have already built a connecting road through the mountains to your position, and I hear they are preparing an assault force to head into the mountain after the kobolds." Sounding annoyed, he replied, "And that's enough to affect House Walker's finances?" Vera replied, "Not at all." However, once I distributed the informational memory engram she'd asked me to, the Thought Hub began receiving more and more testimonials from returning soldiers who had personally witnessed Nero's heroics. In less than a day, everyone in Dorchester has been talking about it. The religious quarter has become even more vocal, declaring that this is proof of their claims of his divine purpose. I've been flooded with requests to join him in his noble crusade. When I told Kathleen about it, she began talking about expanding Nero's mercenary company into a hunting division under the personal control of Nero. She's having me recruit and outfit teams to go out into the wilds and establish House Walker's presence. We've run the numbers, and if we don't screw up, House Walker will be raking in the profits from the essence crystals we'll be receiving. Paling at the idea of even more warriors being infected with Nero's idiocy, he asked, "How many more people is she expecting?" Vera replied in amusement, "It's been less than 12 hours since we started, and I've already signed 3 respected teams totaling 19 people. Her requirement that they agree to follow Nero into whatever danger he decides to get mixed up in didn't put them off at all. In fact, they seemed quite excited about it. From the initial responses I've been getting, you can expect that there will be quite a few more like-minded people joining the Walker Adventuring Company in the future." Nick replied with a sigh, "Wonderful. Just what we need. More wackos." By the time Archmage Jennings returned Nero to House Walker's tent, it was already well past sundown. Still processing everything they'd talked about, Nero walked through the tent flaps with a frown on his face. The common room was filled to the brim with wackos, drinking and laughing. The festive atmosphere immediately assaulted his senses with the contrast to how he was currently feeling. Noticing a slight incongruity in the ether on his left, Nero turned to see Kathleen approaching him at a brisk walk. Focusing his essence field around her, he could tell that her presence was slightly masking itself among the various essence fields of the people around her. Had he not already been familiar with the technique, he would have easily missed her. She is disgustingly good at hiding in plain sight, he thought to himself in wonder. When she stopped hiding herself, the transition was so quick he almost missed it. Appearing fully in the room, she asked, "Are you all right, little lord?" Smiling fondly at the familiar term, he replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Gesturing off to an area away from everyone, he led her away while quietly asking, "Jennings said that he told you where I was." While slowly nodding, Kathleen's face remained expressionless. "Yes, I handled everything in your absence. You have nothing to catch up on. What I'm more concerned about is what you discussed with the Archmage," she asked, her voice laced with quiet intensity. Smiling weakly, he replied, "Nothing sinister, I don't think. We just talked about the game and my place in the world." Replying with some steel in her voice, she said, "Your place is with us. You don't have to give up your plans to adhere to his wishes. As a unique, even he does not have the right to influence your decisions." Shaking his head at the care she was showing him, he said, "No, he wasn't trying to convince me of anything, or at least I think he wasn't. You have to understand, up until recently, I've been just going with the flow. Aside from the few times where I stuck my nose in where it didn't belong, I've mostly been just reacting to things as they come. But now, having had to come to terms with the fact that I'm a player, along with all of the crap that I've somehow gotten myself into, it's all just a little much to take in." Slightly frowning in confusion, she said, "Everyone is a player in their own game. That's what being awakened means. When you are a child, your caretakers are there to protect you. But when you become an adult, you awaken your power and are forced to confront the obstacles the world puts in your path on your own. While it is a heavy responsibility, it is one we must all carry." His shoulders drooped as he sighed in exasperation at her monologue. She really can't help but talk like a wizened mentor guiding him toward his destiny through metaphor and spiritualism. What's worse, Nero now knew enough about the world to know for a fact that she was actually being literal. Crazily, translation magic had no problem equating what he meant by player to how she was using it. This was a world where touchy-feely crap blurred its lines with games and fantasy in a mishmash of real-world responsibilities and accountability. To Nero, it was like finding out all the little ways in which winning the lottery ruined your life. Taxes, meetings with accountants, familial requests, false friends coming out of the woodwork, days and days of endless work managing the new fortune. Being confronted with the reality of the consequences ended up souring the fantasy. Here he was, in an actual fantasy world, with freaking magic, no less, and he was being corrupted into becoming an emotional little twat concerned with keeping his people alive and confronting terrors in defense of all of humanity. A fate he'd always sworn to himself that he would avoid if he was ever lucky enough to find himself in this situation. This all reminded him of when he'd been forced to learn what insurance premiums meant, when he'd had to pick out his healthcare provider after having made manager. The feeling of being dragged, kicking and screaming into adulthood had nearly driven him to alcoholism. If it hadn't been for his girlfriend at the time, he'd probably have run off to Hawaii and taken a job at a surf shop or something. Now, once again, circumstance was forcing him to adult, which was actually his least favorite verb after retching and excreting. Looking resigned to his fate, he reached out and gently patted Kathleen on her arm, silently assuring her that he was fine. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm just going to keep focusing on my shit and let the rest of it fall wherever it wants, he said firmly before changing the subject. Now, I heard from Jennings that you've organized House Walker or something? When will we be rejoining the fight with the kobolds? Easily slipping into her command voice, she replied, We're just waiting on the wagons Lady Verena sent with our supplies. Tomorrow morning, we'll be presenting you with options as to how you want us to proceed. Surprised to hear that Kathleen had been communicating with Vera, he asked, How about giving me a preview? What are you and everyone else thinking? Crossing her arms and adopting the warrior look Nero had become used to seeing, she replied, 3 options, my lord. 1. We stay here and follow the secondary army into the tunnel the kobolds have provided us. The army intends to press into the mountain on 2 fronts, and we have the option of choosing which front we'll be joining. 2. We return to Dorchester and collect those recruits who are there waiting for us, before heading to the mountain gate and joining the forces there. Finally, we can split our forces, sending our troops to wherever you'd like, while you go to the Mage Tower and use your abilities to aid the campaign there. In that case, I'll be leading House Walker's forces into the field. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Nero found himself focusing on one particular sentence she'd quickly glossed over. Wait, we have more troops waiting for us in Dorchester? Has Vera been recruiting? Shrugging away the question, Kathleen replied, Don't worry about it. It's being handled. You just need to decide where House Walker will be going. Personally, while I'd like to see your continued involvement in the upcoming battles, tactically it would make more sense to make use of your ability to pierce the kobolds' illusions through the Mage Tower. Intelligence is currently the weakest aspect of Dorchester's preparations for the assault. Your aid would no doubt be of great help to all of us. Rubbing his hands across his face, he felt like screaming. He really didn't want to spend his days locked in a room scrying stuff. Despite how interesting the magic tower probably was, he was sure doing monitor duty would be utterly boring. Everyone else would be out having fun, fighting and getting into trouble, and he'd be stuck watching their adventures. He'd always been more of an RPG fan than an RTS enthusiast. He enjoyed being part of the action, not coordinating it. Changing the subject once again, he asked, Any word from the evaluators and that Grandmaster guy? How's the thing with the council going? Keeping her expression blank, she replied evenly, It's being handled. You don't have to worry about it. I'm told you'll be receiving a briefing about it tomorrow at the meeting. Staring at her, he waited patiently for her to say more. When a few seconds passed and he realized that what little she'd said was all he was going to get, he sighed and said, Okay, that's fine, I guess. Look, I really need a break, so I'm just going to go to my room and call it an early night. In the morning, I'll let you know what I decide. Fair warning, I'll probably just end up going along with whatever you guys decide. More than done with the conversation, Nero embraced the culture's weirdness and walked off without another word. Aside from a few polite head nods he'd been forced by circumstance to give out, he made his way through the common room without any issues. Finally stepping into his little room, he closed his eyes and enjoyed a moment of utter silence. His mind was awash with concerns about what he was going to do, how he was going to pay for his soldiers, the responsibility of the life oaths he was taking on, and how his dream of being a reality-altering mage with a mobile tower fit into all that. When he'd first showed up here, everything had been so simple. How had it all gotten so complicated? Stripping off his clothes, he collapsed onto his cot and looked up at the ceiling with dead eyes. He wasn't just a guy in a fantasy world goofing off anymore. Now he was a noble at odds with other nobles, currently under watch by the big bad powers that be from the capital, and now, apparently, the hope of Dorchester. Snorting in amusement at the idea of people actually having decided to follow him anywhere,
He closed his eyes and sank into his inner world. Like always, he found himself on his path, the woods stretching out around him like a comforting blanket of possibilities.
Overhead, the sun still shone alongside the puffy white clouds. Under his feet, the familiar stone path stretched out before him, the shadows from the trees around him dancing merrily due to the gentle breeze. However, despite how pretty everything looked, something wasn't right. Instead of seeing his experiences floating around, waiting for him to incorporate them into his identity, all he saw were wisps of memory already fading out of existence. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. "Where the hell is all my damned experience?" he thought to himself angrily. Mentally lashing out, he gripped one of the wisps and tried to pull it toward him. Instead of coming along easily, he felt the memory slip through his grasp, vanishing into the air like smoke. Well, this isn't good," he muttered. Looking around for a hint of what had changed, his attention was caught by the path in front of him. While usually it looked like it stretched all the way into the mountains in the distance, it now inexplicably veered off course. It was a slight curve that resulted in the path disappearing around a few trees. Although it could very well still be heading toward the mountains, he could no longer see it. Face-palming, he groaned in annoyance at the utterly on-the-nose metaphor for having lost his path. "Sometimes I really hate this world," he thought to himself. Not having any other ideas, he checked his identity panel and wasn't surprised to see his experience level exactly where it was the last time he'd looked. It would seem that his rapid progress had suddenly come to a pathetically depressing full stop. Tipping his head back and closing his eyes, he whined to the sky. "All right, I get it. I've lost my way. So, do I need a shrink or a mind healer or something?" Even though he hadn't exactly expected a response, the silence he received as an answer still pissed him off. Having no better ideas, he angrily sat himself down on the ground and stared hatefully at the trees in the distance. "Okay, I can figure this out. Everything is a metaphor here. I've lost my path, so I have to find it again. Paths are personal, so it's probably some stay true to yourself nonsense, or maybe an embrace your destiny kind of a thing. Either way, I need to have some kind of personal revelation that will put me back on my path. Sounds doable? How hard could it be?" he thought to himself. It turned out to be very hard, as he ended up staring blankly at the trees for what felt like hours, without anything to show for it. He'd wasted more than a little time trying to mentally review his life, treating his personal history as some kind of story, and writing a character description for himself. Nero Walker is an average guy with unrealized but limitless potential. With a cheery and good-natured personality, he lived a wonderful life, full of friends and love. Unfortunately, always feeling like he'd been missing something. When he tragically died before his time, he found himself on his own, in the void between worlds, lost and alone. Through luck or destiny, he was able to find himself a new world to call home. It had magic and wonder, along with the promise of adventure that he'd always longed for. Like a duck in water, he'd finally found his place in the universe. Quickly making friends, he rose up through the ranks of citizenry until he became a lord with a house of his own. Loved and respected by those who've chosen to follow him, he valiantly confronts the dangers of the world and protects those he's come to care for. When that didn't work, he moved on to his next idea: begging for help. Returning to the world, he opened his eyes and sat up with a scowl on his face. Looking up randomly into the air, he said, "Hey, Jennings, if you happen to be paying attention, I could use a professional consult. Something is wrong with my noggin, and I'm 90% sure it's your fault. So get your ass over here and fix me. Chapter 222. I've got something to say. Had it been anyone else demanding his presence, they would feel honored that it took him less than 5 minutes to arrive. But for Nero, apparently, that 5 minutes was more than enough for his insecurities to overwhelm him, sending him into a panic-filled tantrum. From the moment he'd arrived, Jennings hadn't had a chance to say a word. Instead, Nero had quite thoroughly filled the room with his ranting and raving, all the while pacing back and forth and waving his arms around like a conspiracy theorist, proclaiming the true and suppressed history of the pyramids. Yet, being old as hell and well beyond Nero's capability to handle, Jennings merely took a seat on the room's solitary chair and listened patiently to what Nero had to say. Surprisingly, much of what he was hearing was actually rather interesting. He hadn't realized the detail and realism of Nero's soulscape. While everyone at some point developed a mental representation of their path, he'd never heard of one so all-encompassing and thorough. With such a strong representation of his path, Nero would likely be able to troubleshoot his leveling process rather easily as he continues to progress. To Jennings, it sounded like it was worthy of being labeled an ability all on its own. That wasn't to say he wasn't concerned about what Nero was saying. He knew many people who fell off their path and were never able to recover. Keeping true to a path wasn't a simple matter. It took effort, reflection, and hard work. Everyone had at some point felt their path slowing down at some point. However, what Nero was describing sounded more like a block, and that was more than a little worrying. Leveling blocks were usually a result of a person having done something they couldn't forgive. It was a deeply personal issue that would likely require years of attention from a mind healer. He was quite familiar with the phenomenon and had seen many examples of leveling blocks over his many years at the Tower of Magic. Parents accidentally causing the death of their children. Supervisors giving into greed and allowing outside interests to overshadow their duty. Researchers who, through their ignorance, unleashed unintentional horrors into the world. Even something as simple as losing an arena challenge to a political enemy that they didn't expect to was sometimes enough for someone's path to falter. And that's the real problem. This world is so hung up on everything being a metaphor that things stop meaning the thing they were meant to. Do you get what I'm saying?
Like, seriously. The world is made up of essence, but essence can't make anything permanent unless a person's belief is strong enough for some shit. Come on, how in the hell does that make any sense? Nero shouted madly, while shaking an accusing finger into Jennings' face. Throwing up his hands, Nero began pacing around again while continuing his rant. A whole world where leveling isn't based on killing things, but on how well you know yourself or some bullshit. I know myself fine, damn it. I'm awesome, you hear me? There is no reason that I should have lost my path or whatever other ridiculous term you're thinking about in that old-ass head of yours. Pausing in place for a moment, Nero seemed to think of something before turning back toward Jennings and shouting, "You know what really pisses me off? It's the way everything here sounds like nonsense while actually meaning something."
Kathleen is constantly saying shit that sounds like it came from the type of book people read while taking a dump. And I'm supposed to somehow take it literally? Seriously, man, this world is not the fantasy world I was promised. If there is some kind of overseer or admin, I'd like to file my complaint now. Jennings had to stifle a chuckle at that one. The thought of Nero confronting the great dragon who controls this region and shaking his fist at her in outrage was almost worth arranging just so he could be there to watch. Shoulders slumping in defeat, Nero's voice lowered to normal, by contrast almost sounding like a whisper. Honestly, Jennings, my man, I've been white-knuckling it for a while.
Every time I think I've finally figured this place out, another aspect of life here that I knew nothing about shows up and ruins everything. I just wanted to learn magic. You know, fight some monster and see some crazy shit.
I'm not cut out for all this responsibility. Jennings sighed. Perhaps he shouldn't be too surprised by the young man's apparent breakdown. The world he's found himself in is probably drastically different than what he was used to. The fact that he's adapted as quickly as he has is impressive enough to have possibly blinded those around him to his struggles. Perhaps I've been a little too hard on him. It would be a waste to squander his potential before I get to study it, he thought to himself. Collapsing onto the cot, Nero stared up at the ceiling and asked Jennings, who was currently occupying the room's only chair. So, thoughts, opinions, impressions. Let me have it. I'm sure you've got theories and crap about what is wrong with me, so let's hear them. Nero had run out of things to complain about and was perfectly happy waiting for Jennings to subtly call him an idiot by lecturing him about how the world actually worked, and specifically, what he had missed. Compared to the cacophony that had been filling the room due to Nero's rant, the current silent atmosphere felt heavier than usual for both of them. His tone almost apologetic, Jennings began, "Young Nero, you may not believe it, but I understand what you're going through. When I was a much younger mage myself, I'd had to deal with the same kind of feelings. Finding one's path is difficult, but staying on it, that's the true challenge. You should be proud of how far you've come, and trust that in time, you will go even further. Despite this small setback, you will no doubt become the man everyone is expecting you to be." Propping himself up onto his elbows so he could lock eyes with Jennings while still lying down, Nero glared at the man with an expression on his face that demonstrated his feelings quite clearly. Fury, hatred, annoyance. These simple terms weren't enough to encapsulate the all-consuming rage he was currently feeling at the world, and at Jennings, who was currently serving as its representative. Seriously. More self-help bullshit wrapped up in a nice fatherly advice package and delivered with a you-can-do-it bow. I'm about this close to taking a flamethrower to this whole country before taking my chances with the upper realms as a soul ball again, he thought to himself harshly. Wisely keeping his mouth shut, Nero dropped back onto the bed and resumed staring at the ceiling. Meanwhile, Jennings continued to spout platitudes about how hard work and perseverance were all that was required to overcome what Nero was dealing with. Rather than helping Nero with the real, actual problem of having his experience not registering within his soul space, the pain-in-the-ass archmage continued on about feelings and responsibility, confronting what he finds uncomfortable and being true to himself. Stifling a groan of annoyance, Nero half listened to the man, hoping that at some point the man would start addressing the reality of the situation and stop offering platitudes. Unfortunately, it seemed he wouldn't get that lucky, as Jennings' talk therapy, or whatever it was called, went on for quite some time. Finally, having enough of it, Nero sat up and interrupted him. "Do you even understand what it is I'm worried about?" Nero asked harshly. Jennings' expression was basically the same one Nero had seen on his high school guidance counselor's face, as she recommended he work hard at community college before earning his bright future at some point down the road. "Of course I do, Nero. You just need to give yourself time. Have faith in yourself. You'll find your path again," he said cheerily. Losing it, Nero shouted, "I don't care about any of that! I never have! I just want to level." Can't you understand the concept of being pissed at the fact that in order to move forward, I have to constantly work on myself? I'm a doer, not a thinker. The only thinking I want to do is about magic, and even that requires philosophy here. I feel like I'm getting bogged down in so much touchy-feely crap that I'm losing myself. Don't you get it? This is not me.
I'm just not cut out for the emo life. I don't belong here." Jennings sat in silence, rubbing his chin in thought while he looked over at Nero with patience and understanding. Having heard himself, Nero sat in stunned silence for a few seconds before incomprehensibly bursting into laughter. "Not an emo. Hypocritical much," he thought to himself sarcastically. Hopping to his feet, he firmed his will and straightened his shoulders. "It's time I stop letting this bullshit get to me. I decide what I'm going to do, nobody else. No more Mr. Hero guy. It's laying down the law time," he said to himself firmly. Turning his head to glance over at Jennings, he said, "All right, I get it. Be true to myself and all that. Thanks for trying to help, I appreciate it. I know what to do now." Stunned at Nero's rapid mood shift, Jennings looked up at the young man from his chair, not knowing what to say. Practically stuttering, he said, "Very well, but if you need anything in the future, I and many others are here for you. We all believe in you, and will happily help you however we can." Snorting in amusement, Nero replied, "Right, just not with any advanced magic that I'm not ready for, and only when it won't affect my path." Stepping forward, Nero patted Jennings on the shoulder gently, as if he were placating a small child while saying, "You people can be kind of adorable, you know that? But seriously, thanks for coming when I called. You're all right, man. Now go get some sleep, or whatever arc-magi things you need to do. I got some people to set straight." Walking out of the room, Nero left Jennings sitting there in silence. The old mage was both happy that Nero seemed to be his old self again, while also wondering what the young man had been talking about. Weakly muttering, "Adorable." He remained in the room for quite some time, lost in his thoughts, before finally teleporting back to his office. Nero, on the other hand, was a man on a mission. He stalked through the tense hallways toward the common room, intent on getting his life back under control. When he arrived at his destination, he immediately spread out his senses to find Kathleen. Ignoring everyone who tried to catch his attention, he slipped through the crowd and walked up to the table she was currently holding court at. All the big names were there. There was that assassin guy who had proclaimed his undying loyalty. Angleton, who even now looked at him like a football coach staring at his star player. Two of the evaluators, that Idrius chick and Academian Quincy, both still wearing their dumbass light hats. That woman, Keening something, who was in charge of the wackos. Nick, who was the only one who actually looked happy to see him, and finally, Kathleen, whose face, as usual, looked like it was carved from marble. With his newfound skill at seeing what others missed, he even noticed Rose standing back against the wall, listening in on the conversation while everyone ignored her. Once a spy, always a spy, he thought to himself humorously. Seeing that everyone was already staring at him, he didn't bother to wait for their greetings. "Okay, so I'm going to make an announcement. I have no idea how this is going to go down, so I'm apologizing up front if this somehow screws up any of the hard work you've been doing," he said firmly, before turning around and walking off toward the side of the room where his house's stupid flags were hanging on the walls. After eyeballing the space between the flags, he figured he was close enough to the middle for government work, and cast the pillar spell he'd practically mastered. As the ground beneath him rose up, he looked over the large room, guessing that probably half of his current forces were here at the moment. Well, maybe half. Who knows how many idiots have signed up to follow me at this point, he thought to himself wryly. Now, standing well above everyone, he cupped his hands and shouted, "Hey, attention everyone! I'm sorry to interrupt your night, but I've got a few things to say." The room quieted down quickly as everyone turned to stare at him. While expressions varied, Nero could tell that, on the whole, they were looking at him like he was a televangelist broadcasting his message across the great state of Alabama. Shaking his head in amusement at the situation he found himself in, he thought to himself, "Yeah,
This has to stop. This has to stop, like, right now. Projecting his voice as best he could, he began, I know many of you have joined up based on some kind of belief that I am some kind of hero or something. Whether it's because I healed you or you think I saved you, I'm sure you've all got some image of what I represent in your head. I get it, I do. But I'm here to tell you right now that you're wrong. I'm not saying you've been deceived or lied to or anything, but I think you are just projecting. Seeing looks of confusion spreading throughout the room, he tried to explain. What I mean to say is that what you think about me is entirely based on what you hope I am. Trying to choose his words carefully so that he could get his point across the way he wanted to, he rubbed the back of his neck and sighed before continuing. Look, I've read a lot of your stories from the letters you sent. You all have histories that have shaped who you are, just like me.
Whether you were a criminal or a soldier, a caravan guard or a housewife, you were looking for a change. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't have signed up to be a wacko. That isn't any of my business. Firming his shoulders, he took a deep breath and decided to finally get to his point. What I am saying is that you deserve to know what you're getting into. I'm not a nice guy. I don't particularly care about what kind of crappy life you've led. In my opinion, everyone's life pretty much sucks. And then you die. Along the way, hopefully, you have some good times and find a few friends to make the experience suck a little less. I'm no different than the rest of you. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just trying to get through the day without feeling like an idiot like everyone else. I didn't save anyone due to some grand calling or moral principle. Basically, I healed a bunch of people because I wanted to practice healing and couldn't figure out how to help out with the shield. That whole thing with the ambush where I led the charge to save everyone, I barely thought about anything other than the fact that it was a shitty plan that I didn't agree with. Hell, even the thing with the siege worm started off because I thought whoever was in charge over there was being a fucking moron. I didn't necessarily think about saving anybody. I just had an idea and went with it. Granted, things got a little out of hand there at the end, but that just goes to show you the point I'm trying to make. I'm telling you all right now, stop believing in whatever idea you have of who I am, because you're wrong. I'm no leader. Hell, I'm not even a good follower. You people keep talking about paths and crap, and regardless of how much I hate it, I'm starting to see that I can't avoid dealing with it. When it wasn't affecting me, I was perfectly fine letting you all think whatever you wanted to about me. While I didn't necessarily enjoy it, at the time I didn't see the harm in it. But now, it's starting to mess with my head. So, let me set the record straight. You can join House Walker if you want. You can follow me into whatever danger I end up in. I'm not going to stop you. However, you need to know that I'm not going to be running anything. That's all Kathleen and the others. They'll be in charge of all that stuff. I'm, at best, a figurehead. To be honest, even that amount of responsibility is something I'm probably going to do my best to ignore. I didn't come to this world at the behest of some deity looking to help you all out. I'm not interested in confronting the system and freeing you from the classist chains you're all toiling under. I'm not a noble crusader who's interested in politics and helping the people. And I'm certainly not some asshole who's going to sit on some chair and tell you how to live your life. I'm just not the kind of person who is capable of caring that much about anyone other than myself. I know who I am, and I'm not going to pretend anymore. This world apparently won't let me. So, I'll try to be very, very clear. I'm interested in one thing, and one thing only. I want the freedom to do whatever the hell I want. To that end, I'm interested in magic and money. The two things that will allow me to see the world and enjoy myself without worries. This is a world of magic and wonder, An actual fantasy world that has monsters and dungeons, and I'm planning to see it all. Holding his arms out wide, he smiled like a madman and shouted, "I'm going to seek out new life and new civilizations, boldly going wherever the hell I want, feeling the wind in my hair and the blood pumping in my chest as I kill exotic monsters that I've only ever heard of. Along the way, I'm probably going to hook up with numerous barmaids and farm girls, likely lying my ass off and running away from commitment while doing it. No duty and honor is going to put me in a box and put a label on me. And I'm warning you right now, you can bet your cartoonishly sweet asses that I'm going to piss some people off along the way. That's just who I am. I aim to be an adventurer. Nothing more, nothing less. One day, when I'm old and gray, I'm going to be sitting comfortably in my magic tower, drinking booze and telling stories about what I killed where and which assholes I pissed off while doing it. Maybe I'll get lucky and have a harem of big-titty elves and some brats. Or maybe I'll marry a damned dragon. Who knows? I sure as hell don't expect to be planning all that far ahead while I'm out there living my life to the fullest. But one thing is for sure. I'm sure as shit not going to be anybody's damned hero. Finishing his speech, Nero lowered his hands to his side and waited for the expected fallout. He could feel the silence in the room, and it was heavy enough to squash a professional wrestler. Inside his center, he could practically sense the heavy blockages on his soul slowly fading away. It was as if all the tension he'd been carrying was being left behind. Standing there on his pillar, finally having freed himself from the burden of having to be someone he's not, he closed his eyes and tilted his chin up to the ceiling, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Unfortunately, his happiness didn't last long, as the room practically erupted in applause. Opening his eyes, he stared out across the common room in confusion. Throughout the tent, he saw people smiling crazily as they whooped and cheered. Some damned idiots were even crying as if they were overcome with emotion. It was like he'd just given his acceptance speech for a Lifetime Achievement Award or something. Well, okay then. Honestly, what the fuck is wrong with these people? He wondered to himself in confusion. Chapter 223. But no, please? After the little lord's impromptu declaration of intent, he vanished like a father having smelled shit in his child's nappy, leaving her to clean up the mess. And what a mess it was. The followers of House Walker who were present when Lord Walker addressed the common room had needed to be forcibly broken up and given busy work to get them to disperse. Some had been assigned to deal with the arriving supplies from Lady Verena. Others had been sent out to relieve the perimeter guards. Most of those who were left hadn't had a chance to rest and had needed to be ordered to bed like unruly children. After finally getting everyone calmed down for the most part, Kathleen reconvened House Walker's current leadership to discuss how the little lord's speech affected their plans. It took some effort, but Kathleen managed to restrain herself from rubbing her temples in irritation at how she was feeling. This particular state of mind had become all too familiar to her. It was a complicated mixture of pride, envy, respect, and annoyance. By this point, she'd learned to expect the little lord's antics to inspire such emotions. Forcibly keeping her voice calm and controlled, she asked, "So, thoughts?" All around the table, excited faces exchanged meaningful looks. Kathleen could feel their resolute determination feeding off each other's emotions in the ether. As she wasn't even remotely good at emotional sensing, she knew they must all be practically vibrating in their seats for her to be able to notice it. Knight Angleton was the first to respond. His fist clenched tightly on the table, she could see the muscles in his neck visibly trembling. Louder than was needed for everyone to hear him, his voice filled with admiration, he barked, "Such presence! Such honesty! That is what true honor looks like. No games, No politics. Never in my life have I witnessed such humble leadership in practice." Stifling a sigh, Kathleen couldn't even disagree with him.
She herself wasn't unaffected by the little lord's words. When it came down to it, there were only 3 types of leaders. Some gained followers for a goal, either duty or purpose. Then there were those who wanted power for power's sake. And finally, those who gathered a following by setting an example. Each type had their time and place, but it was the last category from which the true legends were born. They were the ones who blazed a path through the world, allowing others to follow in their wake toward greatness. Kathleen watched calmly as the recently assembled council of wackos erupted in conversation. She could hear each of them explaining in detail how their lord's speech affected them and how they had chosen to interpret it. It was almost like they were unable to contain themselves in the face of their excitement. Starting softly, she began to speak. Her voice cut through the chatter like a knife, swiftly silencing everyone at the table. When I was a young warrior, barely older than the little lord is now, I was lucky enough to see a live retelling of the March of Vanifus. At least some of you must know the story. Even here in the South, I'm sure there are those who have heard of it. Academian Quincy appeared out of nowhere, standing behind Scholar Idrius, arms crossed, with a pensive look on his face. His voice firm, he replied, "You are referring to Vanifus's address at Morrowcrag. While I agree there were some similarities, I don't think that's a fair comparison." Almost smirking, Kathleen looked across the table and up at the evaluator, matching stares with him. "Oh, you don't see it?" A young warrior, not wanting to lead, stating unequivocally that no one should follow him into the danger he intends to seek out. The implacable faith that he will succeed, that nothing shall stand in his way. His fervent desire to face his challenges on his own, choosing to be unburdened by the sacrifices of others along the way. Did you not feel the ether quiver in anticipation of his future deeds? Nearly exploding out of his seat, Michael Herring, the former assassin, now fervent wacko, shouted, "The Walker has given us the task of assembling his forces. He marches to battle, and we will be there to support him. I've already sent runners back to Dorchester to share his proclamation with the citizenry. Word will spread, don't you doubt it. There is a true hero among us. One who doesn't fight for wealth or acclaim, vanity or duty. He doesn't want followers fighting and dying for him. His purpose is wholly and completely pure. He fights because that's what he was born to do. The enemies of humanity will quake in fear at his coming. Like the heroes of old, he'll bring ruin to the wilds, leaving civilization in his wake." Like a tsunami of sound, the table erupted in cheers. Aside from a few people who managed to keep their feelings in check, the ether around Kathleen practically hummed with the emotional resonance. Unable to contain her smirk, she thought to herself, "Well, it looks like I've got a lot of work to do. Not that the little shit is going to appreciate it." Nero had quickly retreated from the insanity he'd left in the common room. It had taken some quick thinking to apply that "I'm not worth paying attention to" technique he'd recently learned, and a lot more center than he'd expected to have it actually work. Who would have thought vanishing from sight in front of so many people would be so difficult? He complained to himself. Regardless, he'd managed his escape and was now back in his room, hiding. Seriously, what the hell was that? He asked himself, trying to stop his hands from shaking. He could still feel the wall of sound that had hit him after he'd finished speaking. He'd never in his life seen so many people that keyed up. Even when he'd attended a concert or two, he couldn't remember crowds ever being that out of control. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart, he thought to himself, there weren't even that many people there. This emotional feedback thing is like mob mentality turned up to 11. Walking across the room,
He plopped himself down on his chair and exhaled heavily. Thinking back, he tried to recall exactly what he'd said. He couldn't figure out what they were all so happy about. Hadn't he specifically told them that he wasn't interested in them following him? He knew at one point he'd made it clear that he wasn't going to be in charge of anything. Hadn't he? Muttering softly, he said to himself, "It must be some kind of reverse psychology thing.
If this kind of shit keeps happening, I might be the only politician in history to be elected by campaigning for people not to vote for him." After taking a few minutes to get his thoughts in order, Nero decided that there wasn't any point in worrying about it anymore. No matter what he said, they were going to believe what they wanted, and he adamantly refused to be guilt-tripped into living a life for anyone other than himself. He could still hear the echoes of the Archmage's lecture about his responsibility to the world he'd found himself in. Not to mention Nick and Vera's subtle pushes toward living up to his potential. And the less said about Kathleen's weird hopes and dreams for him turning into some kind of warlord, the better. Visibly shivering at the memory, he forcibly banished the images of former Captain Angleton's respectful stare, along with the former assassin dude's adoration. "Nope. Just nope," he said to himself before stripping off his clothes and collapsing onto his cot.
He'd done his best. If tomorrow they still wanted to prop him up as some kind of figurehead, then so be it. There was no way in hell he was going to lose sleep over it. Besides, he had bigger things to worry about. Sinking into his soul space, he found himself back on his cobblestone path in the forest of his mind. Looking around, he didn't immediately notice anything all that different from before. Well, aside from the fresh memories floating lazily around him. Smiling widely, he reached out and yanked them all toward himself, like a fat guy scooping up the free donuts at the morning meeting. Feeling the emotional memories imprinting themselves onto his soul, he reveled in the experience of having his center reinforced. He barely cared that he wasn't getting all that much out of them due to his not actually studying and trying to learn anything from them.
The fact that they were here, and that his ability to level was working again, was more than enough.
There would be plenty of time for leveling in the future. For now, he was just happy his soul space was back to normal, or whatever passes for normal in this batshit world. After confirming that he'd gained a full experience point, he closed his identity panel and returned to his exhausted body. Despite being at 100%, he still felt like recent events had sufficiently wiped him out. Maybe tomorrow I'll enjoy a sick day. I'm not sure exactly who my boss is going to be, either Kathleen or Vera, probably. But whoever they are, I'm sure they'll get on just fine without me, he thought to himself, as he drifted off to sleep. Unfortunately, his rest did not go uninterrupted, as he spent his entire sleep plagued by visions. However, unlike before, they weren't just dreams of kobolds and their weird lives. He also found himself occasionally catching glimpses of the Archmage, specifically his history.
Nero didn't understand exactly how it was happening, but he was able to see a much younger-looking Jennings joining the Tower of Magic as an apprentice. He was able to witness Jennings's rise through the tower, like a flip book. From the time Jennings had spent in service to various cities, his centuries of service to the former king as a problem solver, the times he had his heart broken and suffered betrayal, all of it played out like a flip book. Although Nero never actually learned anything about the man, he was able to get a sense of who he was as a person and how his life had shaped him. There were never any names spoken or conversations witnessed. Instead, it was a lingering impression left stamped into his brain like a really well-done painting. That wasn't to say that was all he saw. His dreams also showed him the kobolds, but this time it was much different than before. Instead of seeing their civilization, he was able to get a sense of their individual lives. He saw thousands of kobold from their birth to their death, most following basically the same format. They were born in clutches, half-heartedly trained by the upper castes before being sent off as fodder. Their lives were so hazy, so devoid of meaning, that they slipped through Nero's consciousness like whispers. All he was left with was a sense of sadness at such wasted potential. By the time he woke up, he felt both rested and stretched thin. The fuzzy recollections of what he'd witnessed washed over him from the moment he opened his eyes, like waves of stories he'd only half listened to. What the hell was that? He wondered while rubbing his eyes and tiredly throwing his legs off the bed so he could sit up. Frowning in thought, he tried to hold on to what he could, struggling to remember everything that he'd experienced. Like always, the dreams slipped through his mental fingers, leaving only impressions in their place. However, now that he had a better idea of what was happening, Nero was at least able to make some educated guesses as to what was going on. He wasn't sure how, but he just knew that whatever Jennings had done to fix the ether had left something of himself behind for Nero to find. Essence was essentially potential infused with a type, so Jennings' center was the essence of Jennings, and Nero realized that he must have been sleep-delving the Archmage's essence he'd left behind in the ether. Widening his eyes in surprise at a thought he just had, he wondered, if I collected enough Jennings' essence and figured out an appropriate spell, could I summon a Jennings of my own? Could I do it with other people? I could become one of those summoners from that anime with the Grail. That would be freaking badass. Shaking his head at the thought of how far ahead of himself he was getting, he stood up to have a morning wash and get some breakfast. Before long, he was dressed and ready, inconveniently forgetting about what kind of reception he should be expecting at the buffet table. Like an idiot, he strode out of his room and down the hallway, his thoughts firmly on what type of food would likely be available. Not even noticing the people who were pausing in respect at his passing, he thought to himself, eggs, definitely eggs, and some kind of steak. I'm feeling like something heavy, too. Maybe they have a sausage gravy equivalent here. Oh, biscuits and gravy would be fucking awesome right now. Emerging from the hallway, he was halfway toward the buffet table when he sensed everyone staring at him. Slowing to a pause, he looked around to see the entire common room standing at attention at their tables. Nobody's saying a word. Like mannequins, they were all holding fists to their chests and smiling widely at him like fanatics. Oh, right. They're still all crazy, he said to himself. Coughing lightly into his hand to clear his throat, he awkwardly waved his hand and said, "Good morning, wackos. You really don't have to salute me or anything. Like I said last night, I'm not your leader. I'm just here for the coffee and bagels." Suddenly grimacing, he clarified, "Well, not bagels. That was just a... You know what? Never mind. Seriously, go about your business. I'm not even here." Immediately, putting them all out of his mind, he turned back toward the buffet table and got to work. While humming an impromptu breakfast tune that sounded like a pathetically poor rendition of Fall Out Boy's Dance Dance, he filled up a plate before quickly disappearing it into his personal space. Without even missing a beat, he started collecting for plate 2. Behind him, the entire room had returned to their seats, but rather than resume talking with their comrades, they were instead watching him intently. Questions as to why he was taking extra food, and if it was because he was expecting a prolonged time on the front, were asked in whispers. Other hushed voices wondered what song he was humming. A few were even remarking on his attire and what his being out of his armor could mean for them. All the while, Nero went about his hunting and gathering, completely enthralled with his current task. Around the time he was collecting food for plate number 3, Nero felt a connection reaching out to him from Nick. Pausing what he was doing, he looked off in the direction he felt it was coming from and quickly stabilized the link. "What's up, man?" he asked cheerily. Nero could feel Nick's annoyance over the connection. "Stop collecting food and get over here.
Everybody's been waiting for you to wake up. Honestly, how can you sleep so much?" Shrugging, Nero narrowed his eyes, trying to visually locate where his friend was calling from.
Finally seeing him at a table off in the corner with the rest of House Walker's leadership, Nero replied, "Why are they waiting on me? Didn't you all hear my epic speech last night? I'm not in charge of anything. You guys can just tell me where I need to be and I'll be there, ready and willing to get the job done." Nero could practically hear Nick groaning in exhaustion as he replied, "You're still the head of the house. We can't not include you in the deliberations concerning its future. And do you honestly expect me to believe that you'll just go along willingly with whatever they decide for you? What if they decide they want you to sit out the rest of the war and coordinate your forces from your estate?" Paling at the implications of what Nick was saying, Nero suddenly realized he may not have thought his plan through as well as he thought he did. Hurrying over to collect some glasses and a couple of pitchers of coffee and juice, he replied quickly, "Okay, fair point. Perhaps I should be involved in some of the planning. As an advisor. Yeah, an advisor." Nick replied dryly, "Uh-huh. Just finish getting your breakfast and get over here." Like a rubber band breaking, Nick snapped the connection harshly, causing Nero to wince. Thinking as fast as he could, Nero tried to remember the different options Kathleen had mentioned to him the day before. All of them seemed fine to him at the time, so he hadn't thought about what he'd do if his supposed followers went rogue and signed him up for something he didn't want to do. While he didn't want to be in charge, he definitely didn't like the idea of being told what to do. This is how they get you. If you're not the one making calls, then you're the one taking them. I just need to be careful to find the middle ground. I wonder if CEOs have to put up with this shit, he complained to himself, as he slipped through the room balancing his cups over his plate with his chin. When he arrived at the table, everyone was looking at him with varying levels of happiness. Well, aside from Kathleen and Nick, that is. Nick was staring at him blankly, seemingly already tired of dealing with him, while Kathleen's eyes sparkled with a promise of some future payback coming his way in the training yard. "Morning, all. Cooks put out a nice spread, didn't they?" he said with a strained smile while taking the seat to Kathleen's right, which had quite obviously been left open for him. Real subtle, aren't they? He thought to himself. Ignoring him, Kathleen turned toward the rest of the table and continued. "As I was saying, the next few days will be hectic. While Lady Verena assures me that the Walker estate will be ready, she's made it clear that the oath-giving ceremony is going to be much larger than we expected. Several prominent houses have requested to be present, and the city lord herself has made it clear that she intends to attend as well." "I'll be needing you all to—" Nero listened carefully, trying to understand what she was talking about. As far as he knew, they were supposed to be discussing the next steps in the war. What oath-giving ceremony are they talking about? Suddenly thinking of the link in his pocket, which he always forgets to check, he reached out and looked at the pings he'd missed. Just as he thought, the world hadn't been kind enough to stop turning while he'd been busy with other things. He hadn't looked at the damn inbox since yesterday morning, and apparently, a lot has happened since then. Having gotten pretty good at scanning the pings quickly, he saw that many of the wackos he'd sent personalized messages to yesterday had already replied, most of which were basically requests for continued correspondence, and had the distinct feeling of wanting to foster a personal connection with him. Aside from them, there were several forwarded pings from Vera via Kathleen, who was apparently somehow in contact with her. They covered some ceremony that needed to be held immediately at his estate, formally accepting the wackos into his house. Between all the political doublespeak he was seeing, he could read between the lines. House Walker was either in need of publicity or needed to follow some cultural expectation he'd almost fumbled. Regardless, Kathleen and Vera had both already set everything up, and his presence was required back in Dorchester before nightfall to prepare. A little stunned at what he was reading as the pings went on,
he could see the exact progression of how things had gotten so out of control. The first few messages were about holding a basic oath-giving ceremony out in the field for the few wackos he'd already accepted into his house. Then, after more and more people were added, including the former soldiers and criminals, the nobility had gotten involved.
From there, the Grand Master expressed his intention to be there to witness his house's true founding. And now, it was looking like a real party.
Nero had paused his fork halfway to his mouth as he was going over the pings. He couldn't even argue with what he was seeing. It was all right there. There was nothing for him to misunderstand. He had visual proof of how it had happened, and the what and why of what he needed to do. Dropping his fork angrily, he audibly groaned before muttering, "Son of a bitch." Nero's outburst silenced the table, everyone turning to look at him with interest. Feeling a little overwhelmed, Nero sat back into his chair, slumping his shoulders in defeat. All he'd wanted to do was fight some kobolds and try out some magic. Had nobody listened to his perfectly reasonable speech? "So, finally read your pings, have you?" asked Nick happily, his disgustingly obvious amusement with the situation earning him a murderous glare from Nero.
Chapter 224. Intentions Matter. While everyone was taking their seats, Mage Adept Hanna Sovros glanced at the new decorations adorning the walls of their secret meeting place. "Really? We have our own sigils now?" she thought to herself in amusement. What had once been a small, out-of-the-way conference room had now spread across the floor like an ever-hungry beast. 3 other rooms had had their walls removed to create this central meeting chamber. 6 others nearby had been appropriated by the burgeoning secret society for logistics and operational management. Practically an entire quarter floor of the Henning's Tower of Magic had been taken over. The level of development they'd achieved was impressive. Their little society had grown enough to include members in every major guild in Hennings, each becoming a faction that worked together for the betterment of its members. By utilizing their contacts in the Royal Academy and the Hennings Center, they'd officially listed this entire area of the tower as reserved for a special project. No one outside of their authority would even find a record of it even existing. They even had 2 archmages covering for them. Barring the direct intervention of Archmage Jennings or the Council of Mages, no one would ever know they were here. Similar meeting halls had been arranged in the Royal Academy, 4 of 18 Henning centers, and even in the Oglevarkian Command compound. The coordination involved in hiding so many members had grown to the point where each had its own leadership council. She was brought out of her thoughts by the sound of a chime echoing throughout the room. At the head of the table, their leader, Archmage Falker, called the meeting to order. Not being one to waste time with any pageantry, he got to the point immediately. With a deep but calm voice, he began, "Thank you all for coming. We have a great deal to discuss." His rise to power had been quick and without issue. Everyone on their tiny council had agreed that they needed someone to lead them who knew what they were doing. The secret society's beginnings had been, at best, disorganized. Now, with the membership rolls expanding, they were finally getting their act together. It had been Archmage Faulkner who had found them, having already been in contact with several other groups who'd been starting up their own secret societies to follow the teachings of the Walker. He'd been the one who stripped away their pathetic attempts at ceremony and spectacle. All it had taken was the question, "What do you think the Walker would think if he saw you all in your ceremonial robes?" Now, even despite having gotten rid of all the candles and masks, the atmosphere in the room was much more subdued and serious. They were no longer here to play at being a cult. Although they didn't necessarily have a strict set of precepts, they at least had a direction. Looking around the room, she felt a surprising amount of pride at how far she and the other founding members had come. Each of them had progressed more in the past month and a half than they had in the past decade.
in both their level and their careers. With members looking out for each other, helping and supporting one another, they were building something amazing. Archmage Falker's calm but powerful voice echoed throughout the room as he updated the council on how the other factions had reacted to the Walker's proclamation, as it had come to be known. And the Academy has, as they tend to, focused on the historical similarities to other legends in their records. While even they agree that the Walker isn't exactly like anything we've seen before, his words could be interpreted as a call to personal action.
In the same way that Vanifus the Protector, Warren the Unifier, and High Prophet Libonitz inspired their people, the Walker has seen fit to encourage and guide rather than to demand and order, he said, before pausing for a moment to bring out a small book from his robes. Holding it up for the entire table to see, he asked, "Have you all heard about the recent book published by Scholar Templeton?" She looked around the room to see if anyone else was as confused as she was. Luckily, she wasn't the only one with a perplexed expression on their face. Instead of waiting for a response, Archmage Faulkner continued on. As a cultural and historical scholar, Scholar Templeton has taken it upon herself to make a study of the Walker's beliefs. Included are essays and dissertations by several great academics, each focusing on one aspect of the Walker's message.
I believe you should all study it, as Scholar Templeton's conclusion practically predicted the Walker's response to his followers' actions.
Muttered conversations erupted throughout the room as people couldn't help but comment on what they'd just heard. For them, the Walker's proclamation had come as a shock, and to hear that some scholar from the Royal Academy had predicted it was even more so. Continuing on, Archmage Falker's voice overpowered the whispers. That's not to say that everything in this book is to be taken as fact, but I believe it is a good start. Meeting each of their eyes in turn, he said, "While each of us has decided to follow the Walker for our own reasons, we can all agree that it's his passion for advancement and dismissal of traditional thinking that has inspired us. We've come together to follow a legend in the making, hoping to learn from his rise so that we ourselves can reach our potential."
His words, actions, and outlook have given us all much to think about, and hopefully helped clear our own paths so that we may follow him to greatness. While together we've pledged to learn his teachings, sharing what little we've understood, and helping each other where we can, each of us is responsible for our own lives. The Walker himself has made that clear. Seeing nods of agreement around the table, Mage Adept Sovros found herself agreeing as well. When she'd first agreed to join this secret society, she'd only been interested in finding others who felt about the Walker how she did. Yet, now that some time has passed, she'd come to truly believe that the Walker's path through the world would have a great deal to teach her. This little group had become more than just a gathering of supporters. It was now a study group, one which pooled their resources so that they could all benefit from the legend they were watching being born.
So, in light of what we've heard, and with the support of all the other factions, in the hopes of formalizing our purpose, I'd like to announce that this society's name has finally been agreed upon by all the councils. From henceforth, we shall be known as Grinders, the followers of the Walker. For that is what we are. We are not all adventurers, mages, or scholars. We come from all walks of life, each with their own stories to tell. Yet all of us are dedicated to progressing. We're willing to put in the work to see each of our dreams realized. Whether we are a mage who is dedicated to climbing the ranks in the tower, or a warrior seeking to perfect their abilities on the field of battle, each of us will grind ourselves against the world, revealing who we are in the face of adversity, he said firmly. Standing up from his seat, Archmage Faulkner loomed over the table and spoke with passion. The Walker, every day, has shown us the way.
Despite nobles trying to kill him, sycophants trying to tie themselves to him, and schemers trying to guide him, he refuses to be deterred. He follows his own path and asks us to do the same. He does not push others down so that he may rise or care about the failings of the world. He moves ever forward along his path, letting the challenges he faces reveal more of himself as he makes his way through the world. Practically glaring at the room with determination, he finished calmly. So, I ask you, does this council agree to be known as the Hennings Mage Grinders, one of the many factions of the followers of the Walker? Involuntarily standing up in excitement, Mage Adept heard herself shouting in support of the motion before she even knew what was happening. Despite Nero's outburst, the conversation continued on without anyone bothering to ask his opinion. Whether or not it was a coordinated plan, or merely coincidence, nobody seemed willing to treat his participation in the upcoming ceremony as anything other than obligatory. Nero had to reluctantly admit to himself that he might be growing as a person, since if this kind of thing had happened to him when he'd first arrived, he'd probably already be out the door by now. However, after having lived through some battles and having gotten to know these people, he found himself putting up with their bullshit. While half listening to Kathleen arguing with Keening about how many of the common citizenry should be allowed to personally witness the oath-giving ceremony, Nero was focusing on how the real-world responsibilities he'd been ignoring could affect his identity. Leaning back in his chair with a frown on his face, he thought to himself, I guess it's kind of like the Nicolas Cage theory. No matter what movie you find him in, he's always Nick Cage. He's a complicated guy who can be crazy, serious, southern, drunk, or just batshit insane. Yet, no matter what movie he's in, he's always Nick Cage. Even if these people refused to let him be, he just needed to focus on keeping his head right. He just needed to think of this kind of crap like a job, never letting other people's ideas about who he is affect him. They could call him a leader, a humanitarian, a champion of social justice, all they want. He knew who he was. Hearing the conversation interrupted by Knight Angleton, Nero looked across the table to hear what the man had to say. Whether or not the numbers we are expecting actually show up, we need to focus on our next steps in the war. House Walker has accepted a quest, and every day that we dither here like politicians is another day for the kobolds to prepare. While I admit the oath-giving ceremony is important, we should not lose sight of our larger purpose, he said firmly. Nick, the ever-helpful advisor to all, replied, And you think House Walker's purpose is the completion of the quest? Technically, just by successfully beating back this assault, House Walker could call their duty done and request an accounting. Granted, I'm not saying Lord Walker should, but regardless of how you feel about it, he could. Seeing Knight Angleton's clenched jaw, Kathleen spoke up before the man could respond. What House Walker does going forward is not for any of us to decide, unless Lord Walker wishes us to. We follow where our head of house leads. That's the way every force in the kingdom operates, and will not have that up for debate. Hear me when I say, I will not allow us to be led by a council. We can offer suggestions and opinions, but the final say will always remain with our Lord. If you do not like that, then go found your own house and see how many people are willing to follow you. Turning her icy glare onto the knight, she added, You made a very public commitment to House Walker, and I expect you to follow it. Looking around the table, Nero's mind seemed to summarize what a few people were thinking with just a glance. Knight Angleton wanted to focus on the war. That former assassin, Herring, wanted to bring in more people under House Walker's banner. Keening wanted to let the world know how awesome House Walker was. Kathleen was thinking long-term, currently focused on the house's foundation. And Nick, good old Nick, he just cared about formalizing everything in writing and having the details finally sorted out. Coughing lightly into his hand to gather everyone's attention, Nero said, I've come to realize that when I said that I would leave everything up to you guys,
You all interpreted that in very different ways.
Maybe it's due to the weird-ass translation magic or something, but this world seems to reinforce people hearing only what they want to hear. Under his breath, Nero added, "Not that my world was all that different." Leaning forward in his chair, he straightened up in his seat and tried to get back to his point. What I'm trying to say is that you all are thinking about House Walker from the perspective of how you feel about it. Or, more accurately, you think House Walker is all about whatever reason you joined up. But that isn't any way to run a business. And that's what this is. A business. Seeing as several people were looking like they were about to leap out of their chairs to object, he held up his hand and said quickly, "Hold up. Just let me explain for a second." Running a hand through his hair, he said, "I've said it I don't know how many times. I don't want to lead anybody. When I first got raised up as a noble, I accepted it because I was being paid to. And also because I was lied to and told that being a noble would keep me safe. Then I became a unique and found out that I was going to be a house unto myself, carrying it with me wherever I go. So I accepted a few wackos who wanted to come along. I figured I could pay them with whatever I was getting from the investments I was leaving behind here in Dorchester. Then I found out that you all don't have a universal currency, and Nero noticed Nick leaning forward in his seat, eager to contradict what Nero was saying by way of another lecture. Glaring at him, Nero stopped mid-sentence and said, "Not the time, Nick." Like a dog smacked on his nose, Nick leaned back in his chair and sulked. Turning back to the table, Nero continued. "As I was saying, every city has its own interpretation of currency values. So I figured when I eventually left, the wackos and I could make some money doing quests and adventuring. Win-win, right? The locals get their problems stomped, and we get paid to see the world. As a result, I took a quest from the Dorchester Council arseholes, and off to the battle we went." Gesturing over to the former assassin and knight Angleton, Nero went on to say, "Then you guys came along, and joined up, throwing all my brilliantly thought-out plans out the window. Now, here we are, with a growing force of miscreants, all looking for different things. Don't get me wrong. I'm touched. Really, I am. But you all seem to think of me as something I'm not. I'd hoped last night's little speech would have cleared everything up, but I guess I was just being overly optimistic." Taking a moment to sigh heavily in exhaustion, he firmed his shoulders and soldiered on. But that didn't seem to put any of you off following me. So now, here we are. I tasked you all with organizing everything, but I didn't give you any framework. That's on me. Seeing as everyone at the table was laser-focused on what he was saying, Nero stood up from his chair and adopted his manager's voice. "As a house, a force, whatever we are, House Walker will be dedicated to seeking out adventures and getting paid for the privilege of finding them. For now, that will be this fight with the kobolds. From what I've seen, Kathleen has been given overall control of our forces, so she's going to decide where we'll be fighting. As she said, you can offer your suggestions and opinions whenever you want, but the buck stops with her. I get that you all might have your own thoughts about how we should go about our adventuring, but this is how it's going to go. Each of you has the personal responsibility of figuring out how you want to live your lives. Everybody does. I honestly don't get how you can even think of signing over your life to anybody, but that's just me." That said, if you all still intend to go through with this ceremony thing, then I'm not going to stop you. But just know that even if you follow me off into the unknown, you're still going to have to figure out who you are while you do it. I'm not going to tell you what to do, and you will be free to leave at any time.
Nero could practically feel the ether vibrating with how many people were about to object to what he'd just said. Luckily, from his standing position at the table, all it took was a glare to keep them silent. Slowly turning to meet as many of their eyes as he could, he tried to impart how serious he was when he said, "I don't care how you all choose to interpret what being a follower or an adherent means. I'm going to tell you what it means to me. And since it's my name on that big-ass flag hanging on the wall, that's how it's going to be. You want to sign up and join House Walker? Fine. Then you better be damn sure you're ready to go out and face some crazy shit."
We're going to be learning on the fly, facing danger, and seeing things that will curl your toes and make you wince. We're going to train hard, gain experience, and push forward. If there is one thing I've learned since I arrived in this world, it's that no matter how much you all work together for the greater good, your path is your own. As a member of House Walker, we'll look out for each other, but you've got to focus on yourselves a little more than you're probably used to. Think of being a member of the WAC as a job, one you're being paid to do. Who you are is independent of what you do, and what we're going to be doing is adventuring. I can't be any more clear than that. If you want to save people, protect the weak, or gain fame, that's totally fine. If and only if that falls within the boundaries of what we're doing as a house. So, this is your last chance to walk away. If I understand what I'm reading about this ceremony, then once you're in, you're in. We'll be massacring these kobolds and kicking them back to whatever plane they came from before riding off into the sunset like some honest-to-God badass adventurers. Turning to Kathleen, he added, "By the way, we'll be needing horses at some point. Can't ride off into the sunset without horses. So, put that on a list somewhere for when we're done here." Resuming his glare, he continued, "All right, that's about it. I've said my piece and pointed the direction. That's where I'm going, and if you still feel like following me, that's where we're headed. Don't say I didn't warn you." Sitting back down, Nero gestured for Kathleen to continue leading the meeting. Before she could, Knight Angleton asked with a disturbingly calm voice, "So, you don't plan to confront injustice wherever you find it?" Nero rolled his eyes so hard his head tipped up at the ceiling, before meeting the man's glare with one of his own. "Of course I'm not just going to sit by and watch people being assholes without doing anything about it. That's what adventuring is. The point I'm trying to make is that if we're on a road and we come across a bandit attack, I want you to understand the why behind our boot-stomping the bastards. We will kill them all, loot them all, track them back to their hideout, and then pillage the damn place down to the studs. We're not moronic heroes heading to our deaths for some ill-defined greater purpose. If I have anything to say about it, and I do, because once again my name is on the damn flag, House Walker will be about surviving to stick our noses into what we shouldn't, and getting ourselves paid along the way." Staring deeply at the knight, he said, "Heroes die for their glorious purpose. We sure as hell will not." Turning to Kathleen, he added, "Warriors seek out fights for the sake of fighting. We're not going to be doing that either." To Keening, he said, "We're not going to be glory hounds, wasting our lives basking in the attention only to find ourselves crippled by our success." To the former assassin, whose devoted expression had become somewhat strained, he added, "You're not following a prophet or an ideal. You're following a man. Prophets are sacrificed for the good of the many to leave a lasting point that will be remembered. Ideals are never lived up to, and those who are held up to an impossible standard always fail to live up to them." I'm telling you right now, I'm just a guy making his way through the world. Nothing more, nothing less. Finally, looking over at Nick with a smirk, he added, "Just ask this guy. He knows I'm not all that different than anybody else. Maybe I've got one or two tricks up my sleeve,
but I compensate for that by being utterly and completely self-centered. My morality and opinions are entirely my own, and I'll enforce them whenever I damn well feel like it." Chuckling, Nick replied quickly, "Well, it's all part of the Walker charm, such as it is." Chapter 225. Social Responsibility. Hovering in the air while seated cross-legged and at peace, the king's mind rapidly addressed the numerous pings waiting patiently for his attention. Suddenly, he got an alert from one of the divisions he'd ordered to spy on Lord Walker's budding following in Hennings. Immediately reading it, his entire mind turned its attention to what he was seeing. It seems the young man's fervent request for people not to follow him has resulted in exactly what he'd expected to happen. But not in the way he expected. True, they've formalized their little cult and have now begun acting, yet instead of focusing on what he'd thought they would, they've pivoted their entire purpose. Reading over the report, he had to admit, if only to himself, that he hadn't seen this coming. Their structure was cohesive, logical, and entirely for the good of their members. They did not advocate anything other than personal development, and had no overarching goal. As secret societies went, it was almost refreshing to see them so community-minded. They even had a private thought hub set up to request aid from other members, and an agreed-upon payment structure. At most, he'd expected some idiots in robes following the little anomaly's life like a story. Not this. Whatever this is. Should he do something about it? It had been a long time since he'd been in a situation where he couldn't predict what would happen, or at least have enough information to make an educated guess. Well, as long as the plan for the Tower of Fate continues to follow the expected pattern, I suppose it doesn't matter. I sincerely doubt a community of fanatics advocating hard work and professionalism will amount to anything other than a boon for the city, so it's best to just let them go about their business. I can always deal with it later if I have to. Besides, eventually, the anomaly will have to come here, and it will be interesting to see what happens when he does, he thought to himself with no small amount of amusement. All things considered, the rest of the meeting went surprisingly well. No one asked too many clarifying questions about his principles or who Nero was as a person, aside from needing his reassurance that he would, in fact, be there for the ceremony. The rest of the meeting focused entirely on logistics. While Kathleen led the rest of House Walker's leadership through what responsibilities they would have, Nero was able to mostly mentally detach himself from the conversation and focus on his link. Yet his perusal of the pings he'd missed didn't stop him from occasionally listening in to what the group was talking about, though. Group leader Keening was apparently in charge of politics and party planning, although that's not what they called it. As far as he could tell, despite having been a guard, Kathleen had put her in charge of creating engrams that her team would post on the Thought Hub for some reason. She also was in charge of coordinating with Vera on getting the ceremony set up, although from what he could tell, it sounded more like a fundraiser or something. There were guest lists mentioned, caterers, decorators, and if he hadn't misheard them, a band. Meanwhile, Knight Angleton was handling their future deployment plans. Conveniently sidestepping the issue of where Nero himself was going to be, House Walker was going to be all over Dorchester for some reason. Hunter teams were being sent out to the wilds to complete missions through the Hunter's Hall. 2 groups under the command of some guy whose name Nero didn't recognize would be remaining here to represent House Walker as the army pushed into the tunnel. And finally, the main force, led by Kathleen, would be heading toward the mountain gate and joining the rest of the army. Not wanting to engage in the conversation, Nero was forced to check his pings to see how many freaking people were actually going to be under House Walker's banner after the ceremony. It took longer than he'd like to admit to find the relevant pings, but find them he did. There were actually 2 lists, the current roster and the estimated one, which included everyone who'd be giving their oaths tomorrow.
It even included a schedule listing what times each group would be giving their oaths and had links to each of their records. Altogether, after the ceremony, he'd have 1,543 members of House Walker. It was a ridiculous number, an incomprehensibly stupid number. There were household servants, managerial positions for his interests, including accountants and managers, lawyers, store owners for his trading hubs, guards for his estate and his warehouses, hunters, and soldiers. So many soldiers. Unsurprisingly, there was a note at the bottom in bold which stated emphatically that most of these people would be serving House Verena on detached service, while still ultimately being under House Walker.
Thank all that is holy I'm not going to have to pay for all of these people. Honestly, what the hell is Vera thinking accepting all these applicants? He thought to himself in annoyance. When it came down to it, Nero could only hope that most of these people would be put off by his recent statements and, as a result, wouldn't show up for the oath-giving ceremony. The rest of House Walker's leadership was going to be dealing with supplies and coordination. Teams were assigned, orders given out, and weird topics like center representation and keep management were also discussed. Nero followed maybe 5 words out of 10 of what they were talking about. Seemingly forgotten, he was free to eat his breakfast and deal with his pings without anyone bothering him. This time, rather than pretending to sound like someone he wasn't, he responded to his personal correspondence in as blunt and straightforward manner as possible. He made it clear that he appreciated their support, but was currently focusing on his own stuff, and he recommended that they do the same. He ended up replying to over 50 pings with variations of, "It's not you, it's me." In every one, he tried to include 1 or 2 cat poster-worthy quotes to inspire them, while telling them to essentially leave him alone. "You'll go only as far as you want to. Who you are is a product of what you do. Be better than you were yesterday. The world is what you make it." None of them were particularly impressive, if he was being honest, but he figured if they hadn't heard them, they'd probably be sufficiently satisfied. All that mattered in the end was that they got the point and stopped pinging him. He had enough to deal with. The other pings he'd neglected to answer weren't any easier to handle. Jennings had sent him a long-winded ping talking in circles about responsibility, destiny, and taking advantage of his level to address the problems that he and other big shots were restricted from dealing with. In response, Nero sent him an equally long-winded and meandering response about his own journey and how everything would work out in the end. Nero wasn't sure how well sarcasm translated across pings, but by the end of what he had written, he was thoroughly chuckling at how pointless his response ended up being. Literally every buzzword he'd ever heard was included: recalibratory living, dynamic learning, coordinated journeying, emotional stability, personal responsibility, enlightened self-reliance, logistical competency, healthy incentivization, impactful retargeting, and an obscene number of variations of the word synergy. Whether or not Jennings would see what he was doing was anybody's guess, but Nero made sure to specifically save a copy so he could look at it later and laugh about it. Other than that, he had to deal with forwarded pings from Vera addressing the multiple businesses and deals she'd been handling on his behalf. Most of what he was reading he didn't understand, so he ended up just signing his name to whatever she sent him and offering her his congratulations and thanks. At the end of the day, he either trusted her or he didn't. And considering that he didn't really have any other option at the moment, he was perfectly fine with letting her handle everything. He then had to skim Kathleen's after-action reports. While dull, they did, unfortunately, have a recounting of all the people he'd lost from the forces who'd agreed to follow him during the battle. From what he could see, everyone who'd died was one of the criminals who'd intended to join his house. It was a decidedly somber feeling that went along with his signing their death certificates. Since he'd been sponsoring them, as short a time as it was,
He was responsible for tracking them. They'd all died during their assault on the central chamber, having agreed to take the lead in return for a substantial decrease in their societal debt. While he theoretically understood the concept of dying for their freedom, he still couldn't help but think it was a waste. Stupid system full of stupid people believing stupidly that their deaths mattered, he thought to himself sourly. Shaking off the feelings of doom and gloom, he told himself that they were free to do what they wanted, and he wasn't going to waste his time worrying about it. Finally, having dealt with what he could, he marked the remainder to be sent off to Vera to handle when his link rejoined the Dorchester Thought Hub. Some of the pings had official-looking headers and concerned lawyer-looking stuff, either requesting his presence in the capital to receive honors or other such incomprehensible nonsense. Seeing as he had no idea when he'd be able to deal with any of it, he figured it was best to just pass the buck off to her and let her deal with it. By the time he was done with everything, the meeting looked to be wrapping up. Kathleen thanked everyone for their service while making it clear that she would be watching them. From the tone of her voice, Nero could tell that her management style was more suited for threats than encouragement. Now that he thought about it, it was actually kind of surprising how well everyone responded to her fascist commands. Whatever. I'm sure as hell not going to stick my nose into it. As long as she's willing to lead them, she can do whatever she wants, he thought to himself. When he was about to leave with everyone else, Kathleen's hand reached out and gripped his arm in a vice-like grip that left him stumbling. "A moment, little lord," she said threateningly. Awkwardly turning to face her as she still had his bicep firmly in her grasp, he replied with a smile, "Of course, pretty lady. What can I do for you?" Glaring deeply into his eyes with that intense stare of hers, she said, "I still need to hear on what front you've decided to include yourself." When she let go, Nero rubbed his arm and turned to face her. "Right. Well, I figured I'd wait to decide until after the ceremony thing. Who knows how many people will actually show up? Plans might need to be changed, you know. We might not have enough people to send off in all those directions you guys were planning. After all, I've made it pretty clear that they were signing up for a fairy tale. I doubt there will be all that many who are willing to stick around." Raising a singular eyebrow in amusement at his statement, she replied, "I see. We'll just have to wait and see then. Am I to assume that you won't be taking up the Tower of Magic's request to help them with the scrying, then?" Snorting, he replied, "Yeah, you could say that. I'll be in the field, regardless of what happens. I'm guessing most of this craziness will die down when the ceremony doesn't live up to expectations. After that, we'll go back to having our little troop of wackos who will join me with the army heading into the mountain gate. If we have 50 people coming along, I'll be surprised." That statement earned him the other eyebrow along with a small smirk. "Of course. We'll just have to wait and see, little lord." Not liking her tone, he glared at her and replied, "Yes. Yes, we will," before turning around and heading off. She's buying into the hype. It's not surprising. She's always been a little fanatical, he said to himself while rubbing the arm she'd assaulted. All around him, he could see people stripping the tent down and organizing the supplies for the move back to Dorchester. As he'd gotten used to carrying everything he'd owned on his person or in his personal space, he didn't have to bother with going back to his room. Instead, he headed outside and chose a good out-of-the-way place to watch over everything. After pulling out his trusty tree stump and a book from his personal space, he sat his ass down and tried to get some reading done while everyone was working their ass off. Unfortunately, he was almost immediately interrupted. First, it was a random person delivering him a replacement set of armor on the orders of Kathleen. Not seeing any reason to wait, he stripped down right there in the middle of the encampment and changed. While he was doing so, the woman who'd delivered the armor narrated all the features, taking advantage of the opportunity to praise Lady Verena for her foresight and tactical thinking. Nero smiled and nodded, doing his best not to engage so he could avoid it turning into a conversation. Then, before he was even done strapping down his leather chest piece, another soldier strolled up to discuss something with him.
I'm sorry to bother you, my lord, but I just wanted to ask you about something you said, the young man stated, while practically shivering in fear at the prospect of confronting Nero. Feeling half-dressed and half the man's size, Nero found the situation amusing enough to merit a chuckle. Looking up at the overly nervous armor-clad man, he replied, "Sure, fire away." You spoke about focusing on one's own path instead of those around you. I'm having trouble understanding what you meant by that.
I'm sure you didn't mean that people shouldn't work together, or that a successful society isn't everyone's responsibility. So, I guess what I'm asking is, what did you mean by that? He asked. Nero suddenly felt the ether in the area practically grind to a halt. Glancing around, he could see that the man's question had earned the attention of everyone within hearing distance, and with how well people could hear in this crazy world, and how much they were paying attention to him, that was just about everybody. Great. Just great, Nero complained to himself, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes or pinch the bridge of his nose in response to the sudden headache he was feeling. Turning to look at the man, he sensed a powerful essence field being down on him. Tilting slightly to the side, he saw Knight Angleton standing off in the distance with his arms crossed, with the most intense expression he'd ever seen on the man's face. Nervously licking his lips, Nero realized he better choose his words very carefully. The last thing he needed was that monster of a man going from a fanatic follower to a torch-wielding lunatic screaming about heresy. Looking up at the man, Nero replied, "Okay, I can understand how you might interpret what I said as not giving a shit about other people. And that is your right. However, that's not what I meant." Seeing as how multiple people were standing in place, clearly waiting for him to say more, Nero felt the emotional weight of multiple essence fields bearing down on him. He really missed the times when he could just argue with Nick in a lab over a cup of coffee. Sighing, he decided to just get it over with. He just needed to bullshit a bit and not get carried away. He could do that. Hopping up onto his trusty tree stump stool, he addressed the entire crowd. "I think you are all living under the mistaken belief that you can only be a good person if that's all you are."
I'm not going to tell you how to live your lives, as I sure as hell won't be listening to you about how you think I should be living mine. But society is about realizing that we're all in this together. You don't have to be a good person because some asshole in a chair tells you to. You should be a good person because it makes you feel good to be one. When you help someone with something, it doesn't have to be some sort of sacrifice for the greater good. It can be a selfish act, because everything you do is actually pretty selfish. Hell, look at the economy. The only way an economy works is if everyone gets something out of a deal. Someone makes bread, they sell the bread, and if the bread is too expensive, the customers won't buy it. It's the same thing with good deeds. When you do something nice for someone, the reason you do it should be because you think it's worth doing, not because of some arbitrary moral decision made by some asshole up in a tower telling you that you should. When you give a hungry person some food, it's because it makes you feel good to help. You shouldn't have to give them your food. It needs to be your decision. Still feeling the attention pressing down on him, Nero felt his inner troll bucking out of his control. Rubbing his hands through his hard, he shouted, "God damn it! I don't want to be the one explaining this to you. I'm not your dad or your moral authority. Just don't be an asshole to each other because you don't want other people to be assholes to you. How hard is that?" Fed up with his mini rant, Nero hopped off his tree stump, picked it up, and threw it over his shoulder. Completely done with the situation, he began stomping off while ignoring all the looks he was receiving. Realizing that this kind of thing was just going to keep happening if he didn't find somewhere to hide, he altered his essence field to blend into the surroundings, fading away into the crowd. Thinking about what he'd just said, he realized he'd just accidentally preached at them, like an idiot.
Okay, that went a little off the rails, he thought to himself. He was the kind of guy who was used to being able to share his opinions on life and moral responsibility without having to think about anybody taking him seriously. He could argue against the belief that you had to be a religious nutjob in order to not be an asshole all he wanted from the comfort of his recliner while sipping a beer. But now, people were in danger of listening to him, and he had no idea what he could do about it. Granted, he had carefully constructed his beliefs over his entire life through careful arguments over the internet. Sometimes he'd play the troll, stirring up the threads to see how people reacted. But in his head, he always filtered what he was reading through what he considered logical and reasonable. He could play the asshole whenever he wanted, while not letting himself become the asshole. Or so he thought. Now, there was no time off. Everything he said was under the microscope, and people were taking him seriously. It was infuriating. Was he never again going to be able to mock people without someone believing he was being serious? Would he never again be able to rant about the military-industrial complex and political interests interfering with society without causing a riot? Honestly, this was the worst-case scenario for someone like Nero. People weren't supposed to take him seriously. If they did, he'd end up destroying the entire damn world. It would be freaking anarchy. Practically having a panic attack, he found himself collapsing onto his tree stump behind a few crates while holding his head in his hands and trying to catch his breath. "Do you really believe that?" asked a voice from his left. Nearly jumping out of his skin in fright, Nero fell over the side and onto his ass. Looking up in shock to see Academian Quincy standing over him with a curious expression on his face, Nero shouted, "What the fuck, man? I thought I was hiding. Hidden. Whatever." Waving his hand as if Nero's pathetic attempts at essence concealment didn't matter, he said, Yes, you were sufficiently hidden. Now, if you don't mind, I'd really like you to answer the question. Do you really not consider duty, honor, and humanity a sufficient reason to act for the betterment of all?" Feeling his heart rate slowly backing down to normal, Nero stood up to pat himself down and glare up at the older mage. Maintaining eye contact the entire time, he reached over to collect his tree stump, sending it back into his personal space. When he was done, he placed his hands on his hips and said, "I get what you're asking, and also understand the danger of putting that kind of belief out there for the masses."
I don't know what to tell you. I absolutely don't want to ruin this little slice of paradise you've all created, but I believe what I believe.
Sighing heavily, he broke eye contact to stare up into the sky in defeat. "It's like this. I believe that everything everyone does is, by definition, a selfish act. People delude themselves into thinking they're doing it for some grander reason, but that is just so they can sleep at night. Recognizing that you are doing things for yourself is important. That doesn't mean you can't be a good person. It just means that you realize you're being a good person because you want to be, not because someone told you to. Society is everyone deciding to work together, right? I don't see why it has to be any more complicated than that. Don't be a dick and focus on your own shit. That's my life philosophy. When I see something that pisses me off, I do something about it. Not because I feel some kind of moral outrage, but because I want to."
It's like adventuring. Someone has a problem they're willing to pay to have solved. I get to feel like a hero and be paid for it. If I were really rich, I'd set up some charities and give to the less fortunate, so I would no longer feel guilty living in my sick-ass mansion, sipping on expensive drinks and enjoying the good life. But it's about how I feel. Nobody else's opinion should matter. But now, people are listening to me and trying to be like me. I'm like a social influencer or something, and I'm freaking out, man. I'm not cut out for this shit. Like, if I keep making fun of your dumbass light hat,
Are you going to suddenly agree with me and take it off? That would immediately take the fun out of giving you shit about it. These assholes are ruining my fantasy world by actually listening to me." Academian Quincy stared down at Nero in silence, his facial expressions giving absolutely nothing away. For several long seconds, the quiet stretched out, giving Nero the opportunity to notice the tension in his shoulders and the sweat running down the back of his neck. Finally saying something, Academian Quincy quietly noted, "I actually think you make a very convincing argument. What you said isn't all that different than the founding principles on which our kingdom was built. It's why our cities are left on their own, to rise and fall under their own power. And it's the responsibility of every citizen of Oglevark to wake up every morning, choosing to work together so that the kingdom keeps running. Everyone is responsible for their own life, and any duty they choose to accept is worthy of admiration for their sacrifice. You haven't said anything that is all that inflammatory. I don't actually see what you're so worried about." Nero listened in stunned silence, struggling to understand what Academian Quincy was telling him. When the man finished, Nero's blank stare was all he received in response. That was until Nero lost it and began shouting at the top of his lungs. "What do you mean it wasn't inflammatory? I'm advocating chaos, a world where everyone is out for themselves. Are you all freaking out of your minds? The people in charge have to control the masses, brainwashing them into believing that they need to sacrifice for the greater good. What kind of messed up society would you have if everyone just looked out for numero uno? The people in charge can't be telling the truth. It would bring down everything. It would be bedlam. Cities would fall. Prices would rise. Nobles would become warlords faster than a stripper grabbing a C note." Panting heavily, Nero's shoulders slumped before finishing quietly. "You all are so goddamn crazy. I just can't take it anymore. None of this makes any damn sense."
Let's just go back to Dorchester, sign up some morons willing to follow me underground, and kill some clone baby kobolds. Hopefully, some ultraviolence will make me feel better about having to live in the same plane of existence with all of you lunatics. Academian Quincy awkwardly patted Nero on the shoulder, having no idea what to say to the excitable young man. Chapter 226. We are the sum of our experiences. While waiting in the teleport room for the delegation from Hennings to arrive, City Lord Cosgrove finally had enough time to get her thoughts in order. It had been a hectic past few hours, but she'd managed to get everything handled. Mostly. With barely any more warning than, "Dwarves are coming!" She'd had to organize everything in a rush while having the situation summarized for her by the few people who knew what was going on. Ambassadorial quarters had needed to be arranged, servants and liaisons chosen, and a dedicated guard force assigned, along with 100 other things. She was bound to have missed something, which, of course, was why she found herself struggling to maintain her regal expression as she listened to her aide, Jessica Chandler, once again going over the most recent updates on the situation she needed to address. As we were already made aware, the dwarves had chosen our city for the experimental region-sharing program. But we've finally heard back from Lord Bennings, and I can confirm that the paperwork was fast-tracked through the capital's Tower of Law, along with the Department of Expansion in the Royal Palace. Trying and failing to keep her tone calm and collected, City Lord Cosgrove snarled, "And nobody saw fit to alert us to the timetable changing." Wincing, Ms. Chandler replied, "Well, they did, technically. However, it seems the ambassador our people were in contact with has been replaced as the head of the Dwarven colonization team. In his place, the Dwarven kings have chosen to appoint one of their fallen kings rather than raise up a new one. From what little we know, he's the one who pushed the project forward, and also the reason why we won't have to temporarily house the dwarves in the city, other than the upper echelons, that is." Even then, they don't plan to stay long. From what I understand, they plan to head directly to their mountain and begin setting up their version of our Astra teleporters. I believe that's what all those supplies they requested will be for, but that is merely supposition. City Lord Cosgrove could just imagine the headaches the people in the capital were putting up with, having to deal with the overly impulsive dwarves.
Taking a deep breath to cover the sigh she almost let escape, she couldn't help but worry about the upcoming headaches she would have now that they were coming here.
Realizing that Ms. Chandler had mentioned that she'd been in contact with Lord Bennings, City Lord Cosgrove turned to her and asked curiously, "How did they end up dealing with the fact that the mountain in question is currently housing the remains of what is now Lord Walker's mining town?" After coughing nervously into her hand to clear her throat, Ms. Chandler replied, "Well, they didn't." Seeing the City Lord staring at her in confusion, she clarified, "What I mean to say is that the reason Lord Bennings took so long to get back to us was because she was trying to find the paperwork that she'd assumed had been misplaced."
Unfortunately, it seems that no one from the capital bothered to check who currently owns the mountain, as they just assumed that now that the line of Dorchin is gone, the mountain would have been returned to the city. She was unhappy and made it clear that the matter needs to be addressed as soon as possible. Before the City Lord could dig into that delightful complication, she felt the ether in the room begin to quake. Forcing herself to pay attention to the moment, she half listened to the transportation room operators calling out their checks while they coordinated with Hennings to stabilize the connection. She felt the rest of the attending nobles alongside her tense, none of them ever having met a dwarf and therefore not knowing what to expect. Not that she was faring any better. The one experience she'd had with dwarves was seeing them from a distance while she'd been studying in Hennings. Everything she knew about dwarves, she'd read in a book.
She let herself feel the stable presence of Guard Dalton and the Dorchester forces here to act as an honor guard for their distinguished guests. The man's essence field was a calming presence she'd grown used to relying on. Blinking away the flash of the teleporter, she saw the delegation already stepping down from the platform. At the head of the group were several humans whom she assumed were here to act as official representatives of the kingdom. Luckily, they didn't seem to have brought along any guards or, heavens forbid, populators. As she met the eyes of the man she assumed was in charge, she was about to offer her greetings when he was awkwardly shoved aside by a 4-foot-tall, fully armored, and heavily bearded, what she could only assume was a dwarf. Being able to easily see over his head, she noticed several other dwarves dressed in everything from robes to full plate, each one demonstrating varying examples of how to successfully scowl.
"You City Lord Cosgrove, the human in charge of this city?" The small but ridiculously wide dwarf barked as if he wanted confirmation. Right as she was about to respond, he continued, "Greetings to you. Always nice to meet the neighbors. I'm sure we'll get along well enough. My clan will soon be welcoming you as a trading partner, offering metalworks and bound enchantments in exchange for food and supplies to get us going. Now that's the pleasantries out of the way. I'm sure you'll want to talk more later. You humans always do. But there will be plenty of time for that after I get my clan settled.
For now, how's about you show me my mountain so I can get started?"
Struggling to contain the frown at the little dwarf's tone, she instead managed to settle for a grimace when she said,
"Yes, well, about that."
Nero turned to Nick and offered him the blankest expression he could while stating incredulously, "They built a road. An actual, real, multiple-lane road, up a mountain, through the wilds, in less than a week." Nick kept walking, ignoring Nero's tone with a wry smile on his face. Yes, they did. Nero found himself unable to simply let it go. Fine, let's set aside that they build a road to the middle of nowhere, just so that they could cut down the travel time for the supply train by a single day. How about instead you explain to me how they built it so quickly?
Academian Quincy, who had been walking alongside Nero opposite Nick, replied, "They enchanted it." Nero turned his head to give the Academian a good, old-fashioned death stare.
No shit. But maybe you can elaborate a little?
While they were chatting, Nero was focusing about half his brainpower on probing the road underneath his feet. With his improved ability to see and understand the essence flows through the ether, he found the road utterly and completely fascinating. Completely illogical and nonsensical, but nonetheless fascinating. The last time he'd been on one, he hadn't noticed how freaking weird they were. He'd thought they were just roads, not whatever this is. Back when his forces finally broke camp and began heading back toward Dorchester, he'd already known about the road the army had built. But he'd expected a trail at best. Maybe a cleared and flattened path to make travel easier for the soldiers and supplies. What he hadn't expected was a full-fledged road that was every bit as well made as the road he'd found himself waking up on those many months ago.
In fact, if he wasn't mistaken, this road may be a bit bigger than the one he remembered. Having it abruptly begin at the edge of the army's encampment had nearly had him questioning his senses. It took seeing multiple people interacting with it before he decided to believe his eyes and accept the reality of it actually existing. Easily slipping into his lecture mode, Academian Quincy said, "Well, roads are essential for travel between cities, towns, and villages. They are quite literally the veins that allow the heart blood of our kingdom to flow. Without them, caravans carrying essence crystals would be constantly under threat of assault from the monsters and beasts in the wilds, and travel would require so many resources that it would be counterproductive." From the other side of Nero, Nick added, "Without roads, civilization would be limited to the regional resources they had available. That's why the first cities were so isolationist, and why warlords were so intent on fighting amongst themselves." Nero, not remotely caring about hearing the Oglivarchian edition of The History of Roads, was about to sarcastically demand them to answer his question rather than provide more useless information nobody but them would appreciate. But luckily, Academian Quincy cut him off before he could. Roads were developed so long ago that there is actually no clear answer as to who truly came up with the idea. You see, roads are complicated demonstrations of the earliest efforts of group casting, or more accurately, team enchanting, he said proudly. Taking up the explanation, Nick said, "While the enchantment itself isn't all that powerful, it's the way it interacts with the ether that is ingenious. If you take some time, you'll probably be able to sense the essence flows adapting to the road structure." A well-made road has many features, namely easing localized essence distribution, preventing animal and monster. Seeing where this was going, Nero interrupted Nick before he could really get going. Yeah, I read all about that. Roads are safe to travel because they are enchanted to help deter monsters and disincentivize local wildlife. I've already chosen to call bullshit on that, considering the first thing I saw when I woke up on a road was a pack of wolves chowing down on the dead bodies of this body's former caravan members the former me was traveling with. Besides, that's not what I was asking anyway. I wanted to know how it was made. Nothing in the books I read mentioned anything about roads being built this quickly. Granted, I didn't exactly understand the spell form at the end of the chapter, but I would have probably paid more attention if it had mentioned that I could build an entire damn road in a week. Nick scoffed and began to reply. The wolves were affected by the enchantment on the road. It was just that the availability of fresh meat was sufficient. Academian Quincy spoke over what Nick was saying. Don't bother. I doubt he'll take your word for it. Addressing Nero once again, he continued. Roads can be created by an individual, but it's not recommended or practical. It takes an enormous amount of center to imbue them with an identity that will last, and for that reason, team enchanting is the preferred method of their creation. You see, enchanting, at its core, is a form of spellcasting so powerful that the world starts to believe that the spell is, and always has been, how the world works. It's for that reason that lower-level regions like Dorchester tend not to have many high-level enchanted items.
Nero, sort of following what he was saying, asked, "I'm not seeing the connection. I get that overpowering a spell with so much center could create an identity in an object, but what does that have to do with essence density?" Nick replied, "It has everything to do with essence density. In high essence areas, it's easier to convince the world that spell effects aren't uncommon." Gesturing at the satchel Nero had gotten from Jennings, he said, "Take that enchanted bag the Archmage gave you. Do you know how much center someone had to infuse into that thing for its identity to be strong enough to survive in a region like this? Of course you don't, because you haven't even started studying the basics." As he finished, he facepalmed himself, fed up with the contradictory nature of Nero's totally uninformed mastery over magic. Furrowing his brow so hard his face hurt, Nero asked, "Shouldn't that work the other way? Wouldn't it be easier to overpower reality in an area with less essence?" Academian replied, "Well, yes, but no. Temporary effects like casting are much easier in high essence areas, as the essence is practically begging to be of use. However, in order for reality to maintain its cohesion, those areas are much more firm in their identities. So once overpowered or rewritten, the ambient essence can be altered quite easily into whatever form a caster wishes. In less dense areas, the world is much more loose with its physical formations, and therefore much more difficult to convince." While what they were saying sounded logical, Nero still thought that their theory was incredibly backward. And worse yet, he still hadn't gotten his damned question answered. Nick and Academian Quincy shared a look with each other over Nero's head, silently agreeing to let him mentally work through what they'd just told him. Meanwhile, Nero's brain was practically overheating as he'd decided that the easiest way for him to understand enchanting was to just study the freaking giant enchanted road he was currently walking on. Much like the mud walls the kobolds had made, he could tell that it was a construct. Actually, it was more like the massive building they'd made. All one piece. Kinda. He could see stutters and imperfections as he walked further and further along the road. It was like the construct wasn't intended to be uniform. Or perhaps it was just poorly made. His senses probed deeper into the essence making up the road's stone, giving him the impression of multiple robed men and women walking together as the road formed behind them. He could feel the memory of them working together to cast the spell, funneling their centers, imbuing their belief that the road was real. He didn't stumble or outwardly display any change of expression, but on the inside, his mind was reeling. He knew he was delving, and considering how poorly his last attempt had gone, he knew he had to be careful. It took more effort than he thought it would to stop himself from going any deeper. Somehow, he just knew that if he tried, he could easily follow the road's identity back to each one of the mages who'd created it. It was like they'd left part of themselves behind, giving something of themselves to permanently trick the world into believing the road had always been here. He even got to see the spell they were using. A simple Tier 1 basic spell. Most of the functions that made it up he didn't recognize, but he did see some elemental aspects that looked familiar. But it was the way the spell was held together in a series that really caught his attention. It was like seeing another demonstration of the Community Shield spell, but at the same time different. Yet, in the aftermath of their casting, the road existed. He could see it. It was real. They'd worked together, and now it was here. When he compared what it looked like in the ether with the ground underneath it and around it, he couldn't tell the difference. Suddenly, he understood. The world made stuff with essence. People could use their essence to make stuff. If there is a lot of essence in the ether, the world has to use more essence to make its stuff stable. And so people in those regions had more solid world stuff already there to work with. It was just like people. Higher level people had more center, or more to the point, Their identity was made up of more essence than lower-level people. That's why it was harder to alter them with outside spells. But it's also why higher-level people were better able to alter the world around them than lower-level people. Granted, he hadn't figured everything out. He didn't suddenly create a unified theorem of essence or anything. There were many questions he still didn't have answers to, like, since enchanting a permanent spell into something made from matter from a high-essence area was easier, then why didn't they just create stuff and then export it? Would the lower-density area leech essence away from it, thereby ruining the enchantment? Is that why the bag Jennings had given him was so impressive? Also, how does this realization affect enchantments that make stuff out of nothing? Both the roads and that one example Jennings had shown him were examples of mages pulling matter out of the ether and making something. Was that easier or harder to do in high-essence areas? What would happen if you made something in one place and then took it somewhere else? Would it fall apart? Could you just be riding your wagon on the way to the capital and have the damn thing break back down into essence, leaving you sitting on your ass in the middle of the road, being mocked by the incredulous stare your horse was giving you? Nero was absolutely positive that there was some philosophical or self-helpy way to look at it, but he did his best not to think about it. Having mentally wrapped his head around what little of the concept he understood was more than enough. Yet, despite his best efforts, and probably due to how long he'd been living alongside the locals, he couldn't stop himself from thinking about it. If enchanting is no different than spellcasting, and spellcasting is nothing more than changing the world by giving something of yourself, then knowledge and opportunity only reduce the costs. In the end, it's your will and commitment that make up the deciding factor.
Higher-level areas are like first-world countries, filled with opportunity, a place easy to leave your mark. But in lower-level areas, it takes more of yourself to change the world when that opportunity isn't there, he thought to himself. Immediately, he slapped his cheeks a few times with both of his hands, both to punish himself for sounding like a tool and to snap himself out of it. Feeling the shock at his abrupt self-abuse from both Academian Quincy and Nick, Nero explained, "Sorry, don't mind me. I just figured out that life is just a spell cast by your soul on the world, and your level is basically just an insanely slow enchantment your experiences are powering. You know, reinforcing your identity until you're finally complete. I'm sure you guys already have a clever and pointlessly complicated metaphor for it. But yeah, I'm just now getting it. The world is just a suggestion, and how we live our lives is the proof of who we are, right?" Something like that. The literal definition of experience applies to who we are as we develop. It's kinda obvious when you think about it. God damn, this world is dumb. Not understanding that the shock and confusion Nick and Academian Quincy were feeling was no longer about his outburst, Nero ignored them and silently continued contemplating how whoever created this world took metaphors way too seriously. Meanwhile, the two older mages were deep in thought, contemplating what Nero had said, and subsequently questioning their understanding of reality as a result. Chapter 227. Home is where they tell you it is. While sitting at a desk in the newly reopened Walker estate, Vera paused what she was doing the moment she felt Nick's ping. Mentally checking the time, she barely managed to keep the smile off her face at the fact that he was arriving on schedule and without issue. Opening the connection, she said, "Dear, I'm happy to see you made it back to Dorchester in one piece. Any problems during the trip?" She could feel Nick's affection radiating over the link as he replied, "No problems. The area has been cleared, and the army managed to put in a road, so the trip was easy." For the next few minutes, she chatted away with him, enjoying the feeling of his mind mingling with her own. It was rather surprising to her how much she'd missed him. Although they'd spoken over the communication orb,
and updated each other on what they were up to. Brief communications like that were more akin to information dumps than actual conversations. Now that Nick was back in Dorchester, it was nice to be able to finally reconnect. Unfortunately, there were pressing matters that needed to be addressed, so she eventually steered the conversation to more important things.
She asked Nick to provide her with a deeper, more informative, first-hand account of his adventures alongside the wackos, along with his evaluations of both the initial members and those who joined during the fighting. She made sure to thoroughly study the memory engrams he was sending, making mental notes concerning who stood out and who needed to be watched. But mostly, she focused on the young man she'd ended up tying her house's future to. Nero, or she should say, Lord Walker, was now a war hero. The Thought Hub had been buzzing with accounts of his heroics and his victory over the kobolds. Therefore, she needed to know the actual truth behind the rumors in order to keep ahead of the public opinion. While part of her attention was focused on Nicholas's ongoing account of Lord Walker's ether-shattering final spell, she mentally reviewed the pings she'd received from Lord Walker. It seemed the moment Lord Walker had gotten within the range of the Dorchester Thought Hub, he'd uploaded his signatures to the documents she'd sent him. He'd also addressed each of her updates with simple but sufficient statements about how he expected her to proceed. It was an encouraging sign, and one that she hoped meant he'd begun to take his responsibilities more seriously. Of course, that feeling only lasted a moment, as Nick had moved forward in his recounting and had now sent her his memory of Lord Walker's morning address to House Walker's leadership. So, he really intends to let others handle everything, merely providing the direction. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, she thought to herself while stifling a grimace. What was surprising was how happy Nick seemed to be about the young man's proclamation. Interrupting the memory engram she was receiving, she asked, "Nicholas, haven't you considered what it would mean if he loses control of House Walker?"
We agreed to tie House Verena to him as a vassal. A mismanaged House Walker will result in our own sharing its fate. Nick replied easily, "Yes, I'm aware. But have you considered that despite Nero having put Kathleen in charge, you're the one who is actually going to be running House Walker? She is only focused on force deployments and troop organizations. Take another look at the memory I sent you, and you'll see that they never even mentioned anything outside of their combat plans. Nero expects you to be handling the businesses and political side of House Walker. For that, I recommend you get in contact with Ms. Keening and the citizen interaction team she's set up. That woman you found is quite bright and surprisingly motivated." Nodding along, she realized her husband had a point. Lord Walker wasn't interested in learning to lead a house. That much was obvious, regardless of how much she wanted it to be otherwise. So she'd just have to take the reins. As House Verena was essentially the Dorchester branch of House Walker anyway, she might as well act as the house head until such time as the leadership leaves for another city.
Yes, I see what you're saying. I guess I'd hoped that he would have grown up a little after having spent some time outside the walls. He has such an instinctual business sense that it seems like a waste for him to focus on this adventure nonsense, she replied sadly. She felt Nick's emotional presence trying to reassure her as he softly replied, "I know, dear. But as Nero says, he is who he is. Try not to let your hopes for who he'll become influence how you feel about him now. All we can do is trust that he knows his path and be there for him to help him however we can." Vera couldn't help it, and her mask broke into a small smile. "You're right, of course. I shouldn't condemn his choices, as his path is his own.
After all, he's done nothing but help us walk our own since he's arrived here." Confused, Nick replied, "I don't think he's helped us so much as completely diverted us from where we were headed. We had plans, and since he walked into our lives, how many of those plans are still viable?" Vera chuckled and replied,
Well, the ultimate goal was always for me to lead our house into the upper echelons of the ladder, while you transitioned toward your private studies. You were never interested in going much higher into the leadership of the center research, and I was just waiting for the right time to leave center intake so I could focus on politics. Nick replied, "Well, that's true enough, I suppose."
We were just waiting for your shipping business to grow enough to provide our backing when I took up my lordship. Replying swiftly, Vera asked, "And with Lord Walker's support, hasn't it?" She could feel Nicholas contemplating what she'd said, and decided to go in for the conversational kill shot. If we remove our bias concerning who we think Nero is to us, and just look at our lives objectively, you'll see that we've progressed further along our path in the past few months than we have in the decades prior to his arrival. We should focus on our own lives, and let our young friend focus on his own. He has been and is a wonderful ally and friend, and we owe it to him to treat him with respect and understanding.
Vera could feel Nick's annoyance when he replied, "Wasn't that what I was saying in the first place? Stop turning the conversation around on me. You know how I hate that." Replying innocently, she said,
"I have no idea what you mean, dear."
"Now, how long until you get here? I need to prepare the estate for your arrival." Having long since gotten used to accepting this type of defeat, Nick replied sadly, "Around 30 minutes, probably. We'll be there soon. Do you want me to pick you up anything while I'm out?" Vera's small smile grew a little wider on her face, having missed the feeling of poking at her wizened and politically inept husband. Together, they walked in silence for over 10 minutes before Academian Quincy asked, "Lord Walker, when you say that leveling is like enchanting yourself, you aren't talking about casting an enchantment on yourself or anything, are you? I only ask because that's an incredibly dangerous route of advancement that has led to more than one mage being corrupted and subsequently damned to one of the hells." Of course, that's only when they aren't caught and executed for their crimes before they have time to ruin their souls. Nero, having been brought out of his thoughts by the question, turned to look up at the man with confusion before parsing through what he'd just asked and finally understanding the man's confusion. Chuckling, Nero replied, "No, nothing like that. I'm sure some dumbasses try and use essence from the ether or maybe other planes, just shoving it into their center, expecting to gain a few levels. It probably works, too. For a while, at least. Technically. But obviously that would turn them into monsters. Hell, that's basically what monsters are. That is, if I'm understanding those essence spawn point things correctly." Nick started to reply, "Well, no, not exactly. Monsters are ignoring Nick, as he was not remotely interested in the specifics, and already having made up his mind, Nero continued, "What I meant was that as a person lives, they either take in or generate essence due to their actions and thoughts, infusing that essence into their centers by giving it meaning. That essence becomes theirs, associated with their personality or identity. From there, the more personalized essence a person has, the higher their level, and the more real they become. Higher levels are more real, right? Just like the matter in higher level areas? So it kind of makes sense that enchanting works the way you say it does. Since matter in a higher level area is a higher level, it's harder to change, but a lot more resistant to outside influence once it has been. Low-level areas are like clay, easy to change, but hard to keep together. Again, just like people. Young people, or people at low levels, haven't really figured out who they are yet. As they get older and have more experience, they figure out who they are, making them stubborn and resistant to outside influences. I bet that's why so many people fall off their path or whatever. They start acting in a way that they don't resonate with. You know, giving in to what the world wants them to be. Letting the opportunities to be who they really are pass them by. Sheep, going about their lives, hating every minute of it. Don't let anyone tell you who you are, right? That's like leveling 101. Your path is your own, or whatever. Nero felt both Nick and Academian Quincy thinking hard about what he'd said, probably just itching to explain to him what he was missing, or in what way he was wrong. But thankfully, they kept their opinions to themselves, most likely having learned their lessons about how he reacts to unasked lecture topics. As a result, they continued for quite some time in silence, giving Nero the opportunity to look around. Nero spent the trip examining the troops and potential members of his house with his essence field. He saw several people he recognized, others he didn't. Their ages were all over the place, as were the densities of their essence fields. He'd learned to ballpark how strong someone was by their field, while also knowing that he shouldn't rely too heavily on that kind of thing, as it could be manipulated. Hell, all of the evaluators' fields fluctuated between practically non-existent and utterly terrifying, depending on how much effort they were putting into hiding them. Nero had yet to see a pattern behind their random essence containment, but he was sure there was one. He just hadn't figured it out. Regardless, overall he felt a growing sense of community building up around him. Everyone's fields slowly seeping into each other as their familiarity with each other grew. Offhandedly, he wondered if, in the future, groups of soldiers would grow into mob units. He could just imagine them being real-world examples of gaming units composed of hundreds of soldiers. It was weird how the world seemed to go out of its way to warp reality into an imitation of the representations he used to know, but he was slowly growing used to it. Everything here was a metaphor. That wasn't to say he didn't find it all annoying on a fundamental level. As far as he was concerned, it was like with every new aspect of the world he learned, whoever had set all this up was deliberately mocking him. Eventually, he and the rest of the troops made it out of the mountains and back into the area outside Dorchester. Surprisingly, he could see the land which had been destroyed by the fighting returning to normal. Rapidly growing trees were already showing up, along with bushes and wildlife. Had it been back home, it would have taken years for this type of recovery. But here, everything was already respawning. Freaky, he thought to himself, with a shiver. It took longer than he liked, but not as long as he feared, before they were back in the outer town around the wall. But what he saw when they got there was not what he remembered seeing when he'd left. The town was filled to the brim with people moving around and living their lives, clogging the streets like they were at a farmer's market. Despite how many cheered and waved at their passing, Nero still felt the unjustified urge to lose his shit and shout, "Why aren't all you assholes at work? Get off the street and get a job!" Luckily, he managed to suppress that urge and instead asked acidly, "Why is it every time I come back to the city, there are more people here than when I left?" Scoffing, Nick replied, "Nero, please start using your link. I'm getting tired of reminding you about it." Nero turned to glare at the man, replying, "I am, smartass. From the moment we got in range of Dorchester's thought hub, I've been dealing with the pings that were waiting for me. Luckily, most of them were sent ahead by Vera, but I've already taken care of all those." Returning Nero's glare, Nick replied, "Well, did you check the city's thought hub for recent news and opinion pieces? If you had, I'm sure you would have noticed that everyone is talking about the recent immigration problem and the lengths the nobles have gone to combat it, since currently using the mountain city for the overflow is out of the question." Not willing to get into a debate, Nero didn't bother replying. Instead, he put his energy toward what he recalled from having once or twice looked at the city version of the thought hub. From what he remembered, it was like an overly cumbersome message board, and without having more information on how it was managed, he didn't trust it in the least. But now that he was more familiar with the link, and confident enough in his ability to limit its ability to influence his brain, at least not without him at least noticing, he decided to take a better look around the message boards and play average citizen of Dorchester for a day. While the troops and potential members of House Walker made their way through the streets to the closest teleportation hub,
Nero fully immersed himself for the first time in the city section of the Thought Hub. Instead of just looking at it as a long list of links and pages, he opened up his mind and dove into the stream of consciousness. And boy, was that a mistake. Thousands of conversation threads suddenly categorized themselves as impressions in his head, while associated lists displayed themselves in his mind. Without fully diving in, he wouldn't have had any idea how to find anything in all this content.
But now that he had, it was like having every single citizen's Facebook wall presenting itself to him, asking if he was interested in seeing the pictures they'd taken of their kids, while not being too pushy about it. It was like being connected to another brain, one which had memories and structured thoughts that he could interact with at will. For the first time, he finally understood why it was called a thought hub. Mentally stepping back, he felt the impressions slip away, and his connection to his link returning to normal. The lists and categories were all still there, but he felt nothing from them. It was dull, uninteresting, lifeless, just like it had been when he'd first poked around on it. Huh. Okay. I'll admit that's kind of cool, he thought to himself. Diving back in, he surfed around and got a general sense of who people were paying attention to. It was almost like a mental representation of a recommended for you list, based on how many people trusted the postings. It was so similar to what he'd recognized while being so totally different than what he'd expected. He mentally looked in on what people had posted, along with seeing the representations of the noble houses and the connections they had. The city itself had several pages, for lack of a better word. There was so much information just sitting there, just waiting for him to look at it. And all of it was from the first-person perspective of whoever had posted it. There was no illusion of objectivity, as it was quite clear who'd posted what and where the information was coming from. Had someone posted something they themselves didn't believe, then the associated feeling would immediately give the lie away. It was brilliant, and yet utterly terrifying. Mentally, Nero immediately began thinking of ways around such a simple trick. All he'd have to do is convince someone of something, and then have them post his lies. Granted, people would know it came from him, but he could work through multiple intermediaries and probably hide his trail. He was sure more than a few cleverly duplicitous nobles had already figured that out. Dipping into one of the most respected posters' profiles, he saw a recent post from some lady named Melinda York. She was a distant relation to someone on the Council of Leadership, and apparently loved to gossip. Nero was able to watch a memory engram she'd uploaded of a conversation she'd had with several notable citizens who were in the know. It was like watching an episode of The View crossed with a podcast. He felt their opinions as much as he listened to them. While they didn't necessarily influence him in any way, he could tell the things they were serious about and what they were unsure of. Also, he couldn't help but notice the subtle but quite obvious plugs they were giving to their families' businesses. The subject of the day was the war with the kobolds and the effect it had on the city. They covered the strained facilities trying to make room for the immigrating outlying villages, the possible threat of what it could mean to ignore the density shift currently underway. They also discussed the pros and cons of asking for aid from the kingdom, and whether or not Dorchester could survive on its own. At one point, someone brought up the city's new, unique Lord Walker. Nero found it immensely amusing how divisive the subject was. The subject changed before the arguments about what he represented really got going, but it was enlightening nonetheless. Apparently, many nobles weren't happy with the new trading posts he'd had Vera set up. When they mentioned their own businesses, he could tell exactly what they were doing. The method of transmission didn't allow them to lie or obfuscate in any way. Oddly, he knew that somehow each of the people being shown had uploaded their own version of the memory, seamlessly splicing them together to create what he was experiencing.
It was like watching a combined first-person perspective from all of them, while not even remotely being confusing. Calling it weird would be an understatement, on par with calling triple pepper hot sauce spicy. Honestly, Nero got so caught up in the nuances of what he was seeing that he'd forgotten why he'd logged on to the Thought Hub in the first place. His sense of time and connection to his body dulled, and his thoughts felt separate from his physical body. It's like an entire society of influencers, but not a nightmare. If I'd ever had doubts about any of this being real, this clinches it. I could never have imagined a world like this. Hell, even having proof of it being true, downloaded directly into my brain, it still isn't enough for me to truly believe it, he thought to himself sarcastically. Barely having paid attention, he was brought out of his fugue by the feeling of the world around him shifting. Blinking away the light from the teleporter he hadn't noticed he'd taken, he looked down from the ornate stone platform he was now standing on and onto a gravel courtyard filled with patches of perfectly landscaped gardens. Looking around, he saw that he was under a gazebo of some kind, with what looked like massive doors laid down by hinges onto the ground. Had he not been able to get a wide-angle view with his essence field, he'd have no idea what he was looking at. In the distance, he saw what appeared to be the unholy love child born from a tantric sex ritual performed by a massive mansion, a French palatial estate, a castle, and a log cabin. Nero was frozen in place, not comprehending the architectural clusterfuck he was looking at, feeling a gentle hand on his shoulder, guiding him down the overturned door, which had for some reason been turned into a ramp. Nero awkwardly stumbled forward, while most of his attention was focused on trying to figure out where he was. Ripping his attention away from the ridiculously large building in the distance, Nero saw Vera walking up to him, with that same stern yet blank expression she'd always worn. However, something about her was different, as instead of being in the center-type robes he'd gotten used to seeing her in, she was wearing what looked like battle robes. Behind her, spread out in rows, were people dressed in matching, elegant uniforms. There must have been 50 of them, maybe 100. Who knows, as there were a lot of them, and Nero didn't feel like counting. It was creepy enough how they were all just standing there, staring at him. His senses made it very clear that they were all filled with expectation and hope, and the entirety of their attention was focused almost exclusively on him. Coming to a halt directly in front of Nero, Vera said, "Welcome, my lord, to the Walker estate. If you'll please follow me, there are some matters that you need to address before you can take your rest." Without another word, she turned around and walked off toward the building in the distance. Nero, after blinking several times to clear his head, turned to Nick, who was conveniently still on his right, and said, "She didn't even say hi to you. What did you do to piss her off?" Rolling his eyes in annoyance, Nick replied, "I've been talking to her over the link since we arrived in the city. It's not like she was surprised to see me. What did you expect?" Nero shrugged absently, reminding himself once again that he really needed to adapt to the world before something ended up biting him in the ass. Again. The trick's going to be keeping it together and not losing my damn mind like everyone else around here, he thought to himself sourly. Chapter 228. Home is where your bed is. After coordinating with the household staff to get the troops situated in the guardhouse, Knight Angleton found himself standing on the balcony of his new room, thinking about how he ended up here. Looking out over the well-maintained grounds, he saw combat rings for melee training, variable difficulty obstacle courses, recruit barracks for trainees. Anything and everything he needed to forge a powerful private army. It was both eerily similar to the elite training compound he'd recently been asked to run, and yet utterly different at the same time. Turning away from the site, he walked back into the officer's room he'd taken over. Instead of the militaristic stone walls he'd grown used to,
Everything was adorned with artistically carved wood and finery.
Even the oversized desk looked as if it were worth more than his former yearly salary under the employ of the army. Yet that wasn't why he'd signed up to follow Lord Walker. Hearing the door to his office open, he saw Blackwood entering the room with an uncharacteristically professional look on his face.
"The rooms are all assigned, and arrangements have been made for tomorrow's ceremony," he said, without preamble, before coming to a stop and standing calmly with his hands crossed behind his back. After offering his friend a small nod in greeting, he said, "And their mood?" "No problem, sir," he replied quickly, before adding in an uncertain tone, "I believe they are still waiting for you to express your opinion." Managing to stop himself from scoffing, Knight Angleton made his way over to the desk and took a seat in what was now his overly stuffed leather chair. "My opinion?" he asked sarcastically.
Something in his tone must have felt like permission to drop the formalities, as Blackwood's tense shoulders relented, and he returned to his normal, relaxed state. Walking lazily over to the desk, he plopped himself down onto one of the guest chairs and threw his feet up on the desk. "Well, yeah. Everyone has been wondering how you're feeling about what our new lord said last night. You told them that you'd be getting some answers this morning, but then spent the entire trip here lost in thought." Knight Angleton met Blackwood's gaze across the desk, his stony demeanor clashing with Blackwood's smirk. Rolling his eyes to break the tension, Blackwood asked, "So, what's the plan, Knight Angleton? We've all put in our resignations and agreed to follow you. Are we going through with the oath tomorrow, looking for another sponsor, or forming our own mercenary company?" Not to put too fine a point on it, but time is running out, and the troops would like to know what you're thinking. Tapping his fingers in thought on the arm of the chair, Knight Angleton asked, "What do you think?" Blackwood replied immediately, apparently not needing any time to consider his response. "Me? I'm with you, regardless of what path you decide we should take. We all recognize that we would have died out there if it weren't for you. If it weren't for him," Knight Angleton contradicted him harshly. Nodding in agreement, but continuing, Blackwood said, "Maybe so. But they aren't his troops just yet. For now, they still follow you. If you were to say that we've repaid our debt with our aid during the rest of the assault on the kobolds, no one would disagree with you. However, that being said, if you don't give them a reason to stay together, many will scatter. In fact, unless you specifically ask them not to, most will probably choose to take the oath to House Walker, as they liked what he said." Keeping the surprise off his face, Knight Angleton asked, "And you? Do you like what he said?" Sensing how serious Knight Angleton meant the question to be, Blackwood paused for a moment to choose his words carefully. "I can't say that I disagree with him. While I've always respected the Knight's Code, I haven't always agreed with the many interpretations I've read about its application. As you know, I was raised in the nobility, so when I tell you that duty and honor should be considered an afterthought, and instead urge you to look out for yourself first, you should know what I mean." Blackwood bit back a chuckle at the grimace on Knight Angleton's face. The man was never comfortable acknowledging the darker aspects of humanity. Instead of letting him respond, he continued, "Lord Walker made a point of telling everyone that he wasn't going to lead them or lie to them about what it was they were signing up for. He went out of his way to state his goals clearly and concisely, telling everyone exactly how he intended to use his house's forces. He also basically commanded everyone to think for themselves and figure out what kind of life they wanted to live, as he isn't interested in mindless followers. The young man didn't appeal to their humanity or call in the debts of honor everyone clearly owed him. He made their service voluntary and demanded they understand the inherent responsibility behind that choice. I've heard many speeches from people in authority, nobles, commanders, the general, even my father.
but what Lord Walker said sounded more like something one of the founders would have said. For that, people respect him. They want to follow him, to see where his path will lead.
Many of them had given their lives to the army, and having that trust betrayed has left him feeling empty. Instead of trying to fill that void, Lord Walker demanded that they take control of their lives and remember that their path is their own. And for that, I respect him. Seeing as Blackwood was finished, Knight Angleton said, "While Lord Walker has shown his preference for duty and honour, he's also made it clear that he considers them a luxury he'll only afford himself when he can. If we do choose to follow him, we'll be nothing more than mercenaries." Blackwood scoffed loudly, before responding with a tone full of mockery. "And being part of the army was different, how?" Having acquired the estate as a reward for his inexplicable, though successful, participation in the noble war between House Dorchin and the city's leadership, Nero was surprised to see so many people happy to see him. He'd been an absentee employer at best, and he'd expected to be receiving glares filled with accusation rather than the worshipful stares everyone was throwing at him. While Vera was pointing out the historical significance of the gigantic portrait hanging on the wall, Nero nodded along, feigning interest in what she was saying. Yet most of his attention remained on the gaggle of servants who were following them around. Through his essence field, he knew they were there, just waiting for the opportunity to be useful. He found it more than a little creepy. Seeing as Vera had reached a natural stopping point in her speech, Nero took the opportunity to change the subject. "Hey, Vera, I get that you want me to know the house I'll be living in and all, but is this kind of in-depth tour really necessary? Can't I look all this stuff up on the Household Thought Hub, which I'm apparently now in charge of?" he asked, sounding rather unsure of whether or not someone had made some kind of mistake. Vera's stern gaze turned toward him as she continued to lead him out of the large empty room and back into one of the central hallways. "Of course, my lord. Although a general tour may not be needed, is there anything in particular that you'd like me to clarify for you before I show you to your offices?" Rolling his eyes, Nero replied, "Vera, seriously, knock it off. I get it. You want me to be serious, and you're trying to set professional boundaries or something by acting like this. But it's really unnecessary. And more importantly, it's never going to work. I'm not going to suddenly start acting like you want me to, no matter how prissy and uptight you act. I'm just not capable of that particular brand of douchiness." Sighing heavily in defeat, Vera replied, "Very well." "You don't want a tour of your new estate, and you don't want to assemble the staff for a comprehensive review. So, what do you want?" Pausing his steps, he felt the crowd of servants circling him at a distance, stumbling to a stop. Looking over at Vera, he tried to stuff as much sincerity into his stare as he could when he said, "I want you to run my house like you have been, sucking any and every advantage you can for yourself while you do, while not completely screwing me over or making me end up destitute in the process. I want you to continue to be my partner and confidant. I'm, as usual, in over my head, and I need you to continue to explain to me all the things I'm too stupid to see." Gesturing to the servants hovering 20 feet away down the massive hallway, he continued, "For example, why don't you start by explaining how I have an entire super mansion worth of servants already?"
They can't have been from the former owners, as I doubt you'd keep around anyone still harboring loyalty to the Dorchins. The barest hint of a smirk appeared on Vera's face as she replied, "You're the lord of a house on the rise, and plenty of people have been inquiring about the opportunity to join. Through service and loyalty they can advance, and one day earn a place at your side. Well, their children might, or their grandchildren. But the opportunity is there, and many are looking to seize it." Staring at her blankly, he replied, "Uh-huh, right.
Taking a step closer to her, he whispered, "And how am I paying all these people? I thought we went over my finances and decided that all of this was unnecessary." Vera snorted and replied, "We did, and it was. But now, everything is different. You're due compensation for your quest from the city, and many people have pledged to sign their lives over to you during the life oath ceremony tomorrow.
What's more, the trading posts you tasked me with setting up are making quite a profit. Between the essence crystals we're receiving and the trade goods we're selling, House Walker's finances are more than sufficient to handle filling out your household." Halfway through her speech, she began walking off, clearly expecting Nero to follow her. "You need to understand, Nero. Now that House Verena has pledged allegiance to House Walker as its Dorchester auxiliary, you're now receiving a tithe from my share of profits as well. Nicholas's too, for that matter, though his aren't all that impressive. With the hunting teams Ms. Averett is setting up, your investments in the arena, and precision shipping, along with several other sources of income I've developed for you, you don't have anything to worry about regarding your coffers," she declared smugly. Nero shook his head in disbelief at what he was hearing. "So people are really just signing over their life savings to me and declaring themselves my followers, fully understanding that I'm going to bounce all over the place and get into trouble for the sake of adventure and expanding my horizons?" Vera replied quickly, sounding almost insulted that he had to ask. "Of course. An opportunity to follow a unique at the start of his legend is something very few will pass up without a good reason to stay on their current path." Nero listened as she continued to drone on about why people were so intent on following him. She covered in great detail how people viewed this as an opportunity for personal growth, and even went so far as to make it sound like they were right to be paying him for the privilege of being his, for lack of a better word, peons. To Nero, it sounded like they were treating it as an apprenticeship or something. Eventually, she led him to his room, having realized how little interest he had in exploring the ridiculously large supermansion he'd found himself living in. The chamber, she understatedly referred to as the master bedroom, was large enough to play a solid game of laser tag. The arched ceiling was tall enough to have shadows hiding murals and floating lights, interspersed between massive chandeliers housing swirling balls of essence. The walls, like everything else in this place, were filled with meticulously carved designs that made the whole room feel unnecessarily fancy. Wardrobes, couches, rugs, lamps, tables, and every other type of furniture filled up the space around the central pedestal that housed his bed. As if they expected him to be some kind of sultan, the bed had a canopy that made it look more like a gazebo than a mattress. At best guess, he'd be able to fit every woman he'd ever been with in that bed, and still have room for all of their sisters. Granted, that number wasn't all that impressive, as some people's might be, but it was still a ridiculously big-ass bed. After sweeping his gaze across the insanely unnecessary master bedroom, he turned to Vera and asked, "Seriously? This is my room? Does it come with a map? Or do I have to plot a course to the bathroom by studying the placement of the chandeliers?" Snorting in amusement, Vera replied, "As your personal attendants, Ms. Davis and Mr. Cochran will be more than happy to show you around. Be sure to let Mr. Cochran know if you need anything, as he'll be in charge of your clothing and armor. Meanwhile, Miss Davis will manage your other needs." Narrowing his eyes at the two people standing behind her, he asked with a hint of concern, "What needs?" Raising a singular eyebrow in response to Nero's hostility, she replied, "All your needs. Linens, food, your washing, things of that nature. As the personal chambermaid of her lord, she'll also be willing to fulfill your carnal needs, if that's what you're worried about. However, I'd recommend focusing more on your responsibilities than worrying about that sort of thing. Besides, there are trained bedmates in the pleasure houses that would be far more appropriate for that sort of thing." Nero's jaw dropped, simultaneously both shocked and offended at how he was both right in his suspicions and insulted by her misunderstanding what he had meant.
I mean, God damn it, Vera. I'm not going to have sex with the maid.
Confused, Vera replied, "Well, of course you won't. I just told you that you shouldn't. You're a lord of a unique house with a rather strong local position. You can afford to pick your consorts with a little more thought and tact than that. Or at least I hope you can. Regardless, try and get some rest. Tomorrow will be a big day, and you need to do your best not to ruin anything with your antics. Be sure to read the schedule I've sent you, and if you have time, look over the estate's introduction packet I prepared." Gesturing to the two people in matching robes behind her, she added, "As I said, if you have anything other questions, I'm sure Ms. Davis and Mr. Cochrane will be able to help you." Without another word, she walked off, leaving Nero alone with his new personal attendants, both of whom were looking at him with expressions somewhere between happiness and respect. They were both wearing matching gray robes with teal highlights, which he vaguely remembered being the house colors he'd chosen. Mr. Cochrane was just under 6 feet, with an average build, but impeccably groomed to the point that Nero wondered how long he must take to get ready in the morning. His short brown hair was slicked in a perfect part, and his beard's uniformity at approximately 1/2 inch in length must be a total bitch to maintain. The man just looked like he was the kind of guy who sorted his cereal boxes by fiber content. To his left was Ms. Davis. She, on the other hand, looked more like a middle school teacher at a prep school rather than a maid. Her bright blonde hair was in a tight bun, giving Nero no idea as to how long it actually was. Her rounded face and naturally cheery eyes gave the impression that she was there for him. Seeing that she was rather plump in all the right places, just short of being overweight, made Nero have the uncomfortable urge to give her a hug. Seeing as he was not emotionally prepared for this type of meeting, Nero said, "Well, it's nice to meet you both. I'm sure you've both been vetted and are more than capable of whatever it is you're supposed to do here. Lucky for you, I don't plan to be here all that often, and I doubt I'll be needing you to do too much. However, just so you know, if anyone offers to buy your loyalty or pays you to off me in my sleep, always remember that I'm willing to pay more, fight dirtier, and hold grudges better than they will." Seeing their smiles becoming a little strained, he rubbed the back of his neck in annoyance. He really had no idea how to deal with the fact that these two random people were now just part of his life. "For now, I'm just going to take a shower and eat some food I have stored in my personal space. Feel free to go about your business, and do whatever it is that you're supposed to do. I'll be sure to look up the section concerning your duties in the packet Lady Verena sent. When I have something for you to do, I'll let you know. It was nice to meet you both." Turning around, Miro was about to walk off before he paused and asked over his shoulder, So which way is the bathroom?" Both Mr. Cochrane and Miss Davis raised their right hands and pointed off toward one of the walls in the distance. Their unspoken coordination and equally confused expressions nearly made Nero burst into laughter. Luckily, he limited his response to a smirk as he left them there, wondering what just happened. Nero quickly put them both out of his mind, as he was more interested in what the decorators were thinking when they furnished this place. He couldn't understand the point of random couches and tables arranged in circles all over the place. It was like they were expecting groups to gather while waiting for their turn in the ridiculously large central bed. Shaking his head in amusement, he thought to himself, "That's probably exactly what they were thinking when they designed this place." Finding the bathroom wasn't all that hard once he got near it, as the doors were wide open. Yes, doors. There were 2 of them. Upon entering, he saw a large tiled room with an overhead mural filled with clouds and an essence light mimicking the sun. Thin, beautiful pillars sectioned off different areas while holding up the faux sky. The shower, if you could call it that,
was an entire area that had constant gentle rain coming down from the ceiling. On the other side, there were raised areas with stairs leading to various sized hot tubs with steam wafting off them. Then, in the middle, there was a bath that could only be described as a swimming pool. Throughout the bathroom, there were various types of sitting options, including stools, benches, sloped mats, and even couches, all of them waterproof somehow. And then there were the mirrors. So many mirrors. There were hundreds of them, seamlessly integrated into the walls and pillars.
Had he not spent the better part of his day thinking about enchantments, and specifically what they were capable of, he wouldn't have considered how difficult it must have been to set all this up. He was looking forward to delving into everything and figuring out how it all worked. But with the sound of water from the rain room, he had more pressing concerns. Although he did want a shower, he was more interested in finding a toilet. That's when he noticed them. Multiple toilets spread out through the room like stools with holes in them. They were all over the place, and each was incorporated subtly into whatever area they were placed. I guess they don't even bother with toilet paper here. As the master of the house, I'm expected to know how to magically wipe my own ass, he thought to himself with a chuckle. Shrugging away the weird combination of artistic pragmatism of the room, he started taking off his armor, fully intending to christen every part of his new bathroom. After taking care of his business, he took a soak in the magical version of a jacuzzi, ate some food, perused the thought hub, read the estate's welcome packet, and answered a few pings. It was both thoroughly relaxing and surprisingly productive. The downside of all that productivity was that he now had a better understanding of how the citizenry of Dorchester, along with its nobles, saw the new and interesting Lord Walker. An hour later, he walked out of the bathroom with a thoughtful look on his face, ready to call it an early night so he could get some thinking done. Stuttering to a stop, he saw both Mr. Cochran and Miss Davis standing next to the stairs leading up to his bed, each with a patient look on their faces. They didn't say anything, but he could feel their request for orders coming through loud and clear over the ether. After coughing lightly to regain some composure, he said, Thank you both for whatever it is you did or are doing. But you can both head out for the night. I'll be fine. Big day tomorrow and all, so I'm just going to head to bed a little early. Is there something I need to be doing before I can get some sleep? Mr. Cochran replied swiftly and professionally, No, my lord. Lady Verena has asked me to remind you to read the schedule she arranged, but other than that, everything can wait until morning. Good night, my lord. Ms. Davis echoed, Good night, my lord. Then, as if having practiced the maneuver many times before, they simultaneously offered a slight bow and walked away in lockstep. Seeing that kind of thing in person is just as creepy as I thought it would be when I saw it on TV, he thought to himself. Now alone, he walked up the stairs to his bed and crawled toward the center. Or at least he started to. After a few feet, he decided it was pointless and sprawled out where he was. Closing his eyes, he sunk into his inner world, resolving himself to a thorough and complete session of self-reflection and heavy thought concerning how he felt about being called the Smiling Death, the Savior of Dorchester, the Hand of the Heavens, and, among other things, the Walker. I should really look into getting some royalties based on how many people are talking about me, he thought to himself sarcastically, doing his best to keep calm and not freak out. Chapter 229. Getting Settled, Mentally and Physically. Archmage Mathers settled into his chair with a sigh of relief. Having spent the day traveling all over Hennings, suffering through meeting after meeting, it was nice to be able to sit down and enjoy some heavens-blessed silence. Despite having gotten around most of the paperwork his newfound position demanded, he was still swamped with work.
Their shadow war with the Tower of Fate,
along with the day-to-day considerations he had to deal with, were filling his days with obligations he couldn't ignore. Reaching into his desk, he pulled out a bottle of Boltarian Red, along with a glass. While he still had multiple things he needed to get done today, a glass or two of wine probably wouldn't hurt. After using a simple spell to remove the cork and instantly aerate the wine, he poured himself a glass while thinking, even after delegating most of the responsibilities of the position, I'm still stuck dealing with too many duties. I haven't seen the inside of my lab in days. It's no wonder that old bastard was always in such a horrible mood, he thought to himself. Having just thought of Archmage Jennings, Mathers groaned out loud in annoyance while collapsing deeper into his seat in defeat. I keep forgetting to check in with him, he chided himself. After taking a hefty gulp of wine, he straightened himself up and sent out a request for Jennings to open a connection. If there was one thing Archmage Mathers refused to be, it was a procrastinator. While enjoying his wine, he waited patiently for Jennings to contact him, knowing that the Archmage was currently out of his office. Through the dedicated connection they'd set up, he could look in on the man whenever he wanted. He just usually was too busy to bother. Eventually, he felt the connection request come in from the relay they set up between Dorchester's Tower of Magic and the one here in Hennings. Mathers, if this is about the localized ether collapse, you don't have to worry. I already took care of it, Jennings said in lieu of a greeting. Confused, but not terribly interested in hearing about it, Mathers replied, Oh, that's good then. Well done. Unsurprisingly, Jennings immediately saw through Mathers' bluff and asked, If it's not about the ether collapse, then what's the matter? Has there been an issue with the Shadow War? What have those fate-obsessed idiots done now? Mathers chuckled, somehow comforted by Jennings' ornery nature. It reminded him that, despite currently being the one in charge of the Council of Magic, it was Jennings who was the true power in the tower, and likely would remain so until he either died or ascended. Waving his hand dismissively at the transmitted image of Jennings, Mathers replied, No, nothing like that. Everything is going to plan, and as far as we can tell, the Tower of Fate is still debating how to respond to the rapidly changing public opinion. Granted, they'll have to do something soon, or some glory-seeking young noble is going to propose a reform to the Council of Leadership, and then it will be out of their hands. Nodding in understanding, Jennings replied, All right, then what do you want? Grimacing, Mathers replied, Honestly, nothing. I just haven't spoken with you in a few days, and I haven't had time to follow the reports coming out of Dorchester. The last I heard, the Dwarven ambassador had chosen Dorchester for their experimental city initiative, and since then I've been too busy to follow up with you. Having already known all about the dwarves, Jennings wasn't surprised. What was surprising was Mathers being too busy to pay attention to what he was up to. He'd have thought that Mathers would have dedicated an entire mind partition to monitoring him. All right, I'll bite. What's got you so busy that you can't watch over me, silently judging me like you usually do? Jennings asked with a subtle tone of accusation.
Mathers replied quickly, I don't usually Jennings interrupted him with an angry, Mathers, spit it out.
Sighing, Mathers replied, It's just, being the acting head of the Council of Mages isn't as enjoyable as I thought it would be, and I miss my lab. Rolling his eyes, Jennings said, If there is anyone in the world who can relate to what you're going through, it's me. It's incredibly annoying to finally get the position you've always wanted, only to find out that it is a headache you were completely unprepared for. Why do you think I sent so much of my work your way? Hells below, I pretty much spent the past 100 years perfecting the art of having other people do aspects of my job so that I was free to spend my days tinkering away with my experiments. Mathers, having gotten used to the idea of Jennings avoiding his responsibilities, wasn't remotely surprised. Once again sighing, he asked hopefully, I don't suppose you'll be returning to Hennings anytime soon? Jennings narrowed his eyes in consideration as he evaluated Mathers' puffy red eyes and generally defeated demeanor. From what he could see, the poor man wasn't handling being in charge of the Council of Magic nearly as well as Jennings had expected him to. Rubbing his chin in thought, "Considering how obsessed with rules and paperwork he is, I would have thought he would love having everyone reporting to him. Looking at him now, it's like he's already succumbing to age creep," he said to himself sarcastically, mocking the man's tired appearance. Suddenly widening his eyes, Jennings muttered a curse. "Devils and demons, damn that little shit." Mathers, broken out of his thoughts by Jennings, raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "What? Who's a little shit?" Audibly groaning in annoyance, Jennings replied, "Our anomaly. I just, unfortunately, realized what that nonsense he's been spouting about not wanting to be a leader is all about. I thought, well, it doesn't matter what I thought. Just, if you can find the time, track down the recorded scry of his address to his house's troops after the recent battle with the kobolds. Also, I recommend scheduling a session or two with a wayfinder. I hate to say it, but I think we as a people have forgotten what our founders truly wanted for us." Mathers, thoroughly and utterly confused, replied, "A wayfinder? I haven't spoken with a wayfinder in centuries. Why would I need to Interrupting him, Jennings replied angrily, "Just watch the little shit's speech. Then tell me it doesn't sound like something out of the old tales of the founding. You'll see what I mean." Not understanding the connection between the topic he'd brought up and what Jennings was talking about, but not wanting to further anger the temperamental old man, he replied, "All right, I'll be sure to do so. But in the meantime, do you have anything to report that I should be aware of, or that you need my help with?" Jennings's furrowed brow softened, remembering that despite their confrontational relationship, they'd always looked out for each other. "No, I'm fine. Don't worry about my little adventure out here. You just focus on reminding the people I've had dealing with things that just because I'm not there doesn't mean they're not still responsible for the duties I've assigned them. Here, I'll send you the master list I created concerning who I've had doing what. It should hopefully free up some more of your time, allowing you to get back to your lab." Having received the list on his link, Mathers immediately opened it. He could see scores of names, each one a member of the council, and each having been given responsibilities that he'd been busting his ass dealing with since the Jennings had left the city. He'd already known about the Jennings offloading his paperwork onto others, but seeing the true extent of his delegation shenanigans, he felt his face turning red from his blood pressure spiking. "You've had this list the entire time, and those bastards just let me do everything. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to drag each and every one of those smug bastards to the arena and end them. Then, when I'm done with them, I'm going to deal with you. How could you not tell me about this?" Jennings, seeing the ethereal waves or essence pouring off his friend over the scry connection, decided that it was a good time to end the conversation. "Well, I'm happy to be of help. Remember what I said. I think you'll find it enlightening. Be sure to get some sleep. You look stressed," he added with a smile. As Mathers screamed, "Jennings!" the scry connection cut off, leaving him once again alone in his office. With his fists clenched in rage, he noticed that he had lost control of his essence field, causing a small, localized essence storm in his office. Tragically, he could see that he had inadvertently caused the wine in both his glass and the bottle to boil, completely ruining the one good thing he had going for him on this, his most miserable day in recent memory. Muttering softly, he promised himself, "Yup, I'm definitely going to kill him." Slipping into his inner world, Nero took a deep breath of fresh air. The cobblestone path below his feet was where it was supposed to be, and the sky was still clear of rain. The puffy clouds overhead,
along with the bright and cheery sun, gave the forest in his mind an ambiance of tranquility. Yet, there was a pervasive sense of the unknown, a promise of adventure provided by the dancing shadows and the uncertain path in front of him.
"Looks like everything is still working," he said to himself as he glanced around at the floating memories hovering all over the place. Rubbing his hands together, he got to work. Instead of just mindlessly incorporating them, he let himself get lost in the recollections, experiencing them all over again from an objective perspective. He rewatched himself giving his speech to the wackos, and the potential wackos. Just as he'd thought, it was just as cringeworthy as he expected it to be. While he could tell that everyone enjoyed it for some reason, watching himself rant like a crazy person caused him to facepalm and promise that in the future he'd make some note cards or something. The only positive he could see was that despite physically being a teenager, he actually didn't really look like one. Whether it was the way he stood, what he was wearing, or just the look in his eye, he looked more like a young man than a 14-year-old brat throwing a tantrum. Looking at it objectively, he could even see how some people, crazy people, that is, might consider what he'd said as inspirational. He then relived the meeting with the leadership of his house, enjoying once again how everyone seemed to know what they were doing without asking too much for his input. Aside from noticing that Knight Angleton was a little more angry about his little speech than Nero remembered him being, he thought he'd gotten his point across well. Most of what he saw was unsurprising, but still noteworthy. Everything he was re-experiencing felt more like shoring up his foundations than progressing further along his path. Besides, being able to consider how he felt about what he was taking away from the experiences was probably more important in the long run than what he'd actually experienced. I need to remember that perception is reality here, even more so than it was in my previous world, he thought to himself with a frown. After he'd caught up with everything that his soul had stockpiled, he found himself at a loss for how he should proceed. He'd thought he would have learned something from watching his rather profound revelations happen from an outside perspective, but that hadn't been the case. Checking his identity panel, he saw that he only gained around 15% of a level. Barely anything. Name: Nero Walker, level 16. Race: human. Growth: 28%. Tier 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 100%. Body: 4. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence: 11. Stars: 0. Pillars: 3/1. Not that he'd expected all that much from a single day. If he were being honest with himself, he'd have to say that he was still leveling a lot faster than he should be. But he still had questions that he needed answered. For example, his pillar had acquired a new ability which was supposed to help him harmonize his attributes, whatever that meant. Also, if growth was primarily about figuring out who you are, then why would he need to go out and do anything? Couldn't he just stay in his room and think about stuff? Like a monk? Or a stoner? While he rubbed the back of his head and thought, he found himself staring at the literal path in front of him, wondering what his upcoming life's journey had in store for him. Although he was trying his best to embrace the metaphors and understand how all of this crap worked, it was still really annoying. Pausing in thought, he recalled the offhand comment he'd made to Nick and Quincy about how growth was basically like world-sponsored self-enchanting. By creating experiences and using them to reinforce his identity, he was both giving his life meaning and becoming more himself than he was before. Suddenly, he had a stray thought that made the back of his neck begin to sweat. Have I ever looked behind me while I've been in here? I haven't. Have I? He wondered to himself, while all of a sudden feeling like something vast and dangerous was directly behind him. Slowly, he turned to look over his shoulder to see the path behind him.
Widening his eyes in shock, he recoiled from the sight of his path leading off into nothingness. Around 50 or 60 feet away, the path just ended. Or started, or something. The cobblestone path, the forest, even the sky, it all just stopped. In their place was a solid wall of kaleidoscopic colors that he somehow just knew was outside of the reality he'd been living in. Had that always been there? Or had it just appeared when he'd thought of it? Was there even a point to thinking about it? Muttering unconsciously, he said, "I really do come from outside of this plane of existence. I'm like a body-jacking dimensional alien with superpowers." Ripping his eyes away from the incomprehensible sight, he turned around to face forward again, taking deep breaths to keep himself from freaking out.
He already knew he couldn't really move forward or backward along his path, so he was incapable of running away or exploring what he decided would henceforth be referred to as the reality wall. Feeling his knees getting a little weak, he sat his ass down on the cobblestone path and looked up at the sky while trying to regain his bearings. Seeing proof, even if it was metaphorical, of his weird nature shook him to his core. After a bit, he managed to get himself together and start thinking about what it all meant. Looking around, he let his eyes wander over the shadows and trees, reveling in the feeling of the gentle breeze on his face, thoroughly enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Then, like he'd been hit with a duh hammer, he remembered that all of this was in his head, or his soul, or something equally not real. Even worse, it was a representation he'd made up, one he was now finding emotional comfort in. He was, quite literally, calming himself down. Frowning at the thought that he might actually end up going crazy if this world continued not making any kind of real-world, logical sense, he closed his eyes and renewed his promise to himself that he would continue taking things at face value. The last thing he wanted to do was start overthinking things. That never works out well for anybody. What he needed to do was focus on the tangible, real-world things he could control. While he couldn't outright ignore all this spiritual nonsense, that didn't mean he had to focus on it. All he had to do was treat it like a microwave. There was absolutely, positively, no reason he needed to understand how it did what it did. Simply knowing that it did it was enough. The food still got hot, as long as he followed the rules. Don't microwave metal or plastic, and be sure to stir what he was cooking every 2 minutes. Same thing with his leveling. All he had to do was focus on his goals, avoid getting distracted, and respect the grind. Although, aside from his brief stint as an elite trainee, enjoying the personal instruction of Kathleen, he hadn't done all that much grinding. Shaking off the distracting thought, he said to himself, "Doesn't matter. I'm more of a learn-while-doing kind of guy anyway." Standing up, he firmed his shoulders and glared at the path fading off into the distance and the mountains beyond. "My long-term goal remains the same. Big-ass tower. Reality-altering super mage. Adventure." Nodding to himself, he added, "Tomorrow, I'll state my intentions clearly, and if they really want to follow me, then so be it. I decide what being their leader entails, not them. My life is my own, and my destiny is mine to control," he stated loudly and firmly, as if he were daring the metaphorical path before him to disagree with him. From out of nowhere, there was a massive clap of thunder, loud enough to shake the ground under his feet. A strong breeze blew across the forest like a wave, spinning loose leaves and dirt all over the place. Even the sky changed, as though a cloud had passed in front of the sun, casting the entire area in a temporary shadow. Then, as quickly as it started, it was over. After wiping the dust from his eyes, he could see that the sun was back out and the forest had returned to normal. However, the cobblestone path under his feet had changed. No longer was it a small but charmingly enduring path through the forest. Now it was a road. A small one, but a road nonetheless. It had widened considerably, and the stones that used to be randomly sized but well placed were now more uniform and much flatter. No longer were there shoots of plant life coming up in between them. Now, the path looked like it had just been freshly laid by professionals. Face-palming himself, he groaned, "Son of a bitch. My path is now wide and clear. This entire world can just eat a dick." Completely over the idea of putting up with any more self-reflection, Nero hastily ejected himself back into reality, finding himself once again in his massively oversized bed. Feeling the obviously enchanted mattress cradling him like an infant, and smelling the wonderful scent of freshly laundered sheets, Nero easily put all that nonsense behind him and instead let himself drift off to sleep. As usual, he suffered through a mildly uncomfortable night of images assaulting his dreams and interrupting his rest. Thankfully, since he was back in Dorchester, he was no longer just seeing the life and times of the kobolds. He was now able to catch glimpses of Dorchester in all its glory. He saw average citizens going about their lives, trying to make connections with each other, finding love and friendship. Hard-working men and women dedicated to improving themselves, while putting up with the daily annoyances like work and in-laws. He saw scheming nobles meeting in secret and witnessed the web of connections their houses provided. It was like seeing massive, multicolored roots spreading out through the city, both feeding off it and simultaneously holding it together. But that wasn't all. He also got to see visions of Dorchester's history. He witnessed the failed Dorchen rebellion against Oglevark and the consequences thereof. From his third-person perspective, he was able to see the moment the essence flows collapsed, causing the ether itself to recoil from the material plane. He saw the moment a woman who looked much like the city lord took up the throne. He felt like he could feel the heat on his face as he watched the city burn. Unfortunately, the entire experience was just fractured imagery, accompanied by intuitive understanding and hints. He learned no secrets, nor achieved any understanding of anything remotely useful. When it was all said and done, all he'd gotten out of the experience was a restless night and a slightly improved perspective of what the city was. Sitting up in his bed, he rubbed his temples as the memories of what he'd just experienced settled into his mind. "Would you prefer to bathe first, or would you rather have your breakfast, my lord?" asked a voice from his right. Nearly jumping out of the sheets in shock, Nero looked over to see Ms. Davis standing there, with that motherly yet inviting smile on her face. She looked exactly the same as she did yesterday, and seemed perfectly at ease standing there at the edge of his bed. Panting heavily from the shock, Nero held a hand to his naked chest to settle his heart. "How long have you been standing there?" he asked in a growl. While keeping that understanding expression on her face, she replied, "Not long, my lord." "So, bath or breakfast?" Grumbling to himself about annoying ass servants being nothing more than paid babysitters, he crawled his bare ass across the bed. He absolutely refused to be intimidated by the idea of her seeing him naked. If this was supposed to be his room, then he will damn well treat it as such. Walking right past her with his head held high, he said, "I'm going to the bathroom. Don't even think about following me." As he strode off, he tried to maintain as much dignity as he could, despite his current exposure. While he headed down the steps leading down to the rest of the room from his bed's pedestal, he heard Ms. Davis's calm voice reply, "As you wish, my lord. You still have 3 hours until you're needed in the receiving hall. Breakfast will be waiting for you when you return." Not bothering to stop or even acknowledge what she'd said, Nero headed off toward the bathroom for his morning ritual, his head still reeling from all that he'd experienced while he'd slept.
Okay. First, take your morning dump. Then a shower, brush your teeth, and get dressed. There should be plenty of time for coffee. Breakfast. And for God's sake, man, remember to read the damn schedule thing Vera sent you. He mentally yelled at himself while stomping across the room to the bathroom, already knowing for a fact that today was going to suck balls. Chapter 230. Taking the stage to play the part. Lady Vera Salvatore Verena knew she should have been used to this type of pressure. She'd been to innumerable noble events, ceremonies like this included. However, none of that vast experience seemed to help her at the moment. She wasn't unaware of what the source of her anxiety was. She just couldn't do anything about it. For one thing, she had taken it upon herself to plan and coordinate everything, while not technically being the one in charge. The situation itself precluded her usual level of control over events, as her success was intrinsically tied to her new lord's hosting abilities, and it was her new lord that was the real problem. It wasn't all that long ago that she had met the young man, and since then his rise has been both improbable and rapid, in a way that continuously unsteadied her worldview. Not that she blamed him for it, not really. She liked him well enough, even thought of him as a friend and potential ally. Had there been more time to get to know him, she more than likely wouldn't have any reason to feel this unbalanced. Yet, fate didn't seem to want to give her enough time to adjust. Whether she was ready to accept it or not, their dynamic had irrevocably changed. Where she had once been in the stronger social position, now she had somehow found herself as the weaker party. She was merely a lady in a house beholden to his. While unlikely, propriety required her to show subservience to him, to treat him as a superior. What made it worse was that she knew he didn't understand the social complexities involved. Not only that, he refused to learn about them. So now, here she was, planning a founding ceremony for him, having to rely on him not to embarrass both their houses in front of the entire city's nobility. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Mrs. Warren, the estate manager she had hired for her new lord, approaching. Preempting what she was going to say, Vera asked, "Yes, what is it?" Unflustered, Mrs. Warren replied, "Most of the nobility has already arrived and have been shown to the main hall. Food and drinks are already being served, and from the looks of it, it seems that it was a good idea to err on the side of caution and overestimate how much we needed to prepare."
It seems as if most of the city's power base has made an appearance. Unsurprised, Vera nodded briefly before asking, "Anything else?" Stepping a little closer, Mrs. Warren lowered her voice to a whisper. "Yes, my lady. We may need to deploy more relays for all the potential adherents. The area we reserved for them will likely be insufficient to contain their numbers. Already more applicants have appeared than we have registrations for." Slightly widening her eyes in reply, Vera tried to keep calm. "More? But didn't we post a hard limit on the recruitment page?" Nodding seriously, Mrs. Warren replied, "Yes, we did. However, from what some of the staff have overheard, it seems that Lord Walker's declaration of his house's intent has inspired many people to follow him. There has been more than one comparison made to some of the speeches the first king and several of the founders had made during the founding of Oglevark. The people seem to believe that Lord Walker will be like one of the great legends come again, and following him will see them participating in a new, greater city's founding at some point. They want to experience where his path will lead them." Feeling the urge to rub her temples in annoyance, Vera said, "Well, as long as they follow the agreed-upon precepts, I don't suppose we can just send them away. If they are truly willing to give up their lives to follow him,
We have no justifiable reason to deny them. If we did, we'd be lambasted by the public opinion, and they'd probably just end up following him anyway." Her face stoic and calm, Mrs. Warren replied, "That would most likely be the case, yes." Changing the subject, Vera asked, "Have you heard from the evaluators?" Nodding, Mrs. Warren replied succinctly, "Yes, they've arrived with the order's Grand Master."
The matter with the charges against Lord Walker has been resolved, and the first payment toward the completion of the quest has already been awarded. Also, it seems that the Royal Academy has decided to certify Lord Walker's status as a unique, bypassing the need for any further inquiry. Surprisingly, the evaluator team has stated their intentions to become Lord Walker's adherents as well. Shocked, Vera asked, "Really? All of them? They're willing to give up their citizenships at the capital?" Replying quickly, Mrs. Warren said quietly, "It appears so. They've also registered their accounts and agreed to the equity transfer. I'm not sure why, but they are adamant about tying their futures to Lord Walker. However, I've been told they are still restricted from acting in support of his efforts here due to their level disparity." Thinking quickly through the ramifications of what she'd just heard, Vera muttered, "Well, of course they would be." That aside, the amount of money they'll be injecting into House Walker's coffers is enough to open up a myriad of future opportunities. As former citizens of the capital, their individual wealth most likely dwarfs the worth of every noble in Dorchester combined. Appearing out of nowhere right next to them, Academian Quincy said, "That would more than likely be true." Stifling their surprise well, both women turned to look at the Academian's smirking face, with equally cool looks demonstrating how unamused they were with the man's sudden appearance. Offering them both a polite nod of apology, Academian Quincy continued, "Now that we've formally left the Royal Academy, I'm free to tell you that we came to Dorchester specifically to follow Lord Walker." Confused, but hiding it well, Vera replied, "But why?" The centuries-old man's eyes looked every bit his age at the moment when he replied, "Because we believe that he sees the world in a way we cannot." So much of what he says and does is dismissed as rhetoric and misunderstood by those who witness it. Yet despite that, we know that there is wisdom behind every one of his actions. Many people in the capital are following his story, choosing to emulate the principles he espouses with his every waking breath. He is known there as the Walker, and his passion for life and unflinching pursuit of his personal goals is nothing short of inspirational. Once, long ago, we as a people were dedicated solely to personal development, coming together to forge a society that stood for individual greatness. We rewarded hard work and success with responsibility, culling from our leadership those who only desired power over others. Somewhere along that path, we've lost our way. The Walker is someone who leads from the front. He doesn't require anyone to give up their lives for him, but his very presence gives them meaning when they do. He's like a bright and shining light in the distance, showing us the way. For that, we will follow him, and in so doing, find our own path through the world. Stunned at the man's declaration, Vera gulped once to clear her throat. I had no idea that his legend had already spread that far. Have you all really decided to give up all that your long years have earned, just for the chance to follow him? Replying with a subtly mocking tone, he said, What good are resources when our paths are stagnating? Our inner sense of adventure is what drives us, and the Walker has made it clear that's what being a wacko is all about. Dropping his serious expression, he changed his tone to forcibly break the moment's tone. Well, enough of that for now. We have a ceremony to partake in. This is the first founding of a unique house in over 100 years. People will be watching recordings of this for quite some time, so let's be sure to enjoy it. Without another word, his form seemed to ripple until he disappeared from their sight. Turning to Mrs. Warren, Vera said seriously, "Let's get those extra relays set up promptly and make sure everything is in order. We can't afford any mistakes. The eyes of the entire kingdom will be watching." Nodding seriously in response to Lady Salvatore Verina's words, Mrs. Warren replied, "Of course, my lady. I will see to it personally." After enjoying a shower in the incomprehensible rain area of his bathroom, Nero dried himself off with one of the 30 or so strategically placed towels hanging all over the place. Shaking his head in amusement, he couldn't decide if whoever had designed this room was a genius or a madman. Now clean and ready to start his day, he stood in front of one of the numerous mirrors, trying to decide whether or not to follow the recommendation Vera sent for what he should wear. The schedule she'd sent had him wearing the same formal robes he'd worn to his visit to the keep, this time modified to display his house colors. Unfortunately, she hadn't included her reasoning as to why he needed to wear them. Most likely, she'd just assumed he wouldn't have cared. And normally, she'd have been right. But this time, Nero was trying to think ahead. He'd be on display for the first time in a formal setting as Lord Walker, and how he presented himself would set the tone for how the nobles saw him, not to mention whoever else ended up seeing the ceremony. Much like the time when he'd given his oath to Dorchester, Vera had kept the instructions as simple as possible. Nero could tell she only included what she felt he needed to know. He really should have read the damn thing before he went to sleep last night. It would have given him time to formulate some questions and prepare. Unfortunately, he couldn't have, even if he wanted to. His link had been right where he'd left it, on top of his magic satchel, on the floor of the bathroom. Figuring that he might as well get in the habit of using his link, he sent a ping out to Vera, chuckling to himself at both how simple and how unused to the process he was. Almost immediately, the connection snapped open. Vera's presence appeared in his mind like a wall of tightly wound emotions. He could tell she was forcibly suppressing her anxiety and stress, keeping herself calm by sheer stubborn force of will. "Good morning, my lord. What can I do for you?" she asked somewhat tersely. Nero rolled his eyes at her forced unfamiliarity. "I just wanted to know if I really needed to wear the fancy robes you suggested. Like, is it mandatory or something?" "Because I was thinking that it might be better to wear my armor," he said. While doing an amazing job of keeping her anger in check, she replied, "And why would you want to wear your armor? Are you expecting combat?" "No, not really. I just think that I don't want to look like a typical noble. After all, I don't plan on being one, now do I? I'd rather present myself honestly. Also, on that note, I'm not going to be using the welcoming speech you prepared. I don't think it sends the right message," he said firmly. Nero could practically feel her emotional control slipping. "Very well, my lord. Wearing noble robes and giving a welcoming speech is merely tradition. If you choose not to follow it, then that is your right. Is there anything else you're intending to change with the ceremony?" she asked. He could feel her getting close to snapping, so Nero replied quickly, "No, that's it. Thank you for all your hard work. I'll be what I'm supposed to be when I'm supposed to be there. So don't worry. I'd promise not to embarrass you or anything." "Probably." Not waiting for a response, he cut the connection and then performed a full-bodied shiver. God damn, that woman is intimidating. I could feel the temperature dropping when she wasn't even in the room, he thought to himself. Taking what she had said as permission, Nero got dressed in the new leather armor he'd gotten after the supplies had been delivered. While throwing his link in his pocket, he wondered why no one ever thought of putting them on a chain and wearing them as a necklace. It shouldn't be that uncommon to not have to have it attached to their head. Although most people he'd seen still wore theirs, and he might be wrong in assuming it was just the fashion. Standing in front of the mirror, he ruffled his hair a few times to make it look more effortlessly arranged. Evaluating himself from a few angles, He adjusted the strap on his satchel so it sat more comfortably on his hip. When he was done, he gave his reflection a couple of finger guns and wink before heading out. Back in his room, Ms. Davis had arranged his breakfast on one of the tables and was now standing a few feet away from where he assumed he was supposed to sit, looking every bit the cliched servant she was. Nero, not knowing how he should treat her, offered her a nod of thanks before sitting down and digging in. While he ate, he did his best to ignore her, as he had more important things to worry about, and a limited amount of time to worry about them. As he powered through his breakfast, he thought about what he was going to say in his speech. He thought about whether or not he should write something down, but in the end decided to just mentally prepare the bullet points and try to speak from the heart. He'd never been much of an over-preparer, and he wasn't going to start now.
By the time he was done, he still had an hour before he had to be in the main hall, wherever that was. Rather than wait and chance being late, he asked Ms. Davis to lead him there. However, the moment he did, the doors to his room opened, allowing Mr. Cochrane to enter, along with another woman Nero hadn't met.
"Good morning, my lord. May I present Mrs. Tilly Warren, the Walker Estates manager," Mr. Cochrane said while gesturing to his left. Nero could see from the start that the woman had a lot in common with Vera. Her face was both stern and angular, the very image of aristocratic bitch face. Her light brown hair was elegantly arranged in a braid that wouldn't look out of place at a formal dinner. Even her robes were fine enough to make everyone in the room with her feel underdressed. She looked at most 35 or 40, but Nero could just feel that she was likely much older than that. Her bright blue eyes were hard and judgmental, somewhat like a school teacher's,
and her rigid posture made Nero unconsciously stand up straighter in response.
"It is a pleasure to meet you, my lord. The ceremony is on schedule, and guests have already begun to arrive. The call to service has been more successful than we thought it would be, and we've had to arrange a few extra groupings as a result. Most likely, we should still be able to get through everyone today, but we'll have to see how many more last-minute arrivals there are. Do you have any questions concerning your role in the ceremony, or was the prepared schedule sufficient?" she asked in a calm and steady voice, sounding very much like an auctioneer explaining how the event she'd planned would proceed. Feeling a little awkward in the presence of such overwhelming formality, Nero replied, "No questions. I'm ready to go, I guess." He saw the barest flicker of her eyes toward his armor as she silently judged what he'd decided to wear.
However, she didn't let her feelings show, even in her essence field. Her emotional control was top-notch, almost robotic.
"Very well, my lord. If you will please follow me, I'll show you to the preparatory hall," she said, before turning tightly on her heel and walking off. Nero shared a glance with Mr. Cochrane, who returned it with one of confusion. Thinking to himself, "Sure, apparently I'm the only one who thinks she's wound tighter than a hairball? This is really going to take some getting used to." Walking through the hallways in silence, Nero could feel the ether in the house vibrating with expectations and excitement. The servants he saw barely paused on their way, merely offering him a slight bow before running off to complete whatever task they were doing. He didn't see Nick, Vera, or anyone else he recognized, and their absence was starting to make him nervous. Before long, he found himself waiting in another ridiculously large and ornate room.
This one was filled with just as many chairs and couches as his bedroom, but this time arranged in rows like a meeting room. There were several pieces of art on the wall, each displaying landscapes of Dorchester from various towers and buildings. He'd hoped to find someone he knew waiting for him, but instead found nothing but silence. Even Mrs. Warren didn't bother to stick around. She'd merely told him that the ceremony would start in 23 minutes, and he'd be called to the main hall sometime after that.
Without another word, she'd given him a very delicate bow of her head before leaving, closing the door firmly behind her. Considering how large the door was, the sound of it shutting was enough to make Nero flinch. Not knowing what to do with himself, he found himself walking around the room, looking at the paintings. One in particular caught his eye. It was what he thought might be an oil painting, as his artistic knowledge was limited to a few Bob Ross shows he'd watched while getting high with his friends in high school. He'd never seen a painting this large up close, or, if he had, he certainly didn't remember it. Like the others, it was of Dorchester, but something about it seemed different to him. Taking a closer look, he saw that it showed the city at dawn, with heavy shadows contrasting sharply with the reflected light off the tops of the buildings. He could see tiny people shown on the streets, the attention to detail rather breathtaking. Yet something about the painting called to him, urging him to look deeper. Having gotten familiar with delving, and him being who he was, he didn't think for a second about the consequences before reaching out with his mind and connecting with the painting's identity.
As he did, his eyes widened in shock, as not just his mind, but also the painting responded to his essence mingling with the painting. While he could sense what was happening, he could also watch it happen in real time on the canvas in front of him. Like watching a movie reel made up of individually crafted paintings, the scene in front of him changed. It started from the city before dawn broke, the buildings shrouded in shadow. Then, all at once, the first rays of light reached the city, bathing it in a new day. Along with the light, there was an omnipresent feeling of hope and promised potential that rang out in the ether. He could feel it. Somehow, he just knew that this had been painted before the city had suffered the rebellion. Even through the delve, he could sense the potent essence flowing through the city. Whoever had painted this had wanted to show that Dorchester was on the rise, and that it would stand in defiance of the darkness. Then, it was over.
His senses were once again back under his control, and he yanked his mind away from the delve harshly.
Stumbling back from the painting, he looked at the landscape in shock. Never in either of his lives had he felt something so moving and thought-provoking. It was like the first time he'd seen the end of Shawshank Redemption, but 1,000 times more powerful. Had anybody been around, it wouldn't have mattered, as he was speechless. For long minutes, he just stood in awe of the painting, reveling in the memory of what he'd experienced. The painter had imbued such strong emotions into the work. There was pride there at what the citizens had built and what the city would one day become. His internal revelations were interrupted by the sound of the door to the room opening. Reluctantly turning away from his new favorite painting, he saw Vera standing alongside 2 servants entering the room. "My lord, it is time," she said in that forced professional tone she'd recently adopted.
Nodding absently, he replied,
"All right, I'm ready." As he walked across the room to meet her in the middle, he looked over his shoulder one last time at the painting, still in awe of how freaking cool it was. Turning to Vera, he was about to ask her if she'd ever experienced a painting like that, but he stopped himself. Something about the question just didn't seem right. Either he wanted to keep it to himself for the time being for some reason, or it just wasn't the right moment to bring it up. Regardless, he needed to get his head in the game and focus on the here and now. He was going to be presented as the head of House Walker in front of the entirety of the nobility, while receiving the life oaths of everyone who'd expressed an interest in following him. Before now, it was all in his head, theoretical. But now, after today, he would forever be Lord Walker, ironically named one of the unique lords of Oglevark, with his primary holdings in Dorchester.
As he followed Vera through a door on the opposite wall he hadn't noticed, he thought to himself,
"Well, it's time to accept my role as a fancy pants.
Now I just have to make sure everyone knows exactly what kind of fancy pants I'm going to wear. I'm going to be the Lord Walker, the head wacko of all the wackos. Walking through the doors, his mental pep talk was interrupted by the sight of the main hall coming into focus. Calling it massive would be an understatement. The triangular ceiling was held up by arches supported by pillars running down both sides of the room. Essence lights attached to ornate, shining steel chandeliers ran along the center. While the width of the room was more than impressive, it was the length of the room that really shocked him. It was nearly as long as the throne room in the keep. Maybe longer. Either way, the sides of the room were filled with people in fancy robes, being served drinks from servants holding silver trays. A large open area was in front of what could only be called a throne on an elevated platform. Nero was sure no one would argue if he referred to it as a dais. Nero had come from the side and was being led up onto the stairs toward the center of the dais. To the side of the throne stood Kathleen, Angleton, and the others. Each of them was dressed in their finery. Even Knight Angleton wearing a robe bearing House Walker's colors. A memory of someone telling him that Angleton wouldn't be able to wear anything other than armor due to his oaths came to mind, but Nero didn't remember the details. His best guess was that now that he was out of the army, the rule no longer applied, but he wasn't entirely sure, nor was it the time to ask him about it. Regardless, it was only a fleeting thought, as he was more focused on the fact that everyone in the room, hundreds of people, they were all staring at him. Just like when he'd given his oath to Dorchester at the keep, he felt the weight of the moment bearing down on him. Mentally calling up the schedule and instructions Vera had sent him through the link, Nero took his place in front of the throne on the dais. Looking out over the people arrayed throughout the room, he thought to himself, well, if I ever in the future think that being a noble isn't that big of a deal, then the memory of this moment ought to remind me to get my head out of my ass. Trying to maintain a calm, outward appearance, Nero followed the instructions and turned to Vera, giving her a visible nod as he clasped his hands behind his back. From the side of the room, Vera walked over to the area just in front of him below the dais. Nero held back a smirk at seeing her looking so prim and proper. He'd seen the woman roll her eyes enough at him not to be able to take her seriously, despite how professional she looked right now.
Lords and nobles of Dorchester,
We're gathered here today to witness the formal founding of House Walker as a noble house, not merely of Dorchester, but of all of Oglevark. As a unique, Lord Walker will lead his house in service and defense of not just our city, but of the entire kingdom. The men and women who have chosen to follow him today will give up their citizenship to our great city, choosing to forever join their paths with Lord Walker's. It is a difficult path to give up all that they've built to follow a unique lord into the unknown. Luckily for us, Lord Walker has taken up a quest from our Council of Leadership, pledging to aid us in our time of need. But that service is temporary, and the oaths given today will not be. So, to all you nobles here, and all the potential adherents who are listening outside, I would like to thank you for coming and witnessing this historic event. Now, to welcome you and to say a few words, I give you Lord Walker, first of his house, and our kingdom's newest unique, she said loudly, projecting her voice throughout the hall with essence. Suddenly, Nero realized that he didn't know how to make his voice do that. Quickly looking over the schedule, he realized he was supposed to be giving his welcoming speech after she was done introducing him. Well, shit. If someone doesn't provide me a mic stand or something, this is going to get real frickin' awkward. Real frickin' quick, he said to himself with no small amount of panic. Chapter 231. It's not what I do that matters.
The king sat on the stone bench in his favorite garden spot, rubbing his chin in thought while he mentally reviewed his kingdom. His plan to dismantle the Tower of Fate was proceeding well, especially after the queen and his harem had gotten their hands on the project. He'd known it would have happened eventually. It was an inevitability.
However, he'd also hoped to have some more time before they stuck their noses into it. Their plans were rarely, if ever, subtle. The fighting with the centaurs was going well. No surprise there, as the region had plenty of experience dealing with them. His plans for Oglevark's coast were going well. The issue with the Kuchali raiders was being handled like he'd expected it would be. Even the war with Islangor seemed to be progressing according to what he'd expected. He'd seen no evidence of the disruptions to fate that the Fate Weavers and his grandfather's toy had been worried about. In fact, all his plans were going well. Between the fate calculations he'd done and his ability to monitor his entire kingdom, everything was being taken care of. Well, everything other than the matter with the dwarves and Dorchester. That little city was slowly becoming a major source of disruption. It seemed like every day he had to recalculate his plans there. And to make matters worse, its influence was spreading. It all came down to the anomaly and his fateless existence. He'd thought it was simply a matter of the young man not having sufficient presence yet in the ether to be accounted for. But now he was thinking he might have been mistaken. This Lord Walker had been on this plane for long enough that his actions should be able to be predicted. But for some reason, he simply couldn't. The king had been following the events of Dorchester and had witnessed many of the anomaly's exploits firsthand. He'd even predicted a few. So why was it that the situation continually felt more and more out of his control? Why was there such a profound effect on the plan for his cooperation with the dwarves? How had the anomaly's influence spread so quickly through Hennings? And how did the anomaly's status as a unique get confirmed so quickly?
When looked at individually, he could see how each and every event logically followed from the initial conditions. However, taken together, the math just didn't work out. Or, more accurately, it couldn't have been accurately predicted. It was as if the anomaly's presence was an unstable variable, and he had absolutely no idea how he should feel about that. It was both exciting and exasperating in equal measure. Through his perception, he noticed that the anomaly's life oath ceremony was starting, and quickly put aside his contemplations for the moment. He wanted to hear what the young man had to say, unsure if he actually wanted his predictions to come true. While it would be nice to see his efforts proven effective, he also wondered if he could see fate being disrupted if he looked closely enough. As he watched the young man being introduced, he looked over the crowd, sensing their emotional states and interpreting their thoughts. He could see that many nobles were only there to be seen as participants, while others were there to evaluate the potential for their individual schemes to be disrupted. On the whole, the ceremony was proceeding as he expected. Then, the young man began to speak. His presence filled the room like a fog, pressing down on everyone in attendance. It was a surprisingly skilled display of essence control, but what really caught his attention was what the young man was saying. For a moment, he felt like he was listening to his grandfather's words of warnings about hubris and its dangers being played out like a story. It was odd to see someone so young and carefree displaying so much wisdom and self-awareness. It was no wonder the young man was leveling so quickly. He could feel the essence in the hall where Lord Walker was giving his speech becoming more and more turbulent. The nobles were being forced to confront some harsh truths, while the anomaly stripped his own legend down the bedrock. He was surprised to find himself enjoying watching something he hadn't expected to happen in real time, despite how much of an effect it had on all of his schemes. The king knew for a fact that his plans to set up the anomaly as a figurehead or a martyr were now ruined. Hours of his calculations were thrown out the window due to a few spoken words. No matter what he did, the temples would no longer go along with it.
He could possibly get the nobility to target the anomaly's subhouse, Verena, but he doubted it. That woman, Lady Verena, was too crafty to fall for that. So, the plan he'd had for economic development was now pointless. Without cause, the nobles wouldn't be looking for outside investment. The Blackwood and Cranston plot was dead before it even had a chance to blossom. Even his recently developed plans to ease the expected tensions between the nobles and the dwarves by pitting them both against the anomaly were looking less and less likely. He wasn't sure how they'd resolve the conflict with their mountain, but he somehow knew that they would. If anything, the dwarves would probably end up assisting the young man in overthrowing the Council of Leadership if he asked them to as payment. Laughing out loud at the anomaly's final declaration, he muttered to himself, "Well, this should prove to be interesting." Thinking quickly, Nero reached out through his link to the first person he thought of, Nick. He put so much emotional weight into the ping that the connection felt more like a bullet being launched through the thought hub than a request to talk. The moment Nick accepted the connection, Nero shouted, "Nick, I don't know how to do that voice projection thing. What should I do?" Nick's presence seemed to buckle a little under Nero's emotional assault, but only for a moment. Once it stabilized, Nick replied, "What? Of course you do. You've done it before, remember?" On the outside, Nero did his best to maintain a calm and controlled expression. To the audience in the hall, he hoped it looked like he was just waiting for Vera to finish walking over to the side of the room before he began speaking. However, on the inside, he was filled with confusion and panic. "What the hell are you talking about? When?" Possibly sensing Nero's need for clear and precise answers, Nick surprisingly kept his reply quick and to the point. "When you addressed the forces from the penal conscripts, and then also when you spoke to the wackos in the common room. It's mostly a matter of intention. I guess you were doing it naturally. No matter. To project your voice to people, you just need to infuse your center into what you are saying. Just hold on to your center as if you were about to cast a spell. Then think about who you are addressing. With all of your identity, will them to hear you." Most likely feeling Nero's uncertainty, Nick added in a supportive tone, "Don't worry, you can do this. Think about it. You've been doing it without even meaning to. Just trust yourself and project your voice to everyone here. The scale isn't nearly as important as your connection to the ether, which, I assure you, is more than sufficient to reach everyone here." Nero unconsciously nodded to himself. Luckily for him, to the nobles and the rest of the audience, he looked like he was mentally preparing himself to address them. Firming his shoulders, he stood as tall as a 5 feet 4 inches young man could, and willed his voice to fill the room. He could feel his center churning, its inherent connection with the ether pulsing in tune with the ambient essence. "As Vera said, thank you all for coming. To be honest, I don't really know why you're all here. My knowledge of local customs is still a work in progress," he began, his voice practically roaring through the room, completely misjudging how much intention he needed to project his voice. Unfortunately, he couldn't exactly judge how loud he was being from his place on the dais, so he continued along at the same uncomfortable volume. While he wasn't exactly shaking the rafters, his volume was just above a regular speaking voice, causing everyone to unconsciously wince a little. To them, he sounded more like an authority figure giving out a sentence, rather than a colleague expressing his welcome. Nero, completely focused on the moment, had closed off his connection with Nick, and even temporarily put aside Vera's instructions. Despite feeling several pings coming in, he ignored them, not willing to be distracted. With his hands on his hips, he stood somewhat casually on the dais, trying his best to speak from the heart. "Well, many of you probably know my history. Most of you probably don't. Since coming back to Dorchester after our recent fight with the kobolds, I've had a chance to explore the Thought Hub and see how people interact here in Dorchester. Luckily, I'm not the #1 trending topic at the moment, but I was surprised to see so many people discussing me," he said somewhat sarcastically. Many people in the audience frowned in confusion as the world's translation magic tried to keep up with his use of phrases they weren't familiar with. Not waiting for people to catch up mentally, Nero continued. "A lot of rumors are going around about me that I've only heard mentioned in passing. But now, having seen the effect it is having on people, I feel like I should set the record straight." Crossing his arms, Nero looked away from the audience to stare off at the ceiling in thought. Choosing his words carefully, he said, "It's not wrong to say that I'm not a native. In fact, before a few months ago, I wasn't even on this planet. Plane, whatever. Both Archmage Jennings and my buddy Nick, or as many of you know him as Lord Salvatore Verena, they both know all about it. They've helped me piece together a few things that I'd like to share with you all. Back in my old life, I died young. While my soul was in the afterlife, or what you call the outer planes, I saw this. Let's call it a universe. As best we can tell, when I crossed over here, I ended up floating around without a body. According to Jennings, Archmage Jennings, that is, I was in that state for quite some time. Now, why am I telling you all this? Well, many people are convinced that I'm here due to some god's plan, or fate itself taking a hand in things. Others think that I'm from some other far-off kingdom. A few of the crazier theories even have me labeled as an undead, or some kind of planar invader, he said with some humor, practically chuckling at the thought of being some kind of transmigrated lich or something from one of the online webcomics he used to read. Now, as far as I can tell, this ceremony is supposed to be about welcoming people who want to follow me. And you are all here to witness their life oaths or whatever. So I figured this was my last chance to set the record straight before I end up on trial. Or triad for false advertising or something, he added with a frown. Taking a few deep breaths to center himself, he continued, "I'm just a guy. I have no knowledge of what I went through in the upper planes. I don't remember meeting any gods or bargaining with the forces of fate. To my knowledge, I wasn't sent here for any purpose or destiny. Just like all of you, I'm figuring it out as I go. When I woke up here, I was in the body of a recently dead young man who'd had a pretty rough life from what I've heard. After his soul went off to wherever it was supposed to go, I took over. Apparently, my soul was pretty strong, and it had enough spare energy to kickstart my healing. There is no evidence of divine intervention or anything like that. I'm not undead. My center counselor had me tested. I'm human, right down to my soul. Maybe what I went through made me a little different. Maybe the ability which earned me my unique title is due to my extraplanar origins. I couldn't possibly tell you. But rest assured, I came here with no grand plan or backing. I'm not the first wave of an invasion or a link to the upper planes. I'll reiterate it one more time for those of you who are hard of hearing. I'm just a guy. An everyday, run-of-the-mill guy. So, when I woke up and found myself in a new world, I went with the flow. The army found me, took me to a center, and I tried my best to figure out what was going on. After that, one thing led to another, and I ended up sticking my nose into that little noble war we had. If you want to know why, blame it on ignorance of local customs and the fact that I'm not the kind of guy who'd stand by and watch a lady get smacked around. I'm in a world of magic and danger, and I'm not planning on sitting on the sidelines being a passive observer. I'm an adventurer at heart, and adventurers aren't known for their restraint. After that, well, chance and luck ended up rewarding me with a title and a bunch of seed money. With the help of Nick and Vera, the Salvatore Verenas, I did my best to adjust. I wasn't all that used to being a commoner, or whatever it is you call a non-noble, so it wasn't all that difficult. Then, some ass, he cut himself off, coughing into his hand. Remembering where he was and the severity of the moment, he changed what he was going to say. Some less than nice people decided to try and kill me in the arena. My response wasn't a calculated move to embarrass the nobility or gain fame. That bit about me leveraging my assets to bet on myself was just a last-minute gambit that paid off. From there, I joined the elites because of some noble trials or other such nonsense, and ended up facing the kobolds. After another assassination attempt by some other jerks, that is. I didn't nobly stand in defiance of the wilds, like some of the more eloquent people on the Thought Hub are claiming. I was just in the right place and at the right time, with the ability to make a difference. Nothing more, nothing less. Things got a little more hectic after that. I ended up being labelled as a unique and found myself once again on the front lines. That whole thing with the penal forces was basically just a misunderstanding. Put simply, I found the sacrificing of people for some poorly thought-out plan annoying. And, more to the point, unnecessary. I can't say it any plainer than this. I was not making a statement. Honestly, I don't have the cultural background to understand half of what you people do. Your class system is completely outside of my experience. While I might think classes are stupid, they seem to be working well enough here, however the hell that is possible. For me, I've been lucky enough to have a few people around me who know what they're doing. Vera Salvatore Verena is a genius when it comes to anything having to do with business. So any and all successes I've had on that front can be attributed to her. Nick, her husband, is a good friend of mine and often the voice of reason for me. He's always been there to explain the local weirdness to me, helping me navigate this unfamiliar world.
I honestly don't know what I'd do without him, he said, with no small amount of feeling tinging his voice. Shaking off the heavy tone he'd fallen into, he continued on with a chuckle. Then there's Kathleen Averett. She's a warrior woman through and through. When it comes to fighting, she's taught me all I know. And she's the one who's basically been leading House Walker's forces. So, if there is anyone to thank for what we've accomplished in the dust-up with the kobolds, it's her. The point I'm trying to make is that I'm not some kind of divine protector sent down from the heavens to save you or this city. I'm just a guy, lucky enough to have made a few friends since I got here. House Walker is a team, and I'm just the guy whose name is on the door. I'm all about two things, magic and adventure. I love this world's crazy power system, despite how annoying and nonsensical it can be at times. In my old world, there weren't monsters or beasts or causes that were black and white, but here there are. The kobolds are a threat I don't have to feel bad about eviscerating, and the laws are set up in a way that I can legally defend myself from the less-than-nice people coming after me by putting their heads on a pike. This world is everything I hoped it was, and more. And I'm intending to see it all. I'm going to travel, fight the good fight, earn my fortune, and bag me a few princesses. Metaphorically speaking, of course. So, all you nobles here in this room, and anyone else out there who might be listening in over the Thought Hub, you can stop guessing and theorizing about what my being here means. I'm not all that complicated. I'll be fighting the kobolds just like many of the good people of Dorchester will be, trying to keep my head on my shoulders and the people standing next to me alive. I'm no savior, just another guy trying to make a small bit of difference. If people still want to follow me after knowing all that, I'm not going to complain. He finished with a sigh, before smirking and adding, After all, we're all in this together, right? Seeing as everyone was still staring at him intensely, he figured it was about time he got to the point. Squaring his shoulders, he planted his fists on his hips and said, So, in conclusion, thank you all for coming. I'm sorry if I'm not what you thought I was.
I have no intention of living up to anyone's expectations other than my own. I'm an adventurer mage who's going to master magic, travel the world in style when I figure out how to build my personal traveling tower, and gather a few friends while I do so. If anyone wants to come along, you're more than welcome." Caught up in his speech, Nero forgot for a moment that he was trying to be serious. There'll be plenty of assholes to kill, people to save, money to earn, and sights to see. Monsters and beasties will tremble when they hear that House Walker is coming, that the wackos of Lord Walker are here and hungry for adventure. Spreading his arms wide with a crazy smile on his face, he proclaimed, "So welcome to House Walker, where our house's words are not just a statement, but a way of life. Game, win, repeat. Noble causes and pretty words come and go, but actions and adventures are eternal. Now, let's get this ceremony over with, as I've got kobolds to kill and beer money to earn." The entire room was in silence, well over 100 people standing in quiet contemplation. A lord's welcoming speech was typically nothing more than a short statement about how he was happy to have so many people here to witness his house's founding, along with a few brief statements demonstrating his house's loyalty and intentions to dutifully serve Oglevark. It was not supposed to be a heart-to-heart with the entire city's nobility. The essence flows in the room were roiling in conflict with each other. The confused but emotional states of so many people bumping into each other like boats in a storm. Whatever anybody thought he'd say, it hadn't been that. Having said his piece, Nero reopened the schedule, eager to get on with the ceremony. That was, if anybody still wanted to pledge themselves to him, that is. According to what he was reading, he was supposed to now be introducing Kathleen, who was serving as his house's ostensible leader, despite Vera basically being the one in charge of everything. But before he could say anything, a gruff but powerful voice shattered the somewhat awkward silence. "By Thrunken's stubby axe on a chair. I've heard of honest humans, but I'd never thought I'd actually meet one. Good on you, lad. Clan Mithrilstrike will help you clear out those smooth-skinned abominations out of your mountain. Or my name isn't Mavros Mithrilstrike."
"We'll see our mountain range cleared of these beasties, don't you worry." From the area around where that voice originated, Nero heard a small but powerful group of voices break out into cheers. While he couldn't see who was talking, he could just imagine a group of roughneck assholes raising their beers and grabbing their guns from the back of their pickup trucks. Chuckling to himself at the mental image they evoked, he thought to himself, "Well, this ought to be interesting." Chapter 232. Welcome to the family. We have donuts. Dwarven legend holds that they have been on this plane since the beginning. When the plane's crafters came together to forge the world, they left behind the dwarves to give their work meaning. Through their love of exploring, mining, crafting, and fighting, they were inextricably tied to this material realm. It was a universally accepted belief that dwarves lived for the challenges the world constantly put in front of them. Whether it was a previously unknown ore that needed to be rigorously experimented on to unlock its secrets, or one of the inevitable disasters that appeared from the dark below, they faced what came with unrivaled enthusiasm. In fact, they did everything with enthusiasm. To other races, the dwarves seemed impulsive, even brash. But that was just because they were very much like the ground that they lived in. They were stubborn and set in their ways. It took a great deal of effort to get them to change their minds or do something they didn't want to. Wherever they chose to point themselves, they went headlong into that direction as if it were their only choice. When they drank, they drank. When they held a grudge, even their grandchildren would remember who'd wronged them. And when they pledged their support, it was eternal. So, it shouldn't have been a surprise to anyone that after Mavros Mithrilstrike declared his support of House Walker's vendetta against the kobolds under the mountain,
he fully intended to follow through with it. With his arms crossed over his chest, he glared up at the surrounding nobles, barely listening to what they were saying. He could tell that they were nervous about something or another, but humans were always making a big deal out of nothing. Cutting off the conversation harshly, Mavros declared, "None of that matters now. You say the lad owns the mountain you intended to give us. That's fine. It will be him that I'll be speaking to, not any of you. I can tell just by listening to him that he won't be trying to sell me a cracked hammer. You lot need to get your heads out of your asses and learn how to speak plainly if you want to have relations with my clan in the future. We mithril spikes don't do politics."
We're honest dwarves, and when we offer someone something, you can bet your pale-shaven asses that it's ours to offer. Stomping away, Mavros ignored the insulted sputterings of the nobles behind him. Useless human wastes of essence, he thought to himself. Behind him he could feel the boots of his fellow dwarves following him. From just over his shoulder on his right, he heard Ironwick ask gruffly, "So, you intend to end our agreement with the human king and speak directly with this walker? I'm not sure that he has the authority to even sell you his mountain. After all, it is within the human king's kingdom." Waving his hand as if Ironwick's concerns were irrelevant, Mavros replied, "It doesn't matter. The king's lackeys tried to offer us a mountain they didn't own. I'm not going to wait for them to bargain with the lad. It's a waste of time we don't have. We need to get my clan working as soon as possible. Otherwise, we might end up relying on the humans to clear out the kobolds. I'm not willing to start off our new relationship with us in their debt. I'd much rather have them owing us. Besides, you heard the young human's speech. He's not the type to waste time speaking nonsense." From the other side of Mavros, his advisor, Noxy Crusher, spoke up. "The Council of Kings made the deal with the human king, not us. I don't think anyone here has even read the damn thing. Who knows what kind of bureaucratic nightmare they'll be dealing with after this cock-up?" Practically growling, Mavros muttered loudly, "Titan shit bastards had the gall to sell us a mountain they didn't even own. They expect us to just wait for them to get their tools in order? I've half a mind to take my axe to the lot of them and return to their capital for an explanation." The dwarves behind him, having overheard the conversation, started muttering their agreement while offering their own inventive suggestions on how best to end the scheming humans. Speaking awkwardly, as though he wasn't used to being the one to calm anyone down, Ironwick replied, "I don't know about all that. We should probably just send word to the Council of Kings and see what they want us to do. By the way, do you even know where you're going?" The entire group stumbled into each other behind Mavros Mithrilsturk as he came to an abrupt halt. Looking around, he saw that he'd led them into a large hallway filled with closed doors. The artwork on the walls was all very human and pretty. Turning his head back and forth awkwardly as he glanced up and down the hallway, Mavros muttered, "There's supposed to be a reception room or something where we'll be able to meet with the lad after he's done accepting people into his clan, or his house, or whatever they call it." Ironwick replied sarcastically, "Yeah, I remember. I was there when that last told you. But do you know where it is? Or were you just storming off to make a statement?" Rounding on Ironwick, Mavros raised his voice loud enough to shake one of the ornate vases along the walls off its stand. "Don't you be sassing me, you thin-bearded bastard. I just got turned around is all. I know where I'm going." Chuckling, Crusher replied, "Sure you do. But on the off chance that you don't, maybe we can just ask one of the humans hiding behind the fancy wall rugs." As a group, the dwarves turned in unison to look at where Crusher was pointing. They could see several human servants trying and failing to hide behind a tapestry, while the dwarves took up a majority of the hallway. Mavros raised his bushy eyebrows in surprise, as he couldn't understand what the tall, bony, unarmored humans were so afraid of. Before he had a chance to ask them, he heard a strong voice from behind his group say, "King Mithril, I believe I can show you to the reception hall, if that's where you were headed." Narrowing his eyes, Mavros glared at the head of the human guards who'd been trailing his little group. "Yes, that'll be fine, I suppose," he agreed, his tone indicating that he was somewhat unhappy having to accept the guard's help. Shoving his way back through the dwarves he'd just been leading, he glared up at the human and asked, "How long is this oath-giving ceremony supposed to last? When can I expect to meet with Lord Walker?" Leading the group back the way they came, the guard replied, "Several hours, King Mithril, after which Lord Walker is expected to receive his guests in the grand ballroom. At that time, I'm sure you'll be able to find a moment to speak with him, or at least schedule an appointment with his house's manager." Grumbling loudly about stupid, pointless human rituals, Mavros stomped down the hallway back the way he came. Behind him, the other dwarves followed in a loose formation, looking more like a war party than guests at a fancy function. While at first, Nero was happy to find that, according to the schedule, his main responsibility was to look as lordly as possible, sit on the fancy-ass throne and oversee the ceremony, but after the first 20 minutes, he felt like he'd rather be anywhere else but here. Seeing groups of people declaring their undying loyalty to him, one after another, was way more exhausting than he'd thought it would be. As his house's manager and battle leader, Kathleen Averett was basically running the show. She was the one calling out names while doling out subtle gestures to keep everything moving. With her professional demeanor and formal robes, she currently looked nothing like the warrior woman he was used to seeing her as. While she acted as the master of ceremonies, Vera Salvatore Verena was handling everything in the background. She, along with her husband, the newly titled Lord Nicholas Salvatore Verena, had been the first up to declare their loyalty to his house, the newly formed House Walker. As his first friends, it was an extremely uncomfortable moment for him to see them bowing and declaring their subservience. Yet, he understood the need. As a unique, his house was basically above the local houses. Or, more accurately, by law, he wasn't allowed to have a local presence. To get around that annoying fact, Vera had arranged for his local assets to be brought under the umbrella of Nick's house, House Verena. So, in a way, he'd flat out bought their loyalty. As his newly dubbed underhouse, they were beholden to him. Even if it was only on paper, this arrangement would allow him to continue to receive his profits from the assets he had in Dorchester. From here on in, he'd be getting his cut while not having to do anything. Not that he'd been doing all that much with the businesses to begin with. Vera had been the one with the business sense, and she was the one who'd been practically running his life up to this point. Even now, she was the one who'd arranged for the ceremony they were holding. She was also the one who'd hired the servants, recruited his followers, invited the nobles, and arranged for the caterers. Hell, the only reason he knew where he was supposed to be sitting was because Vera had taken the time to write out a detailed event schedule from his perspective. "I'm really going to miss having her around when I eventually leave Dorchester," he noted to himself, before shaking off the troubling thought. Mentally returning to the moment at hand, Nero tried to keep his expression as dignified as possible while he listened to the most recent group's life oath. Kathleen's voice filled the hall well, her tone as serious as he'd ever heard her. "Do you agree to give up your citizenship, savings, and responsibilities to serve House Walker, faithfully following its lord wherever he shall lead?" In unison, the kneeling group of men and women replied, "We do." "Do you agree to forever join your path with his, letting him lead while you follow?" she asked. "We do," they replied fervently. Nero stifled the grimace he felt at their devotion, not remotely understanding how they could give up their families, their money, their lives just to serve him. Conceptually, he understood the concept of fealty and whatnot,
However, he'd never thought he'd actually be witnessing someone agreeing to it, let alone with the intention of following a guy like him.
Kathleen continued on like a doctor informing a patient of the danger they were agreeing to. She asked them if they were sure about all kinds of ridiculous things, like putting his life before theirs, and even the needs of House Walker before their own. Their future earnings would be his to claim, and their livelihoods would be his to decide. It sounded like the absolutely dumbest bargain he'd ever heard, and he could barely contain his moral outrage at hearing them wholeheartedly agreeing to it. Yet, he said nothing, because what was there to say? He'd already made it clear who he was and what he intended to do. They knew what they were signing up for. It was their society that was screwed up. In the end, it had very little to do with him. Other than me being the guy sitting in the big-ass chair and accepting their eternal servitude, he noted to himself sarcastically. The only good thing about how long it was taking was that he still had access to his link. Using it to connect to the Dorchester Thought Hub, he was able to peruse the city's version of the internet. Now that he'd gotten used to how it worked, he was able to find a lot of the answers to the questions that he currently had. For one, he hadn't understood why there were so many different versions of the oaths he was hearing. When he'd first heard about the ceremony, he'd had Nick try to explain to him how the different levels of followers worked. But it had gone through one ear and out the other, like most of the nonsense the man usually prattled on and on about. But now, with the Thought Hub, he was able to look it up himself. The Thought Hub was surprisingly easy to navigate once he'd allowed his mind to sink deeper into it. All it took was for him to send out his intention, and the system filtered the relevant information for him. The only difficult part about it was that he had to maintain the calm and lordly look on his face, while his brain was busy surfing the Thought Hub. Luckily, he had plenty of time, as the ceremony was being done in small groups of 10 people at most. Literally, everyone who would be associated with House Walker had their turn. Although they would all technically be associated with House Walker, there were many categories. The household staff who would be maintaining the Walker estate were labeled as servants. Their oaths were limited to keeping House Walker's secrets and loyally doing their duties as long as they worked for him. Only a few of the higher ranks needed oaths of any greater significance, and none of them were going to be going with him after he left the city. Basically, the servants were just like hired staff who were responsible for maintaining his estate. Above them came the adherents, who were required to take seriously restrictive oaths of service. They tied their futures to House Walker under the penalty of losing everything they gained while working for him. While they still had their private lives and previous savings, as long as they were under House Walker's banner, everything they did would be pooled in a fund for his benefit. As such, they would have their expenses covered by House Walker and their private assets frozen. While not necessarily a lifetime commitment, it was still pretty harsh as far as Nero could tell. In many ways, he thought it sounded like signing up for military service, but without a paycheck. Then came the followers, who would be associated with House Walker, but not directly under him. Nick and Vera were in this category. Their house, House Verena, would be in charge of them. They were people who, while still part of House Walker, would only be representatives of his interests. Their oaths were both to House Walker and, to a lesser extent, House Verena. They would be the backbone of his Dorchester faction. According to the files he looked up, they were mostly accountants, lawyers, business leaders, and middle managers. While still citizens of Dorchester, they were required to serve his underhouse, House Verena. Vera would be using them to run his businesses for him and manage his estate. Last but not least were his wackos. Formally, they were defined as oath-sworn, but nominally still called followers. They gave up their livelihoods and turned over their assets for the right to follow him across the greater kingdom, Oglevark, as his personal forces. They would have no city to call home, nor any family ties to anyone outside House Walker. For those with criminal records, their societal debt would be transferred wholly over to him, to use as he saw fit.
Yet, surprisingly, there were quite a few people who chose this level of service despite not being criminals. These were the people who were giving up everything to follow him. Kathleen and the few people who had been running his house while in the field were the first to take their oaths. After which, the wackos, one by one, lined up and gave theirs. These oaths were permanent and legally binding. According to what he read, once given, it was practically impossible to break them. When he'd first coined the term wackos, he'd meant it as a comedic interpretation of what kind of mindset it took to be an adventurer. Having stated that he intended his house to be the Walker Adventuring Company, it had just been too good of a joke not to use it. The wackos of the WAC. It had been perfect. But now, he found it ironic how he couldn't stop thinking about how crazy someone would have to be to agree to the oaths he was hearing. They were giving up everything just so they could serve him. He'd even gone out of his way to explain to them in detail why he wasn't fit to lead them, and still they had stubbornly taken a knee and signed their lives away.
Wackos. Every one of them.
While the ceremony continued on around him, he sat like a lump on his oversized throne and tried not to look at anyone too judgmentally. After reading all about what an honor it was to serve a unique and about all the benefits that went along with the position, he realized he would simply never understand what they were thinking. This society was all about paths and what they thought it took to walk them. Somehow they'd gotten it into their head that following someone who was leveling quickly was special, or had a promising future, would somehow help them with their own path by association. While he didn't necessarily disagree, he remained pretty skeptical about that spiritually optimistic conclusion. Regardless, as the hours passed and the ceremony went on, he took comfort in the fact that this farce would soon be over, and he'd be able to get back to doing something more productive.
Like killing kobolds and playing with his magic. Maybe finally finding out what magical beer tasted like.
When the ceremony finally started wrapping up, the schedule informed him that he was unfortunately going to have to start participating. Standing up from his throne, he awkwardly took a moment to shake out his sleeping legs to get the blood moving again. Seeing the people running the show quickly arranging everything, he stepped up to take his assigned place at the front of the dais. Reading off of the script, he used his essence to once again project his voice throughout the hall. Your oaths have been heard and accepted. Henceforth, know that you are part of House Walker, and together we shall rise. Now, as members of my house, come forth to receive your cloaks of service and our crest.
Wear them both with pride, knowing that you are now sworn to a unique House of Oglevark, representing its will with your every action.
Waiting patiently, Nero watched as Kathleen gestured harshly at several people, immediately causing them to scurry around like stagehands. Rolling tables filled with cloaks were wheeled out, along with large, ornate metal tubs filled with what looked like patches in the shape of his house's crest. Then, surprisingly quickly, one by one, the people that had sworn oaths to him lined up in front of him. Following the schedule, he began handing them a crest while servants draped one of the cloaks over their shoulders. Hold to your oaths, and don this with pride and honor, he repeated over and over again, the words slowly losing their meaning with the repetition. He felt like a principal handing out diplomas to the overly happy graduates he'd had nothing to do with teaching.
Each and every person he handed a crest to received them with cupped hands and disgustingly reverent looks on their faces.
Considering that there were well over 300 people involved, it took him quite a long time to get through everyone. When it was finally over, he looked out over a sea of teal cloaks and shouted, "For House Walker! For Oglevark!" He had to stifle a chuckle as he read on the schedule, "Wait for applause to die down." After a good 30 seconds of cheering, the crowd simmered down and he added, "Now, for all those who've joined House Walker,
You may return to your duties. For those guests who are in attendance, please join me in the receiving hall for refreshments and entertainment. Thank you, one and all, for coming to see the birth of House Walker. May the legend of its rise be remembered." Having successfully gotten to the end of his scheduled duties, he rushed off the dais.
Like a performer, having finished his set, Nero hid behind one of the pillars and gave a full-bodied shiver to mentally break himself away from the noble persona he'd just been forced to channel. After a few minutes where he spent some time actively disassociating from reality, he noticed Vera and Kathleen walking up to him. With a tremble in his voice, he asked, "That's it, right? I'm done? The schedule doesn't have anything else on it, so that means it's over. Please tell me I don't have to go back out there." Both women exchanged a look before Vera replied, "Yes, the ceremony's finished. And aside from the inventive speech you gave at the beginning, you did well enough. Now you'll just have to spend some time in the reception hall, thanking those nobles who'd taken time out of their day to witness this event. After that, I believe you have a meeting scheduled with your house's leadership." Groaning like a child being told that he couldn't take off the annoying tie his mother had made him wear just yet, he asked, "Do I have to?" Kathleen's harsh voice replied, "Of course not. You're a unique lord of Oglavark. You don't have to do anything you don't wish to do." Narrowing his eyes at her, he said, "Sure, but there would be consequences, wouldn't there? I'd look like an asshole bucking tradition or something, and I can't see it being a good idea to blow off my house's first official meeting." Vera smirked and replied, "Very true, my lord. All actions have consequences, even inactions. Whether you like it or not, you are the face of House Walker, and you need to present yourself as such." Glaring at her, he replied, "Fine. But there at least better be something worth eating at this so-called reception." Gesturing at them to indicate that they should lead the way, he added in a mutter, "At least if this were a wedding, there'd be wedding cake. I'll probably end up having to eat a ceremony sausage or something equally ridiculous." Chapter 233. A Wild Dwarf Appears. Growing up under her mother, who could truly be described as a living legend, City Lord Halima Cosgrave had learned everything she could about politics. While her idiotic siblings had focused on the accolades they could earn through combat and business, she knew that true power came from understanding one's self and those around you. That was the key to success in politics. That wasn't to say that combat ability and reputation weren't important, but they were infinitely more effective when wielded by a political mind. Knowing when to strike was just, if not more important, than knowing how, both in battle and in the public's perception. Luckily, she'd taken steps to appear on Lord Walker's side, or at best neutral to his presence in her city. She'd even gone so far as to sacrifice both her heirs to appease him after they moronically chose to act against him. Confronting an opponent you don't thoroughly understand is both premature and idiotic, she reminded herself, quoting her mother. True, she'd arranged several challenges for his new house, despite it having been recently categorized as a unique house due to his upgraded status. She'd tried to use intermediaries to reduce the influence of his shipping business, but Vera Salvatore Verena had handled that plot before it had even started. She'd tried limiting the number of essence crystals the trading posts his house had set up could legally hold, but that also failed due to the Tower of Law's intervention. And while she couldn't be sure, she was reasonably certain that Lady Verena was behind that as well. The woman was frighteningly capable. She'd even allowed for the Dorchester Council of Leadership to hear an accusation of war crimes against Lord Walker, which had been put forth by the soon-to-be disgraced general. Surprisingly, that brought to light how strong Lord Walker's position truly was here in Dorchester. The actual Grand Master of the local branch of Oglavarkian Knights had defended him,
along with half a dozen of the Royal Academy's evaluators who'd been sent here by the capital to observe the kingdom's newest unique. Truly, the young man was now completely out of her league, and as such, for the time being, completely out of her control. She would most likely just have to be patient and wait for circumstances to change, or for an opportunity to present itself. As these thoughts plagued her mind, she stood off to the side of the reception hall with her retinue, along with several other scattered nobles. It was important for her to be seen supporting the day's events. By everyone.
She'd made a very public point of being one of the first to agree to attend today's ceremony. One of Lord Volton's heirs, Rodrigo Volton, caught her attention by asking rather rudely, "So, I heard that you've formally petitioned to invalidate the consort agreements you've had with houses Margrave and Howard. Am I to assume they've done something to displease you?" The ether in the area seemed to pause for a moment as the question hung in the air. Turning her ice-cold gaze toward the young man, she replied sharply, "Not at all. They are both fine men, and what we had together was quite fun while it lasted. However, now that I'm without heirs, it seemed like a prudent time to reorganize my house in preparation for new ones." Not letting the subject drop, the smarmy man responded, "I see. However, I may have heard that House Cosgrave and its allies have been targeting your former consorts' houses during this trying time.
Without your support, it seems that their finances have taken quite the hit. Not that their status on the ladder has quite caught up with that fact, but I'm sure that is all just coincidence." Keeping her expression blank of any and all emotion, City Lord Cosgrove replied, "Really? I hadn't heard. You must have an extensive network established to have found all this out so quickly. The news of my abrogation of the contracts hasn't even been formally reviewed. I'm curious how you've heard about it. Has your father been gossiping at the dinner table?" Trying to not look intimidated by her tone, despite the beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, he replied warmly, "No, my lord, not at all. It was just something I heard in passing. Though, I must say, the news was pleasantly received. I've always believed a powerful woman such as yourself should be with men more equal to her status."
While houses Margrave and Howard may have helped you attain the city seat in years past, their current status isn't worth comparing to yours. Slightly narrowing her eyes, City Lord Cosgrove replied, "And yours is?" Several chuckles erupted from the nobles witnessing the confrontation, each having found the situation somewhat amusing for their own various reasons. While the corners of his eyes visibly tightened in anger, the Volton heir managed to keep his composure as he replied, "I may not be the head of a house, but I am currently leading my family's ladder, and will likely inherit the position after my father passes, or decides to leave the city." The atmosphere among the nobles quickly turned from amusement to interest at the man's enigmatic statement. Slightly raising one eyebrow to strategically show her surprise, City Lord Cosgrove asked, "Oh? Has Lord Volton expressed a desire to abandon Dorchester during these troubled times?"
I would have thought a man like him would have relished the challenge the world has provided us. Caught off guard by her rebuttal, Rodrigo Volton stuttered his reply. "No, my lord, not to my knowledge. I was merely commenting on the fact that I am the likely successor to the position of house head for House Volton." Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the dwarves enjoying themselves at one of the tables. Uninterested in continuing the conversation, City Lord Cosgrove replied sarcastically, "Well, that very well may be true. However, I believe that likely says a great deal more about the status of House Volton than it does about yours." Having already mentally dismissed the arrogant young man from her thoughts, she returned to her contemplations. She needed time to consider how these foreigners would affect her plans, and what kind of future city they would build at the behest of the kingdom's capital, Hennings.
While it could very well end up being the boon the royals promised,
That would only happen if she managed the next few years very carefully. Hearing the arrival of Lord Walker before she saw him, she turned her head to see numerous nobles clapping and congratulating the young man as he made his way through the room with a forced smile on his face.
I really need to find a way to get him out of my city. This is not the time for uncontrolled variables to be allowed to influence things, she thought to herself in annoyance, while keeping her expression as blank as a fresh canvas. After a short break to use the restroom and splash some water on his face, Nero had been dragged to the reception hall, what he jokingly referred to as the ceremony's after-party. While he understood why he had to attend, he was not looking forward to it. From the moment he'd entered the room, countless people he didn't recognize swarmed around him, offering their congratulations and asking about his plans.
Luckily, there were so many people talking that he never felt the need to answer anyone. He just smiled and nodded, slowly pushing his way into the room until he could find someone he knew. As luck would have it, Kathleen appeared out of nowhere and skillfully took control of the situation. Nero wouldn't have thought a woman of her particular temperament would be able to handle the situation without violence, but she did. And she did it well. The gaggle of nobles quickly separated back into their groups without issue, resuming their chatting as if they hadn't been rudely dismissed by his house's manager. Looking over his shoulder at the nobles in confusion, Nero was too distracted to notice that he was being led away. In no time at all, she had him seated at a table with the few people who'd stepped up to control his new house. All the big names were there. Knight Angleton, the former captain of the army and current commander of his military forces, Natalie Keening, who was once the leader of his wackos, but is now the head of what he thought of as his public relations department. Michael Herring, the former convict and one-time assassin who'd once tried to kill him. Nero wasn't exactly sure what the man's current job was, as he seriously doubted the man was still the head of his force's criminal contingent. Even Nick was there, his good friend and partner in chaos. Taking her seat, Kathleen's very presence designated her position at the circular table as the table's head. Something about her just grabbed everyone's attention. She had taken it upon herself to basically lead his house, and Nero honestly didn't have a problem letting her. "I'd say the ceremony went well," she stated, before turning to Ms. Keening and asking, "How has the public response been?" Ms. Keening responded quickly with a smile. "Better than we could have imagined." Lord Walker's welcoming speech ended a lot of the problems we'd been worried about, before they had a chance to get out of hand. Aside from over 60% of the recruits having had second thoughts about joining up, our position couldn't be better. However, even that has resulted in a few positive developments. Unable to stop himself, Nero nearly shouted, "Wait! That was only 40% of the people who showed up! How many were there to begin with? And what problems? What are you talking about?" Ignoring his outburst, Kathleen replied, "Positive developments like what?" Awkwardly ignoring Nero, Ms. Keening tried to focus on answering Kathleen's question. "Well, we were worried about having enough funds to support a force the size of what our projections showed. While in the long run, it wouldn't have been a problem once our hunting teams were set up, the first few weeks would have been challenging." Kathleen nodded in understanding, already having known about the issue. "That worked out well, then. Have those who decided not to go through with their oaths been making any statements we should know about?" Ms. Keening replied, "Not really. The consensus is that Lord Walker is one of the few honest nobles. His categorical denial of any knowledge about divine intervention resulting in his arrival, while not outright dismissing it as a possibility, has taken the legs out of the champion argument we were worried about." Nero, utterly confused, asked, "What champion argument?" Kathleen, sounding rather annoyed at Nero's constant interruptions, told Ms. Keening, "Just explain it to him. It's his own fault for not realizing the issue before now." Ms. Keening happily turned to Nero, glad to have received permission to address him. "It's like this, my lord. As you mentioned in your speech,
The Faith District has been making claims that you are a divine champion sent to aid Dorchester in its time of need.
Due to their praise, there has been a growing sentiment among the faithful of several religions that the only reason you were raised to unique status was to get you out of Dorchester, so the nobles could profit off the prophesied doom of the city. While the movement hasn't spread too much, it was a possible concern for the future. Nero had known about the different faiths talking about him like that, but he hadn't heard anything about any movement. Continuing on, she added, "Many of the people who came here today to follow you were not interested in leaving Dorchester. They likely viewed your previous statements, most of which have been spread through memory engrams over the Thought Hub, as you feeling as though you lacked sufficient reason to stay. While not immediately a problem, it would have been something we would have had to deal with when it came time for you to leave. However, since that wouldn't be until the Kobold War resolved, and possibly not until the density shift's expected beast waves happened, we weren't all that worried about it." Nero, now understanding the situation, replied, "And what I said in my speech helped with that?" Nodding vigorously, Ms. Keening replied, "Absolutely. You made your intentions for our house's future very clear. We are to be adventurers, traveling the kingdom and handling the issues that plague the citizenry." Injecting himself into the conversation, Knight Angleton added, "At first I worried over your ethics, but I see now that I was mistaken. I didn't understand your vision. You didn't just want people to follow you, but to follow the path you've laid out instead. Each of us is responsible for our own future. Mindless heroics don't pay the bills or advance our path. It's our interactions and experiences that define us. You intend us to do good and be paid for it, while keeping each other safe." It's a different perspective than I'm used to, but a much more reasonable one than that of the army. Not truly getting the giant of a man's point, Nero could only nod and feign a wise look on his face. Choosing the old fallback of speaking in riddles, he replied, "If that is how you chose to hear it, then you are free to believe that is what I said." Abruptly, the serious atmosphere was shattered by the sound of Nick failing to contain his chuckle behind his hand. Seeing everyone turning to look at him, he said, "Oh, don't mind me. I'm just enjoying Nero's unique leadership style. Please, continue." Rolling his eyes at the man, Nero turned to Kathleen and said, "Okay, so those people who were on the fence didn't sign up, and that successfully fixed our potential financial problems?" Kathleen replied quickly, "Yes and no. We still will rely on the investments you made, which will be handled through House Verena. However, we need to take this time while we're still in Dorchester to get the Walker Adventuring Company working smoothly." Nero frowned, asking, "When I created the WAC, I thought that was going to be the name House Walker would go by. But I'm guessing that's not what you mean?" Nodding, Kathleen replied, "Yes, the WAC will be the place for our hunters. They'll be taking quests and handling the issues out of whatever city's Hunters' Hall we end up staying near. While you and the main force will be handling the quests from the councils of leadership, they will be our main source of localized income." Nero tapped his finger on the table in thought. "Right, because each city basically has its own currency, and the exchange rates may end up making what I'm earning from Dorchester useless." Seriously, how does having every city acting like an independent country not end up causing chaos? Nick immediately began to reply. "The economics of each city need to be isolated due to the effect of regional—" Nero interrupted him angrily. "Not the time, Nick. That was a rhetorical question. You can lecture me later when I'm not surrounded by nobles." Nick chuckled and held up his hands in surrender, a smile dancing on his face. Turning back to Kathleen, he was about to ask more about how the management structure of his house was going to work, when he was caught off guard by Vera walking up to the table. Without any preamble, she said, "It's confirmed. Apparently the mining town that Lord Walker acquired from the Dorchin estate has been offered to the dwarves for their new city." While grumbling erupted around the table,
Nero looked around in confusion. I had a mining town? I knew that, didn't I? He wondered. Seeing Nero's expression, Vera explained, If you recall, during the noble war you took part in, the populators wiped out a majority of House Dorchan's forces due to their exposed ties to Islangur. Their treasonous actions merited royal intervention. Due to the populators' dedication to their duty, they wiped out all life in the mountain town, effectively making the investment worthless. It was given to you by the city lord to pay off part of your reward without giving you another source of income. I'd planned at some point to repopulate the town for you, resuming the mining operations and taking advantage of our transport capabilities for an increased profit margin. However, that is no longer an option. Not knowing how he was supposed to feel about it, Nero asked, So, the city lord and the council tried to screw me, but now the kingdom has given the town to the dwarves. Am I understanding that right? The subtle frown on her face revealed Vera's anger at the situation.
Yes, you are correct. But it's not that simple. The kingdom has no right to just take your land without compensation, and someone has obviously been planning on causing you a problem by putting you at odds with the dwarves. Either the city of Dorchester will have to compensate you, or you'll have to come to terms with the dwarves yourself. Shrugging as if it didn't matter, he asked, Why don't I just gift them the town and be done with it? What's the point of making a big deal out of it? Everyone at the table widened their eyes in shock at his statement, not understanding how he could be so calm about giving up such a large source of power and income without any recompense. Seeing their expressions, Nero asked in confusion, What? Am I not allowed to or something? For Nero, he didn't feel as if he was losing anything, as the town was just sitting there empty. Besides, he hadn't even really thought about it. While he was almost positive someone had at some point mentioned it to him, it hadn't been worth paying attention to at the time, and as far as he was concerned, it still wasn't. So, if he ended up handing it over to some dwarves who'd he never met and had no conflict with, then so be it. Before Vera could explain to Nero why that was such a ridiculously bad idea, a loud, gruff voice that Nero vaguely recalled from an outburst he'd heard during the ceremony chimed in. Lad, it's an honor to be here to witness the founding of your clan. I'm King Mithrilstrike, head of my clan, and your new neighbor. I need to talk to you about your mountain, he declared, marching up to stand right next to Vera, patently ignoring the fact that he might possibly be interrupting something. Nero sat in shocked silence, staring at a real-life dwarf. The incredibly wide man's girth was only matched by how short he was. Standing at barely 4 feet, even sitting, Nero didn't feel as though he had to look up at him. Smiling widely, Nero blatantly stared at the man's long and lustrous beard, along with his incredibly detailed armor. In full plate, with helm and gauntlets included, the dwarf looked more like a slab of hairy metal than a person. Hopping out of his chair, Nero looked down into the man's intense stare and exclaimed, "Holy shit! You're a dwarf!" Despite part of his face being obstructed by the helm, Nero could see the confused expression on his face. After a second or two to process what Nero had said, the king replied angrily, "Yeah, and what of it?" Smiling like a lunatic, Nero replied, "That's awesome! You're awesome! Do you drink mead and blacksmith stuff? I mean, are you into weapons and armor and all that? Do you live underground? What am I saying? Of course you do. You're interested in my mountain. But do you have like an incredibly long line of forefathers that you revere and loyally follow?" Seriously, all I've read about dwarves has been from what humans have witnessed. Tell me what being a dwarf is really like. King Mithrilstrike took an unconscious step back from Nero's enthusiasm. As the young human in front of him went on and on with his questions, the king felt more and more uncomfortable. Seeing as he was freaking the man out, Nero took a step back and grabbed an empty chair from a table nearby.
Plopping it down right next to him, Nero said, "Sorry, please, have a seat. Let me get you a beer and we can talk about the mountain. Sound good?" Behind the king, several dwarves who'd been watching the spectacle couldn't hold back their laughter and began urging the king to sit down, albeit sarcastically. "Yes, Mavros, sit down and negotiate," one shouted. Crusher chimed in by adding, "Answer all the humans' questions. We need that mountain." Even Ironwick couldn't stop himself from shouting, "That's right! Tell the young man what he wants to know."
"You know you'd sell your axe for a beer." Feeling the ether vibrating with their very non-human vibe, Nero couldn't help but reach out and touch their overlapping essence fields. The moment he did, he instantly felt how different they were from the humans he'd been used to feeling. They were strong, grounded, and full of life. There was a contradictory sense of permanence and an almost ignorance of the passage of time, offset by an overpowering sense of the now and a dedication to the moment. Their essence fields felt both youthful and ancient at the same time. King Mithrilstrike, being unable to stop himself from facing a challenge, hopped up into the chair and demanded, "All right, lad, ask your questions. But first, I want the beer you promised." Around him, the dwarves all intensified their laughter and enjoyment of the spectacle. Meanwhile, Nero's human companions, who'd been watching, were all exchanging looks of confusion and shock at what they'd just witnessed. While not having personal experience with the phenomenon, it was common knowledge that for the most part, humans and dwarves didn't usually get along all that well. They were just too different. A completely inhuman species they could never hope to understand. Nero, however, had ignored most of that biased nonsense when he'd looked up the different species of the world. He'd been more interested in finding out how similar they were to the fantasy races he'd grown up reading about. Now that he had a chance to meet one in person, he sure as hell wasn't going to waste the opportunity to find out for himself. Quickly mentally reaching into his personal space to find something to offer the dwarf in front of him, Nero muttered a quick, "Shit." Seeing the dwarf glaring at him from the chair, with his stubby legs humorously unable to reach the floor, Nero's smile returned as he held up his hands in a placating gesture, nearly shouting as he said, "Just stay here. I'll go find a cask or something. Don't worry, I'll be back in a second." Rushing off, Nero's head was on a swivel trying to find a servant or someone who knew where he could find some beer. He hadn't felt like this since he'd been a freshman in college trying to find an upperclassman willing to make a booze run for him. While Nero shot off into the crowd, King Mithrilstrike turned to look at the other humans at the table and asked, "Is the lad always like that? So excitable?" Nick, who was thoroughly enjoying the situation, was the first to reply, "Oh, you have no idea. Our Lord Walker is like no human you've ever met." Crusher, who was now standing behind his king with a hand on the dwarf's shoulder, leaned over and replied, "Well, that's just another reason to like the lad, isn't it?" All the dwarfs laughed uproariously, King Mithrilstrike included, while the humans frowned at the uncivilized and unnecessarily confrontational insult. As a group, the humans all silently agreed that everything they'd read about dwarves was most likely true, and wondered what the capital was thinking when they agreed to this sister city arrangement. 234. Cultural Exchanges. When he'd first come to Dorchester to watch over the anomaly, Nero Walker, he'd thought he was being clever. It had been like a confluence of events that had come together to give him multiple things that he'd wanted. He'd finally had a reasonably legal excuse to deal with that waste of essence, Cranston, an interesting subject to study and observe, and above all, a justifiable excuse to foist his duties at the tower onto others, namely, his friendly pain in the backside, Mathers. Seizing the opportunity had been an obvious choice. While to others his actions may have looked impulsive and rushed, in his mind he'd thought he'd taken into account all the variables.
He expected his time in Dorchester to be a respite, a time free from the responsibilities his position as the head of the Council of Mages demanded. No more meetings, no more powerful families requiring a moment of his time, or organizations demanding his personal oversight for their corroboration with the Tower of Magic. Yet, as usual, the world and fate had other ideas. Since he'd arrived here, Archmage Jennings had been having to deal with one thing after another. He knew he was partly to blame, but a majority of the fault had to be assigned to the subject he'd come here to study. That little shit Nero Walker. The young man was a walking and talking expression of chaos given material form. Originally, Archmage Jennings had thought to arrange a series of challenges for the young man to overcome. His intention was to speed up the anomaly's growth and observe how his mind worked while being close enough to observe how his soul's harmonization with the body it was using progressed. That plan lasted less than a month. He'd forgotten how conniving and irresponsible nobles could be in these tiny cities. Out here, in the middle of nowhere, they thought that they were somehow special due to the fact that they lorded over a measly few million commoners. They'd let their power go to their head and become overly brazen with their schemes. As a result, he'd had to dust off some of the skills he hadn't used in years.
There was a certain amount of effort involved in monitoring local intrigues and predicting the outcomes of their intersections. He'd forgotten how annoying it was to deal with, especially when a person like the anomaly was taken into consideration. He was now positive that the anomaly was fateless, as in somehow outside of the predictable influence of the material realm's essence flows. His current theory was that it was due to the anomaly's incredibly odd soul having come from outside the local paradigm. It was like the body the anomaly was using was just an extension of himself from another plane, an observer who'd been accidentally given interaction privileges with the material world. It made predicting his actions practically impossible, which, of course, was why Archmage Jennings had been so busy lately. Whether it was keeping a close watch on the local powers through scrying, monitoring the anomaly's actions, building up his local network of influence, or just cleaning up the political and magical aftermath after the anomaly's antics got out of hand, he felt like he was dealing with more responsibilities here than he'd had when running the entire kingdom's towers of magic. At least there he'd had people he could assign tasks to. Rubbing his hands tiredly over his face, he collapsed into his seat in his office, thoroughly exhausted from the morning he'd had. He'd managed most of what he needed to get done, but he knew his day was still far from over. The anomaly's ceremony was still going on, and he needed to confirm how many of his agents he'd been able to sneak into House Walker. Having used a few mages in the local Tower of Magic as his go-betweens, he'd arranged for hopefully up to 5 people to be embedded into the anomaly's new house. While not immediately useful, he hoped that in the future they could act as channels for his will, to steer the anomaly to where he preferred him to go. Although, to be honest, he wasn't all that enthusiastic about this particular plan's prospects. The anomaly simply wasn't the type to be easily manipulated. Pulling out a bottle of wine from his desk, he poured himself a glass and wondered whether all this effort was worth it. Sure, the amount of data he'd already collected was substantial, and he'd already learned more about the interaction between planar root dynamics than he'd had in the past century of his studies. But it was all just so irritating. He'd spent days having to rebuild the local essence flow structures to avoid a complete ethereal density collapse, then had to influence the Royal Academy's evaluators and the local Order of Knights Grandmaster to defend the anomaly's actions which caused the problem in the first place.
Honestly, he shouldn't be complaining, seeing as the evaluators were obviously biased toward the anomaly, making the task considerably easier than he thought it would be. Which was in itself a fact that he'd have to remind himself to look into, as evaluators were by design supposed to be chosen for their impartiality. At some point, he needed to figure out what they were up to. Tapping his fingers on the desk in thought,
He realized that was the crux of the issue. There were too many plots going on, with ties to many actors he hadn't identified. If he'd just had to deal with local nobility, he could have handled that. Yet that didn't seem to be the case. He'd discovered his assistant, Mage Adept Newbanks, was currently acting as an agent of the crown. While he wasn't entirely sure of her goals, he'd been careful not to tip her off as to his suspicions. Then there were the evaluators. They obviously had their own agenda. For some incomprehensible reason, they'd abandoned their duties to the Royal Academy to follow the anomaly. While they'd been careful about the legality of their actions, he still found what they were doing troubling. Locally, there were the various plots by the nobles he was being forced to combat. The city lord and her allies had theirs, the Blackwoods and others had theirs, and then the general and his supporters had their own. It was all just a mess, and he couldn't be sure there wasn't someone else coordinating everything from behind a veil of anonymity. Normally, he'd just run a few calculations and find out everything he needed to know, but with the anomaly acting as an uncertain variable, it would be pointless. He'd never in his millennia of life had to deal with this type of uncertainty. Taking a large gulp of wine, his shoulders drooped as he allowed himself to sink deeper into his chair with a sigh.
While he was lost in all these thoughts, part of his mind watched the ceremony going on. Unsurprisingly, the anomaly went out of his way to complicate things even more, thoroughly lampooning the plot he'd spent weeks trying to combat with a few simple words. Whoever was behind the Faith District's efforts to stir up divine controversy must be livid, he thought to himself with a smirk. Abruptly, sitting up in his seat, he turned his entire attention to what he was seeing as the dwarven contingent he hadn't had a chance to think about was making their presence known. He'd been thinking about how to handle the issue that had cropped up with the mountain's providence, but it seemed that his efforts might not be needed. The dwarven king seemed to already be taking a liking to the anomaly. He wasn't entirely sure he liked where this was going. While part of his mind was focused on other tasks, he kept watch over everything from his seat in his office at the top of the local Tower of Magic.
He saw House Walker's leadership skillfully add to the house's ranks, growing their forces and influence with numbers. He was pleased to see every one of his agents take their oaths. He was even more pleased to see that the Faith's influence had been completely dismantled before they could become a problem. After the ceremony, he nervously watched as the nobles made their way to the reception hall to begin their scheming. The entire time he remained focused on the dwarves. He'd known about his king's plan to expand on the work his ancestors had begun, developing the kingdom's ties to the other races. It was a laudable but foolish goal. In his opinion, the effort involved simply outweighed the benefits. Other species were just too different than humans. Predicting their behavior and thoughts was a waste of time and resources. The calculations created to model human behavior didn't work on them, and the likelihood of acquiring enough data to adapt the equations was unlikely.
It would require the aid of the other species themselves, and he couldn't see them agreeing to it, especially the dwarves. They and humans just didn't get along. Trading and cooperation weren't out of the question, but friendship and trust were simply impossible. Of course, his opinion was immediately proven wrong by the actions of the anomaly. He sat, dumbfounded, as he watched the little shit actually getting along with the bearded nightmares. What he was witnessing was unprecedented and entirely outside of his considerable experience. Is he actually drinking with dwarves? He thought to himself in awe. While it wasn't uncommon to see a human sharing a few drinks with dwarves, it was entirely unexpected to see a human enjoying the experience. Normally, that type of situation quickly devolved into a fight, with either the human or the dwarf insulting the other party and shattering the cordial atmosphere. From what he understood, dwarves and humans both were warned from a young age to keep their emotional distance from each other. The two species could be allies, but never friends.
So he honestly didn't know how he should be feeling, watching the anomaly pelting dwarven royalty with questions, while he taught them some drinking game he made up on the spot. This might not be good, he thought to himself, with his worry plainly expressed on his face in a frown. No, no, no! You're being too aggressive! You have to just flip it, Nero shouted, while demonstrating the correct way to flip a cup. With half of the shiny metal mug halfway over the edge of the table, Nero skillfully applied 2 fingers under the tankard and flicked it. In one smooth motion, the empty mug shot a little up into the air and flipped, landing upside down on the table with a wobble.
Holding his hands up into the air in fists, he looked down at the angry dwarf with a smug look on his face and declared, "That's how it's done, bitches. I am one with the cup. Bow before my flippy cup skills and tremble at my might." Focusing intently on the mug in front of him, King Mavros Mithril Strike carefully placed his mug over the edge of the table. His entire being was tense with anticipation of his attempt. Rolling his shoulders, he decided that if he was going to do this, he was going to do it right. Removing his gauntlets wasn't easy, and he rarely, if ever, did it when he was out in public. But he didn't hesitate for more than a second before ripping them off and placing them on the table. He needed his fingers free from any and all constraints if he was going to succeed at the young human's challenge. Delicately, as if he were handling a precious gem, he placed his large, stubby fingers under the edge of the mug.
While keeping his hands steady, he took a deep breath and flicked. With an incredibly serious look on his face, he watched as the mug launched lightly into the air. He held his breath as the mug flipped beautifully, like a throwing axe on its way to a target. His heart trembled as it landed perfectly, face down on the table, only to begin pounding as it began to wobble. He felt the heavy moment of silence around him as everyone waited to see if it would stabilize. Then, like magic, the mug slowly stopped moving, coming to a perfect stop upside down on the table. The area around him erupted into cheers, his dwarven comrades shouting in praise at his accomplishment. Even the human lad who'd been taunting him began pounding a fist on his armored shoulder and shouting, "Yeah, boy! That's how you nail that shit to the table!" With a smile wide enough to show his teeth through his beard, he turned around to accept the praise he was receiving. His dwarves shouted and hugged each other, demonstrating their excitement at his achievement. For a moment, he felt like he was back in one of the taverns near his old clan hall, enjoying some time with his friends. He felt 300 again. Crusher, his longtime friend, shouted directly into his face, "Well done, Mavros! I knew you could do it. It's just like etching a filigree, a steady hand and a firm heart." Interrupting the celebration, the human lad shoved his way through the dwarves and declared, "Great, but that's just the introduction. Now we can get to the game." The dwarves all quieted down, thoroughly confused by what he was saying. Mavros muttered, "What do you mean, lad? Is there more to this flippy cup than that?" Throwing his hands up into the air in excitement, Nero shouted, "Of course there is! Come on! Do you think you can just flip a cup and drink? This is supposed to be a competition."
You can't have a game without competition, and you can't have a drinking game without drinking.
Come on, everyone step up to the table. You pick 4 people for your team, and I'll pick my 4. Crusher, you're on my team. And I don't remember anyone else's name, so grab 3 others. Mavros instinctively shouted back, "Wait, why do you get Crusher? He's my second in command." Nero smirked and replied, "Because I called him first." The dwarves all exchanged looks with each other, trying to decide whether or not the lad had a point. Crusher patted Mavros on the shoulder and said in a serious voice, "That's right, my friend. He did call me first." Frowning in annoyance, Mavros pointed up at Nero and said, "Fine, but I get Tiggy and Oliver." Nero nodded in acceptance as he poured out half-filled mugs of beer from the cask, before pausing and looking at the king in surprise.
"There's a dwarf named Oliver?" A heavy-set dwarf pushed his way forward, his fluffy beard bouncing like a whiskered ball of fur on his face. "Yeah, I'm Oliver. You got a problem with my name?" Nero didn't stop pouring the beers as he replied with a shrug. "Nope. I just didn't expect a dwarf named Oliver. It's like meeting a human named Firebelly or Ironbutt or something. Like I said, I don't know anything about dwarves, so this is a learning experience for me. Is Oliver a popular dwarven name? Does it come from anything?" While the dwarves spread out around the round table, Nero passed out the beers while his attention remained on the dwarf named Oliver. Rubbing his head in thought, Oliver replied, "Not really. It's just a name. I think my granddad heard it somewhere or something. Everyone's got to be called something, right?" Hearing mutters of agreement from the dwarves, Nero shrugged again and replied, "Fair enough. It's better than being all Dick or something." As Nero's intention of a pun tried and failed to be translated correctly, all the dwarves looked confused for a moment. Luckily, Nero had finished getting the beers handed out and was now ready to teach them how to play the easiest and most enjoyable drinking game he'd ever experienced. Flippy Cup. Getting to this point hadn't been easy, but it hadn't been all that hard either. He'd read that dwarves and humans didn't get along all that well, and he now had a better understanding as to why that was. These weren't exactly the same type of dwarves he'd grown up reading about in fantasy books, but they weren't altogether all that different. They were more like excitable racist grandfathers. They took everything a human said personally, like they were just itching for a reason to start a fight. Or at least they had at the beginning of the conversation. They'd eased up a bit after a while. Now, they were more like the jocks he used to hang out with, mixed with theater nerds. Nero couldn't come up with a better comparison. The dwarves had that same physical presence and intensity of athletes, but they also had that reserved intensity of drama club kids. They put their everything into whatever it was they were doing. To Nero, it was an overly dramatic atmosphere that would have looked pretentious on anyone else. But, for some reason, it worked for the dwarves. It was like the emotion of childlike enthusiasm somehow had a baby with a day planner. He'd never met anyone who was both overly emotional and so serious at the same time. Their personalities weren't at all what he'd been expecting, while at the same time fitting the image of what a dwarf should be to a T. He was having a blast interacting with them. Unfortunately, the leaders of his new house had not been feeling the same way. While he'd been hanging out with the dwarves, he'd been keeping an eye on them through his essence field. They'd all moved tables and were now watching over him from a distance. He could feel that they were both confused and impressed by his ability to get along with the dwarves. In a way, it was amusing to see how strongly they were affected by his success. Earlier, when he'd gone off to find a servant to get the beer he'd promised the dwarves, apparently the dwarven king, King Mavros Mithrilspike, had almost come to blows with Kathleen. Vera had wanted to get the matter of the mountain's ownership handled quickly, and Marvros had told her in no uncertain terms that talking to her was a waste of his time. Kathleen, having been offended on Vera's behalf, had stepped forward. They were just about to agree to a meeting time in the arena when Nero had luckily returned. He understood immediately where they were both coming from. From Mavros's perspective, he didn't want to bother speaking with an intermediary when Nero was the one who owned the mountain. Vera, on the other hand, just wanted the matter settled, and as an efficient woman, was trying to be direct. Neither of them was necessarily wrong, but they were both kind of being assholes about it. It hadn't been all that difficult to put a stop to the tension, as arriving with a group of servants carrying casks of beer and mugs worked well as an icebreaker. What took longer was convincing Kathleen and the others that he'd be fine on his own. Just having to explain to the dwarves that the humans' caution wasn't an insult to their dwarven honor was a headache in and of itself. But it had eventually all worked out. Unsurprisingly, he and the dwarves still hadn't gotten around to talking about the mountain. The conversation had immediately gotten sidetracked by the king and the dwarves complaining about how weak and pathetic the beer he'd gotten was.
To Nero, it had sounded like the typical elitist shit he used to hear when a Guinness drinker was handed a Bud Light. Which, of course, led to Nero proclaiming that every beer had its time and place. Having not drunk a single beer since arriving in this world, Nero had no idea if what he'd served them was something he should be defending. When he'd asked the servants for beer, he hadn't been terribly specific. In fact, he'd asked them for casks of a good working man's beer. He hadn't wanted to offend the dwarves, and guessed what they'd like based on what he thought dwarves would be like. Honestly, even after they'd argued about it, he still didn't know what kind of beer they'd actually prefer. Rather than confront the problem, he did what he always did and changed the subject. Instead of cheap beer being an insult, it was a beer he brought over because it was good for drinking games and first meetings.
The dwarves were at first skeptical, as their drinking games were only for close friends and family. They were intended to be shared with those a dwarf didn't mind getting drunk with, not strangers. Nero's argument was that, while they were of course right to think that, what better way was there for a stranger to become a friend than to skip all the pointless talk and instead share a drink? None of the dwarves had a logical response to that. So, now, here they were, playing Flippy Cup. Pointing at one of the dwarves who hadn't been picked for the teams, he said, "All right, you're the referee. When you say go, we start. Remember, one at a time, and you can't start until the guy in front of you has successfully flipped his cup. No cheating, no touching the table, and no early starts. Disputes are up to the ref to handle. Everyone ready?" The dwarves all had removed their gauntlets and helms, taking the game more seriously than he'd thought they would.
Each of them was hovering their hands over their tankards like they were just itching for their turn.
Looking to the dwarf king on his right, he smiled widely and said, "We're starting it off. Good luck. You're going to need it." Mavros chuckled while scowling. "Same to you, lad. Just don't be too embarrassed when you lose." Nero laughed loudly while crouching over the table to get in position, his hand cupped around his half-filled tankard. "That's the great thing about drinking games. Win or lose, everyone wins. We all get to drink." Just as he finished his joke, the dwarf assigned as the ref shouted, "Go!" while slamming his fist on the table hard enough to shake it. Nero deftly tipped his tankard into the air, drinking it smoothly while remaining in a rigid and controlled squat. Meanwhile, Mavros, the king, was muttering a curse as he was caught off guard by the signal, having unfortunately been laughing at Nero's quip about everyone being a winner.
But he recovered quickly and began chugging his beer. Like a pro, Nero finished his drink and delicately placed his mug on the table, ensuring that exactly half of it was over the edge. Taking a moment to breathe, he focused and flipped. Luckily, he'd already gotten a feel for the correct amount of force he needed to flip this type of cup, and on his first try, he succeeded. Being a solid metal tankard, it wasn't all that difficult to flip compared to the plastic cups he once played with. The moment it stopped wobbling, he turned to the dwarf on his left and shouted, "Drink!" Like he'd been released from a cage, the dwarf hopped into action, raising his tankard and chugging in one smooth motion. Nero watched with a grin as the dwarf finished and began carefully arranging his cup for the impending flip attempt. It was incredibly amusing to see how seriously the dwarves were taking the competition. While not exactly cute, it was kind of adorable. Although none of them were particularly good at the flipping part of it, they were incredibly good at the drinking part. The game proceeded well, each dwarf adhering to the rules and waiting for the turn. Almost from the beginning, the dwarves who hadn't been chosen for the teams began cheering them on.
While it had started out as gruff voices of encouragement, by the time Nero's team had gotten a full-person lead, the crowd had begun to truly clamor. As if the gods of competition had personally taken note of events and interfered, Nero's third team member had trouble with his flip, ensuring that they didn't get too far ahead. Shouts of encouragement and derision rang out, causing the dwarf in question to buckle under the pressure, allowing the king's team to catch up. Like the conclusion of a movie, it all came down to the last two dwarfs. Crusher versus Oliver. A battle for the ages. They both started drinking at the same time, finished at the same time, and began their flip at the same time. The moment the tankards were in the air, all the noise seemed to stop. Even the essence around the table froze in anticipation of what would happen. Nero forced himself not to touch the table, despite how much he wanted a closer look at what was happening. The rules were clear, and he did not want to lose to a foul. Then, it happened. While the wobbling tankard in front of Crusher tipped over, the one in front of Oliver remained standing, perfectly upside down. The dwarves erupted into cheers, while Nero's team's heads drooped in defeat. Crusher looked crushed. Mavros and his team hopped up and down, hugging each other while the crowd patted them on the back in congratulations. Nero shouted, "You got lucky. I demand 2 out of 3. The dwarves as one came to a stop, awkwardly frozen while in the middle of their hug. Mavros turned away from his team, crossed his arms and jutted out his beard. "What did you just say, boy?" he asked angrily. Nero put his hands on his hips and replied seriously, "I said 2 out of 3. Best of 3 wins." The dwarves all shouted in excitement as they began resetting the table. Patting Mavros on the shoulder, Nero said, "See what I mean? Even when you lose a drinking game, you still win." Chapter 235. Wine them, dine them, then screw them. Salesmanship 101. Mike Herring grew up as the son of a butcher, and while the local center's schools did their best with him, he'd never applied himself to things like history and science. So, when he heard about the dwarves arriving in Dorchester, he'd tried to pretend that he understood what everyone was talking about. Now, though, seeing as his new lord was currently drinking and laughing with them, he could no longer contain the questions that had been plaguing him. Sitting at the table with his arms crossed in annoyance, he asked out loud to no one in particular, "What are the dwarves even doing here? Aren't dwarves supposed to all be on the border? Their kingdoms have nothing to do with us. It's not like we're close enough to trade with them." The table he was sitting at was filled with House Walker's current leadership. On the side closest to what they were all looking at was Kathleen Averett, their house manager. On her left sat Vera Salvatore Verina, whose role had been explained to him multiple times, despite him not understanding it. To him, she was just one of the nobility, although one closely aligned with the lord he'd chosen to follow. To her right was Natalie Keening, a woman he admittedly had a small crush on, who was in charge of public relations, whatever that was. Then, standing off to the side, like a pillar of muscle, was Knight Angleton, whom Mike both respected and feared. Other than them, there were a few others who he'd come to know as secondary leaders, each following the lead of those 4. But it was Vera's husband and his lord's friend who was kind enough to answer his question. Nick Salvatore Verina, the newly raised Lord Verina, a man Mike knew to be some kind of scholar or researcher. "The dwarves are here due to a deal the capital made with the dwarven kingdoms to further our own kingdom's reach and expand on the efforts of the royal family." Mike watched in shame as everyone around him nodded in agreement with Nick's statement. Even after having the situation explained to him so succinctly, he still didn't understand what the man was talking about. Luckily, Nick was at heart a teacher and champion of knowledge.
He had an almost supernatural ability to know when someone around him yearned for answers. Leaning forward in his seat, Nick stared at Mike with an intense smile, seemingly eager to impart his wisdom to the man.
For generations, the royal family has been trying to develop ties with the surrounding kingdoms, easing tensions and increasing rapport with our neighbors. Although we shall always remain primarily a human kingdom, the royal family hopes to one day incorporate these other kingdoms into a larger federation or alliance, possibly even allowing them to join us as citizens of Oglevark. At least, that's the official story that we've been told. There are many nuances to the efforts that remain up for debate. Unable to stop himself, Mike replied with curiosity, "What does that have to do with them coming here?" Not put off at all by Mike's disinterest in the details, Nick replied, "According to the deal made with the Dwarven Kings, to further ties with our kingdom, a city of dwarves will be developed within our lands. Much like our own cities, the city will be ruled locally, only owing fealty to the capital and our king. Dwarves have their own kings, who in actuality are more like city lords. That dwarf over there, Mavros Mithralstrike, will be the new city's leader, our kingdom's first dwarven king." Somewhat understanding, but still not having gotten an answer to his question, Mike repeated, "Okay, but why are they here?" Rolling his eyes, Nick answered in a tone that sounded somewhat condescending, "Because this is the place where the dwarves have chosen for their city."